Chapter 66. Jing Tan felt that Fang Xiaokong was quite unreliable. After this guy entered the county, he happened to pass by a bicycle shop and suddenly came up with the idea of buying a bicycle. In fact, this guy hadn't ridden a bicycle in a long time. Even when he was traveling, he drove a four-wheeled bicycle. The owner of the bicycle shop promoted it for a long time, but Fang Xiaokong didn't buy the brand new mountain bike that was said to be the most advanced design. In the end, he bought a second-hand bike. Even if it was a second-hand bike, it was still a mountain bike. The shop owner didn't seem too happy because Fang Xiaokong didn't buy a new bike, but after all, it was still a business deal, so he inspected the bike again. Fang Xiaokong looked at the black cat squatting not far away, then looked at the bicycle being inspected. He said to the shop owner, "Boss, can you add a basket for me?" The shop owner looked at Fang Xiaokong strangely. He probably didn't expect someone to make such a request. Most people bought this type of bike mainly for sports. Who would put a basket on it to buy groceries? However, since the customer made the request, he wouldn't refuse. A basket could still make a few dollars. Being a professional, the boss still asked, "Are you loading the basket to store the goods?" Fang Xiaokong thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes." "How heavy is it?" "It's not too heavy." Then the shop owner didn't say anything else. Since it was just for goods and wasn't heavy, there was no need to modify it too much. He just put a basket on it. After the inspection, the basket was loaded and the payment was made. Getting on the bike, Fang Xiaokong felt good. It was as if he had returned to his youth. He was suddenly looking forward to the rest of the trip. Jing Tan squatted at the side and looked coldly at the self-satisfied Uncle Fang. He couldn't understand why Uncle Fang would choose such a lifestyle. When he was on the phone with the Jiao Pa, Jing Tan heard a hint of respect in Zhao Li's tone. It wasn't fake politeness but real respect. This meant that Uncle Fang should have some background. At the very least, he shouldn't be short of money. But why would a man in his 30s choose such a lifestyle? He made himself look like a poor man. As Jing Tan was thinking, Fang Xiaokong rode over. He stopped in front of Jing Tan, patted the basket and said proudly, "Goods, get on." Jing Tan. "Goods my ass." They were going to go from this small county to another city. Their next stop was a big city. The surrounding roads should be relatively good. Jumping on the basket, Jing Tan felt something was wrong but he couldn't tell why. Anyway, it wasn't as comfortable as squatting in the basket of little Pomelo's children's car. Fang Xiaokong carried his travel bag and rode out of the city on his bicycle. The roads in the city were very smooth but it was different when they left the city. From the small county to the big city there were indeed roads but they were all highways. It was fine to drive there but it was impossible to ride a bike. There were no highways so they took the national highway. However, the entire journey wasn't entirely on the national highway. In order to experience the feeling of riding a mountain bike, Fang Xiaokong chose a small rural road after leaving the city. After that, they went on the national highway. Jing Tan's bitter experience began on this small rural road. The front of a mountain bike had a shock absorber design which was different from ordinary bikes. The owner of the bike shop didn't modify the basket too much when he loaded it, so the one who suffered was Jing Tan. The bicycle traveled along a small country road. The road was filled with potholes, gravel and dirt. Whenever it bumped, Jing Tan would feel the bicycle's basket move up and down violently. It was much more uncomfortable than riding Wei Lung's bicycle in the past. The shaking made her dizzy. Fang Xiaokong didn't feel too uncomfortable. He was still in the novel stage. He was in a good mood, humming a tune until he felt the movement on the basket. Jing Tan jumped twice in the basket to attract Fang Xiaokong's attention. When Fang Xiaokong stopped the bike, he jumped out of the basket. When he landed, he was still a little dizzy and almost couldn't stand straight. "What's wrong?" Fang Xiaokong looked at Jing Tan, who was squatting on the side of the road and pulling at his ears with an unwilling expression. Then he looked at the basket, raised his hand to push the basket twice and looked at the front fork of the bike. He suddenly remembered what the owner of the bike shop asked. So this was the main problem. Is the basket uncomfortable? Fang Xiaokong thought for a while. Why don't you just squat in my bag? In the end, Jing Tan didn't squat in the big travel bag. Instead, he stood on top of the bag. He had claws to hook onto the bag so that he wouldn't fall, and he wouldn't sway like he did in the basket. He could even step on Fang Xiaokong's head twice. Fang Xiaokong, who had his head stepped on, thought that the cat must have done it on purpose. No wonder people said that cats were vengeful. He should buy a hat the next time he went to the city. Otherwise the cat would really rebel. He, third young Master Fang, had never been stepped on like this before. After getting out of the village road and onto the national highway, the feeling was much better. There was no more bumping and Jing Tan could even take a nap on the bag. Jing Tan was comfortable, but Fang Xiaokang gradually felt tired. After the novelty wore off, he began to feel tired. The backpack was heavy, and with a cat it was even heavier. After riding for a few hours, they found a place to rest. When they set off again, under Fang Xiaokang's complaints, Zheng Tan went back to squatting on the basket to relieve the pressure on third Uncle Fang. The roads on the national highway were much better than the village roads, so Zheng Tan didn't have much of an opinion. Just like that, they rode and stopped, and they didn't enter the city until evening. They found a small hotel to stay in. Because he didn't know if the owner of the hotel allowed him to bring a cat, Zheng Tan hid in the bag and went in. The room wasn't big. It was a single room. The other facilities were quite complete. After riding for half a day, Fang Xiaokang was so tired that he almost collapsed. However, before he collapsed, he took out his digital SLR camera and looked at the photos he took today. He also took out a small notebook to make some notes. While Fang Xiaokang was organizing the photos and notes, Zheng Tan ran to the bathroom. He filled the bathtub to the brim and adjusted the temperature of the water. Then he started to take a bath. He hadn't taken a bath in a long time. In addition, he was too tired from riding the basket today. Zheng Tan decided to take a good bath. His main purpose was to drown the fleas on his body. Zheng Tan was helpless about fleas. They couldn't be eradicated. Even if he didn't come into contact with other animals, he could still get some in the grass. He squeezed some shower gel, rubbed it casually, and started to swim. Based on his current size, this bathtub could indeed be used as a small swimming pool for Zheng Tan. It was better when he was a human. He wouldn't attract so many fleas. Zheng Tan sighed in his heart. When Fang Xiaokang finished organizing his things and went into the bathroom, he saw the black cat swimming in the bathtub. It looked very comfortable. Damn, it even squeezed shower gel. Fang Xiaokang had friends who also owned cats, so he had heard that most cats didn't like to take baths. Just as Zhao Lu said, this cat was very special. Black cats were really strange. Fang Xiaokang thought to himself. After Zheng Tan finished bathing, he found a hairdryer and dried his fur. The hairdryer was placed on the table. He turned on the button and set it to hot air. Then Zheng Tan constantly adjusted the angle to dry his fur. It was a little troublesome. As long as it could solve the problem, it was fine. When Fang Xiaokang came out of the bathroom, he looked at the only bed and the black cat lying in the middle. He was speechless for a long time. The cat's habit of occupying territory was really King annoying. The next day, the man and the cat slept until almost noon. Zheng Tan was fine. After taking a bath and getting rid of the fleas, he also had a good sleep and was full of energy. Fang Xiaokang, on the other hand, felt some intense pain in his neck and back. His spine also hurt, the aftereffects of riding a bike. Riding a mountain bike for a long distance also required attention. From the bike to the rider's posture, there were rules. Fang Xiaokang didn't know anything, so it was natural for him to be like this. After lunch, Fang Xiaokang and Zheng Tan went out. Fang Xiaokang wanted to take a good look around and learn more about the city. Zheng Tan didn't have anything special that interested him, so he just treated it as a free trip. Fang Xiaokang hung the camera around his neck. Zheng Tan stayed in the bag. Like before, he looked out from the zipper of the bag. These days, many big cities in the inland didn't have subways. The urban construction definitely couldn't be compared to a few years later. Zheng Tan didn't care about many things nowadays. He just looked around to kill time when he was bored. He didn't know what Fang Xiaokang was looking at, but he looked quite serious. In the evening, Fang Xiaokang came to a square. There were more people here. There was a commercial street nearby. Some people were dancing in the square. There were groups of young people and middle-aged women. The surroundings were noisy. Fang Xiaokang didn't want to stay here and was ready to leave. Before leaving, Zheng Tan's attention was attracted by the sound of a guitar and strings. Fang Xiaokang obviously noticed it too. He walked over. In the corner of the square, a few young people were singing. There were also people around watching, but not many. Some people even threw coins in front of them. Fang Xiaokang watched for a while. When they were resting, he went over to chat. These 5 young people weren't from this city, nor were they from the same place. They all met here and got along well. They were planning to start a band. They were in high school. They were still underage kids, but they didn't go to school. They said that they liked music so much that they wanted to go out and see the world. In many people's youth, they would have a dream of being a vagrant complex. This kind of vagrant was a yearning for freedom and the pursuit of dreams. It seemed that nothing could stop the young, restless, and ignorant heart. Zheng Tan vaguely remembered seeing a vagrant singer in his 20s. He carried a guitar every day and sang in every corner of the city. Sometimes he would be invited to sing in small bars. When people talked about vagrant singers, they had the impression that they had no fixed place to stay and wandered around. Zheng Tan only had a poor back view of the vagrant singer. He didn't have many memories of him. At that time, Zheng Tan often went to clubs, KTVs and other places. He didn't have the leisure to listen to street performers. He also had a disdainful attitude towards vagrant singers. Occasionally he would act as a philanthropist in front of beautiful girls and give them some money. He didn't treat it as a kind of spiritual enjoyment. In the end, it was just an occasional pastime. What I need is everyone's appreciation, not pity. We're not as unkempt as people think. We don't have a few lice in our hair. We're the so-called street art. The young man who was chatting with Fang Xiaokong said, sharing his thoughts. Then how much money do you guys make every day? Fang Xiaokong asked. The young man scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Not sure. When I was alone I didn't make much. It took me a few days to get enough money for a bus ticket. Now it's better. We'll just sing here for a while. The day before yesterday we contacted a small bar. We'll sing there later. It's still early. Singing here is just for practice. Fang Xiaokong looked at the coins on the ground thoughtfully. Before he left he found a shop and rented a guitar. It was not a very good guitar, and it was not as good as the ones in the hands of the children. At night, when he returned to the small hotel, Fang Xiaokong tried the guitar. At first he was a little shaky, but gradually he became proficient. Obviously he had practiced before. Zheng Tan was about to go to bed when Fang Xiaokong called him over. Black charcoal, let's go perform tomorrow? Zheng Tan was speechless. Why would this guy suddenly have such an idea? I heard that a lot of people perform with their pets. They make a lot of money. Here I've specially prepared this for you. As he spoke, Fang Xiaokong took out a glass can that he had finished eating. In his other hand he picked up a metal spoon from who knows where. He knocked the can with the spoon, making a crisp ding sound. Looking at the can and the spoon, Zheng Tan roughly knew what Fang Xiaokong wanted him to do. However, at this time he pretended that he didn't understand. Seeing that the cat in front of him didn't respond, Fang Xiaokong thought to himself, that's not right. Zhao Lu said that this cat can understand human language and is very capable. If you want to express something you can just say it directly. There's no need to use food to induce it. After a moment of silence, Fang Xiaokong said, didn't they say that you're very smart? Don't you know how to do this? It's not as magical as Zhao Lu said. Provocation didn't work. Zheng Tan continued to lower his head, pretending that he didn't know. How about this? You see, I don't have much pocket money. Look at the small hotel we're staying in now. The conditions are too bad. Tomorrow we'll perform on the streets. If we make more money we'll stay in a better hotel. The kind with double rooms. Each of us has a bed. It's spacious, not crowded, and we don't have to fight for pillows and blankets. What do you think? Zheng Tan really thought about it this time. Just because Fang Xiaokong said that he didn't have pocket money didn't mean that he didn't have money. Therefore Zheng Tan treated this sentence as a fart. However, if they could really change to a better hotel, Zheng Tan would certainly be willing. There were flies and mosquitoes in this place and it was annoying. Also, if we make money we'll take a bus to the next city. We won't ride a bike. Zheng Tan looked at Fang Xiaokong. He believed that they wouldn't ride a bike. Fang Xiaokong had suffered a lot riding a bike. He didn't want to ride a bike anymore, but he used it as a condition. However, if that was really the case, Zheng Tan was willing to give it a try. He was afraid that Fang Xiaokong would suddenly decide to walk on foot. That would be terrible. Today he saw Fang Xiaokong shopping in a shop that sold tents. He probably did have that idea. Fang Xiaokong knocked on the glass jar twice with a metal spoon. Then he placed the spoon in front of Zheng Tan, waiting for Zheng Tan to make a decision. Zheng Tan poked at the metal spoon. Even if he was willing to give it a try, this metal spoon wasn't easy to hold. Oh, there's also this. Fang Xiaokong took out a rolled-up paper tube and stuck it on the metal spoon with transparent tape. The paper tube was just enough for Zheng Tan to put one of his arms in. Zheng Tan looked at Fang Xiaokong. This guy really came prepared. He put his arm into the paper tube. When he raised his arm, he also raised the metal spoon and knocked on the glass jar. Ding! There was a crisp sound. Yes, just like that. Here, I'll sing a line and you knock it. Fang Xiaokong plucked the metal strings of his guitar and began to sing. Twinkle, 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 Zheng Tan. So retarded. Seeing Fang Xiaokong looking at him, Zheng Tan took a deep breath and knocked the spoon over. Ding. Very good. Continue. The sky is full of little stars. Ding. Hang in the sky and shine. Ding. They practiced until 11 o'clock. The person next door couldn't take it anymore and knocked on the door to scold them. Only then did the man and cat stop. The next day Fang Xiaokang asked Jing Tan to continue practicing with him. After lunch they took a nap and went out at 4 o'clock. The sky wasn't dark yet, but there were already more people at the square. In the corner the 5 young people he saw yesterday were there again. After making some adjustments they began to sing. The songs they sang included popular music and classic songs from the past. They were all songs that young people liked and were full of energy. Fang Xiaokang looked over there, then found a place where there was no one and put the prepared paper box in front of him. There was an opening on the paper box. Jing Tan felt that it was like a donation box, and he was the poor cat that needed everyone to do good. People around saw the situation and came over. Fang Xiaokang was wearing a hat, and he hadn't shaved his beard in the past few days. It was hard to see his original appearance. Jing Tan felt that he must have done it on purpose. After putting away the paper box, Fang Xiaokang put the glass bottle aside, then took out his guitar, leaned against the lamppost and began to strum. The curious gazes of the people around made Jing Tan's face hot. Whether he was a human or a cat, he had never performed in front of so many people. This made him very embarrassed. It was okay when he was in the hotel, after all no one was looking. But now, with so many people looking at him, Jing Tan felt that the iron spoon weighed 1,000 pounds. He really didn't want to touch that thing. Not far away the 5 young people finished singing Glorious Years, and also noticed them. Hey, it's about to start. Fang Xiaokang reminded Jing Tan. Jing Tan pulled his ears. It didn't seem good to leave now. It felt like he was running away. After mentally preparing himself, Jing Tan put his arm into the paper box of the iron spoon. More and more people gathered around out of curiosity. Fang Xiaokang also began to strum the guitar. His skills were not very good in the eyes of the young people. After a prelude, Fang Xiaokang's heroic voice sounded. Walking in all directions, the road is long and the river is long. Jing Tan braced himself and lifted the iron spoon to hit the glass bottle. Ding. Hazy and hazy, a village and a village, ding. Watching the setting sun come back, ding. The earth is not old, the sky is not desolate, the years are long and long. When Fang Xiaokang sang the first line, one of the young people who was drinking water spat it out. No one would have thought that this uncle would actually sing this song while playing the guitar. The playing was terrible and the singing was terrible, but more and more people gathered around. And many people began to throw money into the paper box. Jing Tan felt like an idiot. No, he and Fang Xiaokang were both idiots. Chapter 67. In a big city, the city square was always bustling at night. Music from the shops, various mobile advertisements, dynamic hip-hop tunes and ethnic customs of old ladies. But tonight, more and more people gathered in the corner that people usually didn't pay attention to. Hey, let's go and see. There's a cat knocking on a bottle over there. Knocking on a bottle? Yeah, I heard that it's a homeless singer's pet. The 2 of them are performing. Sounds interesting. Let's go and see. Mom, I want to see the cat knocking on the bottle too. Okay, let's go and see the cat knocking on the bottle. The people in the city didn't have so many scruples about the black cat. They came to watch for something new and for fun. People's living standards had improved, and they didn't have to worry about food and clothing anymore. They would try to find entertainment for themselves to pass the time. It was the first time in a long time that they saw people performing with cats in the square. And the coordination was really good. Jing Tan looked at the increasing crowd of onlookers. He lowered his head and looked at the glass bottle in front of him seriously, but he didn't look at the audience. For Jing Tan, even if he didn't have a good character when he was a human, he still cared about his reputation. He never thought that there would be a day when he would be reduced to performing on the street and being watched by people. Jing Tan could only feel lucky that this wasn't the era of advanced communication a few years later. Otherwise, his knocking on the bottle would be posted on the internet, and it might even be reposted many times. That would be even more embarrassing. Following the tune of Fang Xiaokang's broken voice and knocking on the glass bottle, Jing Tan sighed in his heart. How could time pass so slowly? It felt like hours had passed, but in fact it was only 2 songs, less than 10 minutes. Jing Tan suddenly remembered something that Jiao Pa once said to Jiao Yuan: people have to learn to adjust themselves. When you don't want to face it but have to face it, you can try to change your mindset to comfort yourself. This will give you a better mentality to face the next challenge. Change my mindset and adjust my mentality? Jing Tan raised his head slightly and looked at the cardboard box that had been stuffed with an unknown amount of money. Looking at it from another angle, this money was earned by knocking on bottles, not by sneaking through windows and doors. Speaking of which, why didn't he feel guilty when he was stealing things through the window? Why did he feel embarrassed when he was working as a street performer to earn money? To put it bluntly, it was just a matter of face. This was also a very ridiculous and shameless attitude, but it was something that many people had. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it was indeed very unnatural. Looking at Fang Xiaokong, who was singing enthusiastically next to him, he had already gone off-key and forgotten his lines several times, but wasn't he still singing cheerfully? It seemed that he still had to grind his skin a little more. In order to roam the Jianghu, one had to be thick-skinned. For the first time, Zheng Tan understood the meaning of hard-earned money. His hands were sore from knocking on the bottles. Just as Fang Xiaokong was considering changing songs, Zheng Tan switched hands. The onlookers gasped in amazement again. Aya, that cat can even switch hands. My cat can do this too. He's probably tired, so pitiful. An auntie dug in her wallet, walked to the cardboard box and stuffed the money in her hand into it. With one person taking the lead, there was a second, a third. Fang Xiaokong sighed in his heart. A person's face was not as useful as a cat's. He had been singing for so long and his voice was hoarse, but no one cared. Instead, the cat next to him got sympathy just by changing hands. That woman just now took out 100 yuan in one go. It seemed that the living standards of the people in this city were indeed good. After singing 2 more old songs, Fang Xiaokong came to an intermission. At this time, someone came over to talk to Fang Xiaokong, asking him where he was from, where the cat came from, why he wanted to come here to sing, and so on. Zheng Tan was too lazy to listen to Fang Xiaokong's nonsense. This guy was not telling the truth and he was trying to trick people into sympathizing with him. As for the enthusiastic aunties around him, Zheng Tan could not stand it. He climbed up a tree next to him and no matter how the people below called him, he did not come down. Sometimes Zheng Tan did not understand why people liked to call cats Mimi when they saw them, regardless of whether the cat was male or female, or whether the cat had a name or not. The first person to call a cat that way was really King Talented. In the past, this word was only associated with big-breasted girls in Zheng Tan's dictionary. However, ever since he became a cat, he did not know how many times he had been called that. Every time he heard this word, no matter who it was, Zheng Tan would turn his head and walk away. Therefore, after the aunties below shouted Mimi at Zheng Tan's ears twitched, and he decisively climbed up the tree. While Zheng Tan was hiding from the enthusiastic aunties, and Fang Xiaokong was talking nonsense, the 5 young people singing in the corner were also talking. Is it the guy from yesterday? That uncle came to ask us questions yesterday. I didn't expect him to come with a guitar today. That uncle. I think I saw a camera hanging around his neck yesterday. It's a DSLR camera. Yes, a digital DSLR camera. That thing is quite expensive. The reason I remember it is because of his camera. After saying that, the 5 people were silent for a while, and then one of them said, Damn, so this uncle actually has nothing better to do, so he came to steal business from us. When young people did this occasionally, it was called rebellion or curiosity. But if a man in his late 40s did this kind of thing, people would think that he was crazy. Actually, the important thing is that black cat, right? I suddenly feel like I've been hit, one of them said. The oldest one, Ajin, was the lead singer of this newly formed band, and also the boss of this new band. He greeted the people with different thoughts and prepared to continue singing. At this time, a woman with heavy makeup came over and greeted them. They knew this woman. She was the relative of the owner of the small bar who had invited them to sing. She had just come to shop and received a call from the owner of the bar, so she brought a message. After saying that, she flipped her hair and walked away in her thin high heels. She really looked down on these street performers. The message that the woman brought over was mainly to tell them that they did not have to go tonight. Another band that was singing in front of them was celebrating a birthday, and they were going to book the whole place. It was estimated that they would sing until the wee hours of the morning. The 5 young people did not look good. However, since leaving home until now, they had encountered a lot of things, and they had encountered similar situations. They had no money and no reputation now. To put it bluntly, they were nothing. They could not blame others for looking down on them. As the bassist of this new band, the young man stood aside and did not speak. He did not like to talk much. He strummed the bass in his hand, and the music was a little tired and struggling. Hey you guys. Just as the 5 young people were thinking about what to do for the rest of the night, Fang Xiaokong came to them and told them about his plan. Ensemble? As the lead singer and leader of the band, Ajin was a little surprised. Yes, ensemble. Of course, my level is limited, but I still have this understanding. So, it's not me who will work with you. As he spoke, Fang Xiaokong pointed to Zheng Tan, who was squatting in the tree and looking up at the stars. We'll come over and join you. How about it? Ajin thought about it. From the situation just now, he knew that the cat could attract people. Of course, it would be okay if everyone came over and cooperated. Moreover, when they were discussing just now, they were ready to leave the city for the next stop. Anyway, they were not in a hurry. After making the decision, Ajin nodded. I have no problem. What about everyone? The other four did not object. They were very happy to have such a special experience before leaving. They had never worked with a cat before. Zheng Tan had been squatting in the tree and counting the stars out of boredom, but he was told to play with those people. Charcoal, look, your uncle can't sing anymore. My voice is hoarse and I don't have enough money. If I work with those little fellows, I can earn more money. You just have to squat at the side and show your appreciation. You don't have to work too hard. Fang Xiaokang looked up and said to Zheng Tan, and those little guys are quite pitiful. Today is probably the last time they will sing in this city. They will leave tomorrow. I want to help, but I don't have as much influence as you do. Zheng Tan looked at some people who were still standing around and did not leave. Then he looked at the 5 young people who were 17 or 18 years old. He thought about it. He was already somewhat resistant to this kind of shameless performance. It was okay to help a little and make some money. Anyway, he just needed to pretend to knock on the bottle twice. After discussing, Zheng Tan came to the 5 young people. Facing the black cat, the 5 young people did not know how to get along with it. Fang Xiaokang came from behind to help carry the bottle and spoon. After discussing with Ajin, he borrowed a high stool and put the bottle and spoon on the side. Zheng Tan jumped onto the high stool. This time he felt better than at the beginning. He was more shameless and adjusted his mentality. Isn't it just knocking on the spoon twice? What's the big deal? Seeing that they were ready to start again, the crowd slowly gathered again. It was only 8 o'clock. The city's nightlife was very rich, not to mention the commercial square here. Compared to before, there were actually more people at this time. The 5 young people were not sure if they could cooperate with a cat. Fang Xiaokang came over and said a few words to calm them down. Zheng Tan, who was standing at the side, had some complaints. Could it be that these brats were looking down on him? Seeing Zheng Tan pulling his ears like that, Fang Xiaokang knew that the cat must be angry again. Okay, let's get started. Fang Xiaokang waved his hand and put the paper box in a conspicuous place. Then he retreated to the side and sat down to watch. Seeing the paper box, the 5 young people's expressions were very unnatural. It was too straightforward. Their skills were still not as high as Fang Xiaokang's. Hey, these little guys are still shy? Fang Xiaokang said to the person sitting next to him. There was also a middle-aged man sitting there. He was the owner of the musical instrument store where Fang Xiaokang rented the guitar. In addition to guitars and basses, Ajin and the others rented drums and keyboards from this shop. Most of the time he would come here to listen to these young people sing. Chapter 68. The 5 of them had worked together for a while so they could understand each other with just a few syllables. Ajin plucked the guitar in his hand, signaled everyone to get ready, paused and looked at the cat on the stool next to him. Zheng Tan was already impatiently wagging his tail. Wasn't it just singing a song? Did they need foreplay? Dilly-dally. To be on the safe side, their first song was not fast, and the rhythm was similar to Fang Xiaokang's. Of course, it was definitely not like Fang Xiaokang's style. Zheng Tan knocked on the glass bottle again and again. It was not difficult for him to grasp the rhythm, and the onlookers were more tolerant of cats than people. Even if there was a mistake, everyone would understand. After all, it was a cat. After the song, Ajin and the others were very happy. They thought that the sound of knocking on the glass would be abrupt, but they did not expect that after the rhythm was fixed, the effect would be very good. They could try to add similar elements in the future. Giving Zheng Tan a thumbs up, Ajin was ready to change to a slightly faster song. Zheng Tan was secretly proud, and the tip of his tail unconsciously twitched. Sure enough, he was proud. Look at the crowd as well as the girl with big eyes, her hands were red from clapping. Compared to the time when he cooperated with Fang Xiaokang, Zheng Tan felt much better now. It had nothing to do with the onlookers but with the acceptance of music. He could not understand Fang Xiaokang's feelings for old songs like Go Square, but he could easily immerse himself in this kind of rock-style pop song. After all, Zheng Tan's body was also a young man's soul and thoughts. In the corner of the square, under the blurred lights, the rhythmic music came out. When the music started, even the bass player, who was usually a little dull, still looked silent and calm, but the syllables he plucked were full of movement and rhythm. When they were immersed in the performance, Ajin and the others had forgotten that there was a cat squatting next to them, and that they were performing with a cat at this time. Instead, they sang the rhythmic songs according to their previous habits. After a series of hurried syllables, when it entered the chorus, It was like a new green that broke free from its shackles and broke out of the ground, swaying freely, sweeping away all shyness and restraint. It was not only the rhythm and melody that affected people, but also the wanton passion that was infused into it. Hot-blooded youth. It was not only the song that made people excited but also the atmosphere. It provided people with a way to release themselves, just for this moment to let loose. Just for this moment it was enough. They were still young and might not be able to express the mature emotions of the original singer, but they had already taken a big step forward. Who could say for sure that they would not shine in the future? If Zheng Tan had a playful attitude at the beginning, he had already immersed himself in it. He knocked on the bottles with great passion, which was completely different from the lazy attitude he had when he first cooperated with Fang Xiaokang. Young people were always easily affected by the atmosphere and did not know what they were doing. Even if it was just a cat now, it was still the same. The owner of the musical instrument store, who was sitting not far away, praised, "Your cat is good at knocking bottles. This is the first time I've seen a cat knock bottles like this, like you're stirring up eggs." Fang Xiaokang. Ah. It was also the first time he had seen it. More and more people gathered around. At first, most of them were people who came to watch the cat knock bottles, such as parents with children and aunties who had just finished dancing. Gradually, a group of young people gathered here. People liked to watch and join in the fun. Seeing that there were so many people here, everyone came over. Then they were affected by the atmosphere. Some sang along, some clapped, and some cheered. For the young people it was a familiar song and it was easy to pick it up. Fang Xiaokang took out a camera from his backpack and began to take pictures. "Hey, isn't this in DSLR? If you have the money to buy in DSLR, why are you here performing? Are performers so rich now?" Someone who had seen Fang Xiaokang sing asked. "No." Fang Xiaokang calmly raised his finger and pointed in a direction. "I borrowed it from a student of the photography club over there. I have to return it later." The man looked in the direction that Fang Xiaokang was pointing at. There were people everywhere, so he couldn't tell which one he was referring to. However, there were indeed photography clubs here. Every once in a while, someone would come here to hold a student photography exhibition. Shaking his head, the person did not say anything else. When Zheng Tan was tired of knocking, he would switch to his left hand. After a while he would switch back. He had a lot of fun, and when he knocked bottles he would look at the cardboard box from time to time. Seeing people constantly putting money into the cardboard box, Zheng Tan was even happier. They did not leave until after 10 o'clock at night, when there were fewer people in the square. Zheng Tan threw the iron spoon away and rushed to the cardboard box to take a look. The light was not good, so he could not see how much money was inside. However, it should be enough to pay for the car and the hotel. When Ajin was packing up after the event, he still hadn't calmed down. "For a moment just now, I felt like I was a celebrity. So many people supported me and cheered for me. It was just like the dream I had back then." Yes, that feeling was so good. The others echoed his sentiments. The owner of the music store went over to talk to them. Tomorrow these boys would go to the north. He wanted to encourage and teach them a lesson now so that they would not be unable to get out of a bad situation in the future. There was still a long way to go. Fang Xiaokang did not immediately calculate the money in the box. After the show, he sealed the box, helped the boys pack up their equipment and carried it to the music store. He also calculated the money in the store. 3,600? Ajin and the other four were shocked. Usually when they sang in the square, they would only earn a few dozen yuan an hour. When they were alone it was even less. Therefore they usually just regarded singing in the square as an experience, a kind of training for themselves. They did not expect to make much money from it. However, the number now made them unable to believe it. They were not from a serious school, nor were they famous. They were just novices. After experiencing street performances, this money was really a lot for them. Fang Xiaokang took 1,800 yuan and handed the rest to Ajin. "Here we agreed to split it 50-50. "Well, Mr. Fang, your money is also in there. You should take more," Ajin said. Even if they knew that they had made more money this time, they also understood that without the black cat, they would not have been able to successfully attract the attention of so many people in the square. "That's it. Let's go." Without further explanation, Fang Xiaokang stuffed the money into his bag and walked out with his bag on his back. Zheng Tan also hurried to follow. He had no objection to Fang Xiaokang's distribution. After all, Fang Xiaokang was not poor, and 1,800 yuan was enough for a car and a hotel. He did not need a 5-star hotel as long as it was better than the previous small hotel. "Thanks, brother cat." Ajin raised his hand and shouted. Zheng Tan wagged his tail and did not look back. They still had things left in the small hotel. They originally wanted to check out, but the landlord said that they had to check out before noon. After that, they would have to stay for another day. In order to leave the small hotel as soon as possible, Zheng Tan poked Fang Xiaokang in his backpack, hoping that this guy would just check out. After all, he had made money by singing tonight. In the end, Fang Xiaokang did not pay a dime. He only gave away the second-hand mountain bike. Since he was not going to ride it again, he might as well use it for the last time. After leaving the small hotel, the man and the cat went to the nearest four-star hotel. In order to get there faster, Fang Xiaokang was going to take a shortcut. There was a small path there, so there was no need to take a detour. There were street lights on the side of the road, but it was too late and there were not many people at this time. As they walked, Zheng Tan's ears twitched. He looked out from the zipper of his backpack and saw two sneaky figures behind them. Were they robbers? No matter if they were or not, they did not seem like good people. Zheng Tan poked Fang Xiaokang. Got it? Fang Xiaokang said in a low voice. Since Fang Xiaokang said that he knew, Zheng Tan did not remind him anymore. Instead, he focused his attention on the two people behind them. After confirming that there were only two people, Zheng Tan breathed a sigh of relief. If there were only two people, it would be fine. If there were more, he would not be able to handle it. The two people were getting closer and closer, and they were holding a steel pipe in their hands. It was obvious that they were not good people. When one of them came closer, Zheng Tan jumped out of his backpack and clawed at the man's face. Then, with his flexibility, he dodged the man's swing. He jumped up and kicked the man twice. This time, he used his real strength and both kicks landed on the man's lower body. Mother****, you actually want to rob me of the hard-earned money that I earned by shamelessly performing? Do you want to die or do you want to die? Another kick. Zheng Tan thought that since he was not going to stay here for long, there was no need to hide. He would leave tomorrow. Even if these people wanted to take revenge on him, they would not be able to find him. When Fang Xiaokang knocked the other person out with his stick, he turned around and saw the cat kicking the man's crotch. The man who was kicked screamed as if he was castrated. The steel pipe in his hand had already fallen to the ground. After being kicked, the man lay on the ground and wailed. Zheng Tan ignored him and looked at Fang Xiaokang. This guy was holding a baton. It seemed that he was prepared. Let's go. Don't worry about them. They are just hooligans, Fang Xiaokang said as he put away the baton. Zheng Tan pulled his ears and jumped into Fang Xiaokang's backpack. They were almost at the hotel. Cats were not allowed there, so it was better to hide. Before they got out of the alley, Fang Xiaokang's phone rang. Yo, second brother, why are you calling me at this time? I haven't slept yet. I'm looking for a hotel. I just ran into some trouble. Someone wanted to rob me. Oh, I didn't hit him hard this time. I only hit him once. Also, you don't know how arrogant he was when he came out. He said, get out, leave the cat and put the money box on the side. Oh, ****, don't you think he deserved a beating? This place is not safe. Tell your brother-in-law to be careful when he comes over. Kids don't even dare to come here. Zheng Tan was speechless. That was ***king nonsense. Chapter 69. The next day, Zheng Tan hid in Fang Xiaokang's bag and prepared to leave the hotel. The receptionist took a second look at Fang Xiaokang's big backpack. She probably didn't expect someone who looked so down and out to be staying in a hotel like this. She was still trying to guess what was in the backpack. Sir, your backpack's zipper isn't closed. The receptionist was trying to remind him out of kindness, but she couldn't finish her sentence because she had already seen the cat's whiskers through the unzipped opening. The receptionist opened her mouth and looked at Fang Xiaokang. The guy gave her a bright smile and swaggered away. After leaving the hotel, Zheng Tan didn't feel too restrained. He jumped out and walked beside Fang Xiaokang. It was too uncomfortable to be in the backpack. Yo, the car is here, Fang Xiaokang said. Zheng Tan stretched his neck and looked. He didn't recognize which car Fang Xiaokang was talking about. There were too many cars parked in the hotel's parking lot. Fang Xiaokang walked towards a very ordinary-looking private car and raised his hand to greet the person sitting in the driver's seat. This was what Fang Xiaokang meant when he said, save on the fare. When Fang Xiaokang opened the car door, Zheng Tan saw another person sitting in the back. He was about the same age as Fang Xiaokang, but this person looked more serious and dignified. It didn't matter if he was serious or not. Zheng Tan just hoped that this person was reliable and didn't look like Fang Xiaokang. Mayor Yuan, congratulations on taking office. Fang Xiaokang got into the car and sat down. He didn't care what the people next to him thought. He directly put the backpack with mud spots on the empty seat next to him. He patted the last bit of space in the back seat and said to Zheng Tan, who was still watching from outside the car, get in. Zheng Tan looked at the other person in the back seat, then looked at the small space in the back seat, and then looked at the empty front passenger seat. He jumped into the car and sat in the front. "Hey, this cat is really..." Fang Xiaokong laughed. He ignored Zheng Tan and started chatting with the people next to him. Zheng Tan squatted in the passenger seat. He felt that this spacious place was more comfortable than squeezing in with Fang Xiaokong's big backpack. Most importantly, the car didn't look like much from the outside, but the interior looked pretty good. It should have been modified. Looking at the driver next to it, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. It wasn't that Zheng Tan had seen this person before, but that this person gave Zheng Tan a similar feeling to Celestine. This person was probably a bodyguard and driver. Thinking back to the great Mayor Yuan that Fang Xiaokong had mentioned just now, it was understandable. The driver next to him sensed Zheng Tan's gaze and turned his head to look. It was a bit inappropriate for the cat to squat in the passenger seat, but since the boss didn't say anything, he didn't say anything. It was fine as long as the cat didn't interfere with driving. But now, seeing the cat staring at him, and the look in its eyes didn't seem like something a cat should have, he felt a chill run down his spine. This cat was really King evil. The driver felt goosebumps all over his body, so much so that when the boss ordered him to drive, his reaction was slow for a few seconds. Shifting his gaze from the driver to the window, Zheng Tan leaned over the car seat and looked at the tall building outside through the window. Although his eyes were looking out the window, his ears were perked up. He listened to the conversation between Fang Xiaokong and the person in the back, because Zheng Tan had noticed that the two people were talking about the robbery incident last night. Fang Xiaokong took a document from Mayor Yuan and cursed, "These two people still have the nerve to sue me? Also, they obviously colluded with each other. I only hit one of them with a stick and only once. The rest has nothing to do with me. If I had known, I would have beaten them until they couldn't even speak. They're just two punks, why are they acting so smug?" It turned out that the two people who had been beaten up by Zheng Tan and Fang Xiaokong last night had run over to sue Fang Xiaokong for malicious injury, and even mentioned attempted murder. "Then tell me about the injuries on that person's body." "A cat kicked him." Mayor Yuan pinched his eyebrows. He didn't expect to encounter such an incident as soon as he was transferred. "Anyway, it's none of my business." Fang Xiaokong threw the document in his hand aside and spread his hands. Even if that person really became a eunuch, it can only be said that he was unlucky and asked for it. Last night, of all things, he tried to rob others and even brought a steel pipe. Besides, this person has a criminal record. Even if he knows a few people and has some connections, it can't be denied that he's a scoundrel. He just wants to extort money. Fang Xiaokong rattled on for a while and concluded with one sentence, "Anyway, it wasn't me who kicked him in the balls." Seeing that Mayor Yuan was deep in thought, Fang Xiaokong snorted. "Don't put on a sad face. This incident is just an excuse for you to take action. A new broom sweeps clean. If there's a place for you to burn, you have to burn it properly, right?" After saying that, Fang Xiaokong kicked the passenger seat. "Meaning, I have to take responsibility for the trouble you caused." Zheng Tan pulled his ears and pretended that he didn't know anything. After all, it was just a cat now. Who would believe that a cat almost beat someone into a eunuch? Even the beaten robber didn't dare to tell the truth. Who would believe the truth? Or maybe they felt that it was embarrassing to say it out loud, and didn't want people to know that it was actually a cat that almost made him into a eunuch? No matter what the situation was, Zheng Tan believed that the person in the backseat could solve it. It wasn't his turn to worry about it. After that, the two of them stopped talking about the two badly beaten robbers and started to talk about family matters. Zheng Tan wasn't interested in that. He looked out the window and estimated when they could leave the city. More than an hour later, the car stopped. Zheng Tan jumped out of the car. According to Fang Xiaokong, they would transfer to another car here. This car would send them all the way to Chuhua City. Therefore, Zheng Tan was very excited. He didn't have to walk, squat in the bicycle basket, ride on the little tricycle, or perform on the streets. Most importantly, it meant that he could return to Chuhua City very soon, and return to the peaceful family compound. Just thinking about it made Zheng Tan so excited that he couldn't sleep. Counting the days carefully, it had been more than a month since he was caught. Zheng Tan felt like a few years had passed in the past month. Using the word torture wasn't enough to describe how Zheng Tan felt about this experience. The car that sent Zheng Tan and Fang Xiaokong to Chuhua City was quite luxurious. There were some clean clothes and other things in the car. They were all for Fang Xiaokong. In the words of Mayor Yuan, "Pay attention to your image. Don't go there and become a joke." Zheng Tan wasn't sure who the joke referred to by Mayor Yuan was, but he was too lazy to guess. He just needed to know that he could return to Chuhua City. The driver of the SUV knew Fang Xiaokang. He was sent by Fang Xiaokang's second brother. Looking at the SUV driving away, Mayor Yuan sighed. He's almost 40 years old, but he's still less worrisome than a cat. If Jiao Pa knew how Mayor Yuan felt, he would definitely say, this cat is actually even more worrisome. After the SUV drove onto the highway, Zheng Tan would occasionally look at the signs on the highway. Fang Xiaokang was holding a map and Zheng Tan would also look at it. Then, using the signs, he would estimate how far they were from Chuhua City. Originally, Zheng Tan thought that they would arrive at Chuhua City very quickly. However, Fang Xiaokang instructed the driver to take a detour. They could have taken a straight line, but they had to take a turn midway. They wanted to go to a city with a long history to see the scenery, take photos, eat some local snacks and walk around for a few days. For the first 2 days, although Zheng Tan wasn't very happy, he was quite interested in eating, drinking and having fun. However, after repeating the same thing, Zheng Tan wasn't happy. He wasn't in the mood to see the scenery. So what if the city had a long history? So what if the local snacks were delicious? So what if he was with Fang Xiaokang? Zheng Tan really didn't have the mood to walk around. However, the driver only listened to Fang Xiaokang. Zheng Tan couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't just let the driver take him, right? Since he couldn't change Fang Xiaokang's mind, Zheng Tan changed his method. When he followed Fang Xiaokang to a city on the way, Zheng Tan would ask Fang Xiaokang to buy some small souvenirs. If he liked the souvenirs, he would jump over and hug them. Then he would wait for Fang Xiaokang to pay. Thinking of the colors and styles that everyone in the Jiao family liked, Zheng Tan picked a few of them. The driver who followed Fang Xiaokang went from being surprised to being calm, and then to being numb. He was already used to Zheng Tan picking souvenirs. Moreover, if Fang Xiaokang was busy taking photos and didn't have time, he would be the one to pay for the souvenirs. This was the first time the driver felt that cats were really king troublesome animals. They walked and stopped and took a long detour. After a week, they entered Jinghan province, which was the province where Chuhua City was located. Just when Zheng Tan felt that the light was in front of him, Fang Xiaokang asked the driver to stop again. They went to a county not far from Chuhua City to play for a few days, saying that they were going fishing there. Zheng Tan wanted to slap him. In the future he would never ride with this kind of person. He was too much of a troublemaker. Didn't you say that you would stay for 10 days to half a month? Why are you going back so early? Fang Xiaokang sat by the lake, fishing leisurely with a fishing rod. Zheng Tan squatted on a tree nearby, pulling his ears and ignoring him. It had been 10 days since he contacted the Jiao Pa. Was he really going to wait for half a month? Yesterday when he called the Jiao Pa with Fang Xiaokang's phone, the Jiao Pa said that things were almost done there, and that Zheng Tan could go back at any time. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. Beside him, a black dog was happily jumping on the spot. This dog was raised by a farmer nearby. It always liked to watch people fishing, and it would bark excitedly whenever there was a movement. It took the bait? Fang Xiaokang hurriedly raised his rod. We have fish to eat tonight. Zheng Tan yawned and ignored them. He was bored, so he ran to Fang Xiaokang's big backpack, unzipped it and took out his phone. Chapter 70. Zheng Tan decided to make phone calls every day because he felt that he wouldn't be able to return to Chuhua City anytime soon. Every time he called, Zheng Tan would be on the dot. By this time, the two children should have returned home from school. Then he would listen to little Pomelo and Jiao Yuan complain about what happened at school. Even though there was not much substance to the conversation, Zheng Tan's mood was inexplicably better after the call. Even though he could not speak on the phone, hearing the voice on the other side of the phone made him feel at ease. The tip of his tail wagged slowly. After the phone call, Zheng Tan threw his almost dead phone into his bag. At this time, Fang Xiaokang also put away his fishing pole. He asked the driver to help deliver the fish to the farmer. Since he was bored, Zheng Tan saw a small plant next to him. He raised his paw and played with it. Zheng Tan often saw this kind of plant. Could be found everywhere. There was almost no geographical restriction. Are you playing with plantain? Fang Xiaokang held a bun in his hand and nibbled on it as he walked over. He was hungry from fishing. Dinner wouldn't be ready anytime soon, so he asked for a few buns to fill his stomach first. Fang Xiaokang handed the bun that he took a bite out of to Zheng Tan. He asked, "Do you want to eat it?" Zheng Tan looked at the gap on the bun and turned his head. He was very disgusted. "Oh, I remember Associate Professor Jiao said that you don't eat things that others have bitten. Okay, I'll bite off the part that I've bitten." Fang Xiaokang took a few more bites from the gap and handed it to Zheng Tan. "Do you want to eat it?" Zheng Tan. "Are you king insulting my intelligence?" "Forget it. This bun is pretty good. It's made with good pork. I can tell. Fang Xiaokong finished the bun in his hand in a few bites. He then squatted down and looked at the grass in front of Jing Tan. Do you know why this grass is called plantain? Fang Xiaokong asked. Jing Tan paused in the middle of plucking the grass. He really didn't know about this. Perhaps it was because it was too common so he didn't pay much attention to it. In ancient times, whether it was official carriages, private carriages, ox carts, horse carriages, rickshaws, wedding carriages, torture carriages, or war chariots, there would always be this kind of grass on the side of the road. However, why did it have to be called plantain grass and not plantain grass or plantain grass? There was a story that had to be mentioned. In the Han Dynasty there was a famous general called Ma Wu. He was defeated in a battle. Coincidentally, there was a drought and all the crops died. His troops retreated to the wilderness where there was no sign of human habitation. Many people and horses died of thirst. Those who did not die also fell ill and peed blood. Later, a coachman found that a few horses were no longer peeing blood, and they were very energetic. They no longer looked sickly. After observing them, he found that these horses were eating a kind of wild grass. He tried it himself and his condition was much better. Ma Wu asked him where he found the grass. The coachman said that it was in front of the carriage. Ma Wu laughed and said, "What a good plantain grass." Jing Tan listened to Fang Xiaokong's story of the plantain grass. He raised his paw and plucked the grass with wrinkled leaves. He really didn't expect this grass to have such a story and medicinal value. However, after listening to Fang Xiaokong's story, this person also had a lot of feelings for the plantain grass. After telling the story of Ma Wu and the plantain grass, Fang Xiaokong looked into the distance. On the other side of the pond, behind the brick wall with grass and vines growing on it, there were a few wisps of smoke floating in the air. The smell of oil that belonged to a farmer's family was overflowing. My grandfather said that he was like this grass. It was so common that it could be found anywhere and it was easy to find. However, at the right time, it could display its brilliance and make people unable to forget it. Hey, speaking of which, when I was young, I used this grass to cure my mumps. Before that, I never thought that the grass that I stepped on every day would become my own medicine. The driver who came out of the farmer's house saw third young master Fang squatting beside the cat and talking to himself. He suddenly understood why the other members of the Fang family had a helpless expression when they talked about third young master Fang. Sometimes, third young master Fang looked like a lunatic and unreliable. However, at the right time he was sharp enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become the chairman of the Shaoguang group. Everyone in the Fang family knew that every time Fang Xiaokong's career hit a low point or when he was unable to make a decision regarding the important development plans of the group, he would disappear for a period of time. He would say that he was on a business trip to the outside world, but in fact he was going out alone to travel or simply stroll around. Every time Fang Xiaokong returned, the Shaoguang group would experience a huge leap. The driver shook his head. Ordinary people couldn't understand this way of thinking. After he finished speaking, Fang Xiaokong got up and stretched his legs. Then he walked towards the farmer's house while singing a little tune. Walking on the small road in the countryside, the old cow returning at dusk is my companion. Jing Tan stretched his body and looked at the gradually darkening sky as he walked back. 2 days later, Fang Xiaokong finally decided to leave. When he left, he also bought some local specialties, especially the buns made by the farmer's house. Fang Xiaokong liked it very much and also brought them along to eat on the way. Finally, it was time to leave. Jing Tan didn't sleep much the night before or during the day. The main reason was that he was too excited. From here to Chuhua City, if they took the highway, it would take more than 3 hours. If they left in the morning, they would arrive at Chuhua City at noon. They could have lunch there. After all, Chuhua City was a big city. Even if they arrived at the city at noon, it would still take more than 40 minutes to get to Chuhua University. This was under the condition that there was no traffic jam. If there was a traffic jam, it would take even longer. Therefore, when they arrived at noon, they first found a place to have lunch. During lunch, Fang Xiaokong left for a while. When he reappeared, he was wearing a business suit and leather shoes. His hair was combed neatly and not a single strand was out of place. His entire aura had changed. He had the aura of an elite and looked like a boss. He was really pretentious. He didn't know where he put that big backpack. Fang Xiaokong had a new phone in his hand with a new color screen. He didn't know where he hid the previous one. The driver knew that if a similar situation happened again, third young master Fang would be prepared to leave the house. The set of equipment that he put away would definitely be used again. On the way to Chuhua University, Jing Tan listened to Fang Xiaokong talk nonsense with a few bosses in Chuhua City on his phone. He thought about the person who played the guitar and sang "Go Square" in the square. Clothes make the man. He was indeed extraordinary. When they passed by a crossroad, they happened to run into a red light. The car stopped in front of the zebra crossing. Jing Tan stood up and looked to the side. A silver-gray private car slowly drove over. Jing Tan looked at it. Why did it look so familiar? When the silver-gray car stopped beside Jing Tan's off-road vehicle at the red light, Jing Tan saw the person in the driver's seat. At the same time, the person in the driver's seat seemed to have sensed him and turned his head to look at him. Human eyes met cat eyes. *CK. I was wondering why it looked so familiar. So it was this guy. Jing Tan clenched his claws and scurried from the back seat to the front passenger seat. There was a box of local specialties on the front passenger seat. Jing Tan stood on it and narrowed his eyes to look at the person through the window. The person in the silver-gray car was Rin Chong. However, Professor Rin Chong was no longer the person who pretended to be a gentleman. He looked very tired, depressed, and unwilling. Anyone who was forced to leave would be like this, let alone someone like Rin Chong, who always prided himself on being superior and an elite who returned from overseas. Not to mention whether he had any self-esteem or not, with Rin Chong's unwillingness to admit defeat and his unscrupulous nature, how could he calm down after being forced to such a state? How could he not hate? He gritted his teeth. The strong hatred made his face contort. Just as he was thinking about how to retaliate, he turned his head and saw the black cat outside the window. At this moment, Rin Chong felt as if he had been thrown into a tank of liquid nitrogen and would shatter with a single tap. His hatred was replaced by fear. Rin Chong was sure that the cat in the car next door was the one that belonged to Associate Professor Jiao. Although there were many black cats that looked like this one, looking at the way it squinted its eyes, there was no doubt that it was that cat. However, wasn't this cat caught by the cat trafficker and disposed of? Why would it appear here? Why would it appear again? Rin Chong didn't understand and didn't want to believe it. Jing Tan looked at Rin Chong. He already knew that he was caught because of this person in front of him. He was the culprit who almost turned him into a hot pot. Even if Jiao Pa and the others didn't say it explicitly, Jing Tan still analyzed it himself. If he wasn't locked in the car and Rin Chong's window was closed, Jing Tan would definitely jump over and beat this bastard hypocrite to death. *CK. What did my cat do to piss you off? You actually hired a professional cat trafficker to catch me and even used a tranquilizer gun. If it weren't for my special body, I would have been anesthetized to death. Also, the street in the south is full of cat meat restaurants. It's simply a physical and mental torture. Jing Tan looked at Rin Chong with a murderous look. It raised its paw and swiped at its neck. Rin Chong's face immediately turned pale. What kind of cat could make such a murderous and threatening move? Rin Chong had never seen it before. Even when he found someone to dispose of the cat, it was just a guess. But now he really noticed the strangeness of this cat. Then his mind was filled with the black cat's movements just now. Every detail of its movements was magnified in his mind. The murderous look in its eyes, the sharp claws and the swipe in the air. It felt like it was swiping at his neck. It felt cold. Rin Chong shuddered. Just then the light turned green and the SUV started. Rin Chong's car was still in the same place. The cars behind began to honk to urge him, but Rin Chong didn't know. His back was now covered in cold sweat. The things that had happened in the past few days had drained him. He often had nightmares at night all about the black cat. Every time he woke up, he could comfort himself that the cat had been disposed of and that he didn't need to worry. But he didn't expect to meet the cat here. Bang bang bang. The sound of knocking on the car window brought Rin Chong back to reality. King Drive. What are you doing here? Did you bring your brain? It's red light again. *CK. A car owner took advantage of the red light to come out of the car and knock on the door. When the green light turned green again, Rin Chong was still a little out of it. He should have turned left, but he kept driving. When he reacted, he hurriedly made a sharp turn. He didn't control the car well and directly hit the roadside lamp. Chapter 71. Not far from the intersection, there was another inconspicuous car parked there. The person inside was making a phone call. We really didn't do it. We haven't even stopped him and he got into trouble himself. It can only be attributed to fate. Tell Brother Leopard that Rin Chong has been sent to the hospital. We'll see what Brother Leopard says about the rest. We'll call it a day. Chuhua City High-Tech Development Zone, Tianyuan Biology. A person sat opposite Celestine. He was about the same age as Celestine. He had no expression on his face and it was the same when he answered the phone. Celestine had long been used to this. After all, they were buddies who grew up together. What's up? Is there a new situation? Celestine asked. The person opposite him put his phone in his pocket and said, Leopard said that the person got into trouble while driving. They didn't do anything. Celestine was curious. Even if Rin Chong got into trouble, he wouldn't be so crazy that he couldn't drive steadily. Your people really didn't do anything? Didn't they threaten him? No. The person opposite him said affirmatively. Now he's in the hospital. He'll probably stay there for a while. What are you going to do? Celestine thought for a while and waved his hand. Forget it. Ask your people to leave. I'll take care of the rest. The person opposite him nodded, made a brief phone call and sat down again. Howsy, have you thought about the matter I told you last time? Celestine asked. About the transportation? I've already started to choose people, Yi Hao said. That's good. Yuan Ziyi has been urging for the past few days. The quantity of goods is quite large and some of the samples are quite special. He's planning to set up a specialized logistics department after expansion. It's best to decide on the candidates this week. He said he wants to start training as soon as possible. The two of them discussed the candidates again. Yi Hao looked at the time and got up to leave. Before leaving, Yi Hao asked a question. Did you really do all that just for a cat? Yi Hao was referring to some of the things that had happened a while ago, such as the investigation of a group of cat traffickers and the university professor whose surname was Ren. Yi Hao could not understand why these people would make such a big move for a cat. No matter what, it was just a cat. Was it necessary? It could really be called a murder case caused by a cat. Celestine smiled. Yes, my senior still owes that cat a favor. Anyway, it's a very special cat. You'll know when you meet it. Oh, that guy seems to be coming back soon. Yi Hao did not comment on Celestine's words. He patted the corner of his clothes and left. At this moment, Jing Tan, who was sitting in the off-road vehicle, didn't know what had happened in Chuhua City during his absence. When Ren Chang's car hit the street lamp, Jing Tan's car was already far away, so he didn't know what had happened to Ren Chong. When the green light turned green and the two cars separated, Jing Tan was still thinking about when he could take revenge. Fang Xiaokong saw the scene that happened when the car stopped at the red light. As for Ren Chong, Fang Xiaokong had already obtained information about him through some means, so he recognized Ren Chong. He planned to add fuel to the fire when he had the time. When the off-road vehicle was about to arrive at Chuhua University, Jing Tan put aside his other thoughts and looked at the familiar roads and buildings. He couldn't sit still anymore, so he stood on the chair and leaned against the window to look out. After more than a month, the leaves on many trees had grown thick. He didn't know what the compound was like. The off-road vehicle drove in through the main gate of Chuhua University, but Fang Xiaokong and the driver didn't know where the East Side family compound was, so they could only ask along the way. Jing Tan was really impatient. He scratched the window and asked Fang Xiaokong to open it, then he jumped out. The familiar environment made Jing Tan feel relaxed. Jing Tan took a deep breath and smelled the familiar scent in the air. He felt like his heart was about to float. He didn't care about Fang Xiaokong anymore. Jing Tan started running. Even though he had only been away for a month, he had experienced so many things that it felt like years. However, when he set foot in this place again, the familiar route naturally appeared in Jing Tan's mind. The leaves of the sycamore trees by the road had grown so long that they could cover the sky above the road. The noisy birds on campus didn't seem so annoying anymore. Running among the flowers and plants on the side of the road, his originally tired body became lighter and lighter in the wind that blew against his face. What did it feel like to be anxious to return home? Now Jing Tan finally understood. In the off-road vehicle, the driver looked at Fang Xiaokong. Fang Xiaokong gave him a helpless look. Follow me. However, within 2 minutes they couldn't see the cat anymore. Why did the cat run so fast? It's so impatient. Ask the people next to you where the East Side family compound is, Fang Xiaokong said. Fang Xiaokong and the others couldn't find Jing Tan because Jing Tan ran fast and was in the flowers and plants. Another reason was that Jing Tan took a shortcut. After staying at Chuhua University for so long, Jing Tan walked around every day when he had nothing to do. He knew where the shortcuts were. Therefore, in order to reach the East Side family compound as soon as possible, Jing Tan took a shortcut. Seeing the familiar gate of the East Side family compound, Jing Tan couldn't wait to do a few backflips to vent his excitement. The guard uncle had one elbow on the window, supporting his chin as he read the newspaper. Jing Tan's body was too small. From the guard uncle's angle, he couldn't see Jing Tan at all. When they passed by the guardhouse's window, Jing Tan jumped up and slapped the guard's head. The guard uncle was shocked by the sudden slap. When he looked up, he saw a black shadow flash by. He poked his head out and saw the black shadow that had disappeared for more than a month. Oh, Black Charcoal is back? The guard uncle laughed. He didn't care if the cat could respond. Although there were many black cats, he could tell who it was at a glance. Besides, how could someone with bad eyesight be a guard? Seeing the cat walk away, the guard uncle sat back down. He shook the newspaper in his hand and was about to continue reading. However, he suddenly remembered that there was no one in the Jiao family. How was the cat going to get in? Zheng Tan excitedly ran to the Jiao family's building. He jumped up reflexively and rubbed against the card reader. However, there was no reaction at all. Then Zheng Tan remembered that he didn't have an access card around his neck. F***ck, how was he going to get in without a card? Also, if there was no one in the house, he couldn't open the door. It was already past 2 o'clock. There weren't many people going in and out of the building. Maybe someone would come back in the afternoon. Shaking his tail in annoyance, Zheng Tan turned his head to look at Depang's house. The fat man was lying on the balcony, staring at Zheng Tan with his eyes wide open. He was probably still wondering why Zheng Tan had suddenly appeared after disappearing for more than a month. Zheng Tan jumped onto Depang's balcony. He was going to ask the old lady for help. Depang got up and ran over. He stopped in front of Zheng Tan and sniffed. He seemed to be confirming Zheng Tan's identity. Then he raised his paw and patted Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan didn't care about the way Depang greeted him. What he noticed was that after not seeing him for more than a month, this guy seemed to have gotten fatter. His base was also bigger. He probably squatted on instant noodles. Looking from the back, when he ran, his legs were in a figure-8 shape. Looking at Depang now and thinking about the first time he saw him last year, he could only sigh. He still remembered how fresh he was back then. There was still the smell of food in the house. It wasn't the old lady's lunch, but Depang's food. The old lady made all Depang's cat food. Depang's current cat food was made by the old lady. To some extent, the old lady had spoiled him. When Zheng Tan went in, he found the old lady resting. He guessed that she had just fallen asleep. The big bowl on the table was still warm. In front of the old lady's door, Zheng Tan didn't go in immediately. Depang, who was standing next to Zheng Tan, looked like he wanted to stop Zheng Tan, but he was hesitant. Zheng Tan pulled his ear. Look at you. It was as if you were afraid of waking up the old lady. The old lady was old, and it wasn't easy for her to fall asleep. Zheng Tan didn't want to bother the old lady. Besides, he had other ways. Coming out of Depang's house, Zheng Tan was going to find the Jiaopa in the biology building. As for Depang, it was still squatting on the balcony, guarding the old lady. It was like a guard dog. No, it was more responsible than a dog. The security guard, who had been looking out the window, saw Zheng Tan come out. He waved his hand. Black charcoal, come here and wait for a while. Don't run around. Here, I have some small yellow croakers. Before the security guard finished speaking, Zheng Tan ran out like a gust of wind. There was a small path from the eastern courtyard to the biology building. It was closer, so Zheng Tan didn't run into Fang Xiaokang and the others. When he came to the biology building again, Zheng Tan was a little nervous. He hoped that the Jiaopa didn't change offices. Xian and Su Chu weren't in the public laboratory on the first floor. Zheng Tan went to the tree near the Jiaopa's office and looked inside. There were 2 people in the office, and neither of them was the Jiaopa. Xian was teaching Su Chu how to analyze the experimental data. The 2 of them were sitting in front of the computer, typing on the keyboard and writing on the notebook with a pen. Suddenly, they heard the sound of the window behind them. They turned around at the same time and saw a black cat open the screen and jump in. Black charcoal? Xian was surprised. Boss's cat? Didn't you say that it was lost? Su Chu asked. Yesterday, I heard from the boss that someone found it, so I sent it back. I didn't expect it to arrive today. Zheng Tan ignored their words and stared at Su Chu, which made Su Chu's hair stand. Brother, why does it keep staring at me? Su Chu touched his arm and felt goosebumps. The cat's eyes were a little scary. You can change to another chair, Xian said. Okay. Su Chu stood up and pulled a chair across the table. After Su Chu stood up, Zheng Tan jumped onto the small chair and looked at the time on the bottom right corner of the computer. The Jiaopa seemed to have classes in the afternoon, and he didn't know when he would be back. While he was thinking, the office door opened. Associate Professor Jiao walked in with teaching materials. He smiled when he saw the cat's head on the desk. He just received a call from Fang Xiaokang and came over after 1 class. There were 2 more classes and 3 classes in the afternoon. Associate Professor Jiao handed the teaching materials in his hand to Xian. There are 2 more classes. You can go and talk to your juniors. I told them that you will continue to teach them in the next 2 classes. They are all waiting. Xian was speechless. It was the 2nd time this month. Chapter 72. Fang Xiaokong asked the driver to drive the car into the parking lot of the East Side family compound, then waited in front of Block B. They asked where they came from along the way, but the guard refused to let them in. Fang Xiaokong called Associate Professor Jiao and complained, "Your black charcoal threw me away after using me. He didn't even bring me along. Is this how you treat your benefactor?" After receiving confirmation from Associate Professor Jiao, the guard didn't say anything else. He even curiously asked Fang Xiaokong how he knew Associate Professor Jiao's black cat. Fang Xiaokong made up a bunch of nonsense. After all, he definitely wouldn't tell anyone that he was a performer with a cat. Why did Fang Xiaokong always go alone every time he went out to relax? Because he did a lot of stupid things that he didn't want to talk about. Even if he didn't care, the rest of the Fang family cared a lot. Therefore, the Fang family would call Fang Xiaokong every few days to ask him to be more careful outside and not embarrass himself. Fang Xiaokong stood downstairs and looked around in boredom. He had to admit that the old residence area of the university was indeed quieter, making people feel relaxed. It was no wonder that the black cat had been thinking about this place for a long time. As he was looking around, Fang Xiaokong suddenly felt that he was being watched. He looked to the side and looked down. He saw a fat dragonly sitting on the balcony and looking at the two of them. Fang Xiaokong didn't have any special feelings about cats. They were just pets. At most, they were just a little troublesome. But after meeting Jing Tan, Fang Xiaokong began to realize that there were some special cats. And today he saw another cat that was rather special. It was hard to say how special it was, but Fang Xiaokong had this feeling. He looked around, walked to the flower bed, pulled a blade of grass and put it between the railings of the balcony on the first floor to play with the cat. When he tilted his head to avoid the grass that was thrown at him, he saw that the other party was still persistent. He got up and took 2 steps back before squatting down again. The distance it retreated to was just enough that Fang Xiaokong couldn't touch it with the grass in his hand. Fang Xiaokong stretched out his arm and tried, but he still couldn't touch it. He wanted to try another branch, but before he could stop, the old lady came out from her afternoon nap. "What do you want to do to my Pang?" The old lady looked unfriendly. "Hello, I thought this cat was special and wanted to play with it. It's my first time here and I'm here to help Teacher Jiao bring the cat back." Fang Xiaokong calmly retracted his hand and revealed a harmless smile. He then said that he knew Teacher Jiao, who lived on the 5th floor. "Bring a cat? What kind of cat?" the old lady asked. She had heard that the Jiao family didn't want to raise other cats. "A black cat called Black Charcoal. You should know it, right?" "Black Charcoal is back?" Seeing that Fang Xiaokong nodded, the old lady was very happy. In the courtyard, the only cats that she really liked were Pang and Associate Professor Jiao's black cat. When she heard that the Jiao family's Black Charcoal was kidnapped, she was sad for a long time and asked her son to help her find it. She didn't expect him to be back. As they were talking, the Jiaopa arrived on his scooter. Jing Tan was squatting in the basket in front of the scooter. "Hey, it really is Black Charcoal. It's good that we found it," the old lady said. The Jiaopa parked the scooter and said a few words to the old lady. He opened the building's door and took Fang Xiaokong upstairs. As for Jing Tan, he rushed upstairs as soon as the door was opened. When he climbed to the 3rd floor, Jing Tan stopped. The door to Professor Lolan's 3rd floor was ajar. There were sounds of people moving inside. Jing Tan pushed the door open and walked in. The floor had just been mopped and wasn't dry yet. There was a muddy smell in the room. Professor Lulan probably moved a few pots of flowers back from the small flower bed and transplanted some plants. After he was done, there would be many muddy footprints in the room. Therefore, every time he was done, Old Man Lan would thoroughly mop the floor. Jing Tan walked in. He had just run outside, so there was still some mud on his toes. Therefore, when Jing Tan walked, he left some muddy footprints on the floor. Old Man Lan came from the balcony with a flower pot in his hand. When he saw Jing Tan in the living room, he was stunned. "Black Charcoal?" Old Man Lan asked tentatively. Jing Tan ignored him. He looked around the room and didn't see Old Lady Zhai. When Old Lady Zhai wasn't around, Old Man Lan's temper was hard to control. Looking at the muddy footprints under his feet, Jing Tan turned and ran out of the door. "Hey little bastard, it's really you? Look at the footprints you made." When he saw the cat stretch its neck to look into the room, Old Man Lan was sure that it was the cat from the 5th floor. Although Old Man Lan was scolding loudly, Jing Tan, who had already run out, didn't see the smile in the old man's eyes. Fang Xiaokong, who had just passed by the 3rd floor, heard Old Man Lan scolding. He said to the Jiaopa who was leading the way, "Your cat is very famous and popular." "Yes, everyone in the quad knows him," the Jiaopa laughed. When the Jiaopa opened the door, Jing Tan rushed in first. He ran to the sofa and rolled around, then walked around the small room. Many of the furnishings in the room were still the same as when he left. There were no changes and there was no smell of other cats. This made Jing Tan very happy. It meant that the Jiao family still valued him. After Fang Xiaokang entered, he pulled a chair and sat down. He watched as Jing Tan rolled around on the sofa and patrolled the area. After patrolling, he even went to the toilet to pee, then ran to the balcony and howled twice. Then the quad was filled with dog barking and cat meowing. Jing Tan didn't care about Fang Xiaokang and the others. He was now excited to be home. After howling a few times, his excitement gradually calmed down. Everyone in the Eastern District, I'm back. In the afternoon, Zhao Le came over and bought a few bags of food. Some of it was for the two children of the Jiao family, but most of it was for Jing Tan. He said that it was to help Jing Tan get over the shock and to celebrate his return. Because of this, Fang Xiaokang laughed at Zhao Lu for a long time. Jiao Ma also came back a little earlier today. She was now teaching in the middle school. After receiving a call from the Jiao Pa, she asked for leave and came back first. The Jiao family was very grateful to Fang Xiaokang and invited him to stay for dinner, but Fang Xiaokang refused. He still had a lot of things to do in Chuhua City. After relaxing for so long, he had to throw himself into the busy business and various dinner parties again. He didn't have much time to stay here. This time he was only here to send the cat over. If he needed to go out in the future, he might come back to look for the black cat. Before leaving, Fang Xiaokang left behind the souvenirs that Jing Tan had picked on the way back, a platinum membership card of the Shaoguang Hotel, and Fang Xiaokang's personal business card. The Jiao Pa, who already knew a little about the situation from Zhao Lu, couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Fang Xiaokang's business card. He didn't expect this person to be a big shot. His cat was really lucky. The Jiao family was filled with a joyous atmosphere that night. Jing Tan, after more than a month of wandering, finally had someone to help him brush his fur again. Then at night he crawled into little Pomelo's bed again. The next day when Jing Tan opened his eyes, he was still a little dazed. After waiting for 2 seconds, he realized that he was really back this time. Waking up with the two children and eating breakfast together was also a very enjoyable process. After experiencing the wandering experience, Jing Tan felt that this kind of life was really too damn good. He didn't have to think of ways to steal things through the window, and he didn't have to be afraid of being chased and beaten after being discovered. Because of Jing Tan's arrest, the Jiao family was nervous when Jing Tan went out for a walk. However, after a few days they found that nothing had happened. Everything was still the same as before, so they were a little relieved. Now, many places in the school had been replaced with new cameras, and the management was a little stricter. There were also cameras installed in several places in the family compound. Of course, these cameras were only installed in some public places, and wouldn't invade the privacy of the staff in the family compound. During the time that Jing Tan was back, even if he went out, he would always walk around in the family compound with Depang, Huang, and the sheriff. They hadn't seen each other for more than a month. Other than Depang becoming chubbier, Huang and the sheriff hadn't changed much. They were basically the same as before, but they were a little more excited when they saw Jing Tan. After sending the two children and the Jiao Ma out of the compound in the morning, Jing Tan and the 3 cats, who were out for a walk, wandered around the compound. At this time, there were many people in the compound who were either working or going to school. There weren't many people outside. Jing Tan was a little bored. Although life here was very comfortable, it was too comfortable and it made Jing Tan a little bored. After 2 steps, Jing Tan's ears twitched, and he looked at a building. This was a corner of the eastern compound, and the building that Jing Tan was looking at was the innermost building of the eastern compound. Usually, even if it wasn't working hours, there weren't many people walking here. Jing Tan followed the sound and walked to the building. After confirming the source of the sound, he went to the balcony of a resident on the 1st floor. He jumped onto the balcony railing, walked from the railing to the window, and then jumped onto the windowsill. The door to the balcony of the bedroom with the balcony was closed, and the windows were also closed. However, the curtains inside weren't drawn, and were only half drawn, so Jing Tan could see the situation in the room clearly from the window that wasn't covered. In the room, a young man and woman were kissing passionately. They looked like they had just come back from outside and they were wearing clothes. However, now their clothes were being taken off piece by piece as the two moved. Jing Tan didn't expect to see such a hot scene in the morning, so he was very excited. He stood on the windowsill and put his head in front of the window, almost sticking to the glass on the window to look inside. Depang, who was squatting in the grass near the flower bed and squinting his eyes to bask in the sun, saw Jing Tan staying by the window and curiously walked over. Although he had become fat again, his jumping ability was still very good, and he easily jumped onto the balcony railing. Then he walked to Jing Tan's side and tilted his head to look inside. Jing Tan noticed the movement next to him and looked at De Pang, thinking to himself, "Can you King understand?" After a few seconds, Huang and the sheriff, who were playing with bugs outside, also came over. The four cats squeezed on the windowsill and looked inside through the window that wasn't covered. The man and woman inside had already taken off their clothes and were lying on the bed. The foreplay was almost done and they were ready to take off their condoms and go for it. The woman lying on the bed inadvertently glanced at the window. Then, with a loud shout, she kicked the man in the chest and directly kicked him off the bed. Chapter 73. Go away. Along with the go away, a pen holder on the desk by the window was thrown out to hit the cats. But the four cats dodged too fast, and the pen holder fell to the ground along with the pen inside. The window over there was a bang sound and the curtains were pulled to the end. No one could see what was going on inside. Jing Tan looked at the closed curtains and was a little disappointed. He didn't expect to be discovered. Shaking his head, Jing Tan turned to leave, but he saw Huang walk over there and look at a marker pen that fell out of the pen holder on the ground. It raised its paw and poked at it, then suddenly jumped around the marker pen like a kangaroo, rolled on the ground and played with it with its paw as if it had found a new toy. The sheriff watched for a while not far away, and came over to play with the pen with Huang Erwo. Jing Tan sighed. So, these cats didn't understand what they had just seen. In their eyes, live-action movies were not as attractive as a broken marker pen. Lying on the grass and basking in the sun, Jing Tan jumped onto a tree and waited for Jiao Ma and the others to come back at noon. Although Jing Tan had brought the access card with him, there was no one at home, and Jing Tan didn't want to be alone at home. Being outside for more than a month really did affect him and he couldn't sit still at home. In the afternoon he still had to go to Xiaoguo's place. Xiaoguo only knew that Jing Tan was back yesterday, and said that he was going to pick up Jing Tan today. Jing Tan had been away for more than a month, and he heard that Xiaoguo's pet advertisement wasn't going very well. Xiaoguo was used to Jing Tan's high efficiency. When other cats in the store replaced him, not only was Xiaoguo anxious, but the other staff members also wanted to smash the equipment. This time they really understood the helplessness of those who made animal movies. Sometimes it wasn't just throwing food to make animals listen to you. During the filming process, a little other factor could make all the efforts go to waste. As Xiaoguo's requirements for advertising became higher and higher, the cats in the store could no longer meet the new standards. The starting point was too high. As a result, once Jing Tan was not around, Xiaoguo had to spend more time, energy and money to come up with a comparable advertisement. The good thing was that most of the time it was just pictures. The video version couldn't be taken out, so there was no need to spend a lot of money on it. Many people who knew Xiaoguo asked him why he didn't have the video version anymore. Xiaoguo's reason was that the star cat had been brought back by its owner. As for when he would have the video version again, he wasn't sure. When he found out that Jing Tan had returned, Xiaoguo almost rushed over to the east courtyard. However, he had too many things on hand, so he delayed it for a day. Jiaoma didn't have any classes in the afternoon, so she took a day off and personally brought Jing Tan over. Xiaoguo said that Jing Tan should go over and get used to the environment first. At the same time, Jing Tan also had a thorough physical examination. When the cat first came back, Jiaoma saw that it looked the same as when it had left more than a month ago. It also ate a lot. Other than being a little excited, there was nothing wrong with it. It was in good spirits and had no external injuries. After taking its temperature, it was normal. The cat had been with Fang Xiaokong and the others for a long time, but Fang Xiaokong didn't say anything about it being sick. Jiaoma didn't send her cat over to Xiaoguo's place. After all, if she sent her cat over, her cat would probably be busy again. Jiaoma had heard a little about Xiaoguo's situation. She didn't want to send her cat over, so she wanted to delay it for a few more days. She didn't expect to hear the news so soon. Jing Tan hadn't been to the pet center for a long time. He didn't see Li Yuanba and Peanut Candy. He heard that they had just gone out for a walk. After checking Jing Tan and making sure that he was healthy, Jiaoma was relieved. She went to the studio where the advertisement was shot and sat down to watch Xiaoguo and the others shoot. The people in the studio saw Jing Tan as if they had seen their savior. For the past month, every shoot was torture. Without comparison, they couldn't tell the difference. In the past, they thought that such an ordinary black cat was nothing special, except that it was a little smarter than other cats. After more than a month of experience, they knew that this was a big mistake. Jiaoma sat next to them and saw the expressions of the staff when they saw her cat and couldn't help but praise it. She smiled proudly. Today they only did some simple activities to let Jing Tan get used to it. In the future, Xiaoguo would come every 2 weeks. If there were special circumstances, Xiaoguo would call the Jiao family. Logically speaking, the advertisement didn't need to be shot so frequently. 1 or 2 would be enough, but Xiaoguo had his own plans. Jing Tan didn't care. After all, he had nothing to do and could earn some pocket money. After leaving the pet center, Jiao Ma didn't go home directly. Instead, she took Jing Tan to the affiliated hospital. There was a residential area next to the affiliated hospital. There were teachers and doctors from the affiliated hospital nearby, as well as some students who rented rooms here. However, the rent here was slightly more expensive, so there weren't many students here. Even if there were, they were either from wealthy families or graduate students at Tsinghua University. At the moment, in room 302 on the 3rd floor of the affiliated hospital building, Bai Yang, a third-year graduate student at the School of Management of Tsinghua University, was writing a thesis on the computer. After the internship in market research, there was a lot of data to be processed. He hoped to sort out a few reports as soon as possible. After graduation, these reports and theses published in foreign magazines would become his personal calling card when he entered society. Therefore, people like him were working very hard. While Bai Yang was typing on the keyboard, a cat jumped on the desk. The cat's back and tail were yellow with tiger stripes. Its belly was white. It was about 8 months old. The cat meowed twice. Bai Yang kept staring at the computer and ignored it. Seeing that Bai Yang was ignoring it, the cat squatted by the desk and looked at Bai Yang. Then it looked at some things on the desk. There was a pen. It raised its paw and moved it. Patter. The 2B pencil fell to the ground. The sharpened tip was broken. The cat tilted its head and looked at the pencil that fell to the ground. Then it turned its attention back to the desk. There was an eraser. It raised its paw and moved it. The eraser was thrown off the edge of the desk. Looking at the eraser that fell to the ground and bounced twice, the cat looked at the other things on the desk again. There was a cup of warm coffee next to it. Only half of the cup was drunk. The cat went up and sniffed the cup. It was not interested. Then it turned its attention to the computer. It looked at the mouse moving on the computer screen. It raised its paw and chased after the mouse. Bai Yang pushed it to the side. Stop fooling around. Go play by yourself. After that, he continued to organize his thesis. But the cat did not give up so easily. It pressed the keyboard and blocked the screen. Bai Yang had no choice but to carry it off the desk. Go to bed and sleep. Meow. The cat squatting on the floor saw that Bai Yang was ignoring it again. It meowed twice and did not get a response. It went to the other side of the desk and jumped on it. There was a piggy bank there. Next to the piggy bank was a wooden pen holder. There was only a gap between the 2 items. The cat did not leave. Instead, it squeezed between the 2 items and knocked the pen holder over. Then it slowly walked to Bai Yang's side. There was a pen on the open notebook. The cat looked at the pen for 2 seconds. Then it raised its paw and moved it. Patter. The pen fell to the ground. Bai Yang processed the data in the Excel and was ready to record it in the notebook. However, he found that the pen on the notebook was missing. He looked at the floor. The pen, eraser, and some plush pendants were thrown on the floor. Bai Yang let out a long sigh and bent down to pick up the pen from the computer chair. Seeing that, the cat lay on the edge of the table and stretched its arm and bent its palm to scratch the hair on the back of Bai Yang's head. Are you done fooling around? Bai Yang got up and roared. Meow, meow your ass. Bai Yang rubbed his forehead. He already regretted promising Li Xiaoqian to raise the cat. The cat was called Dodo. It was named by Li Xiaoqian. Dodo was probably abandoned by the students in the school after they raised it. When Li Xiaoqian picked it up, it was splashed with soy milk. Its whole body was covered in dust. It was skinny and hunched pitifully on the lawn. When the wind blew, it would tremble. As long as someone walked by, it would run away as if it was frightened. After Li Xiaoqian fed it a few times, she gradually became familiar with it. Later, she simply brought it home. Since Jiao Ma was hospitalized, Li Xiaoqian often helped to take care of her. Later, Li Xiaoqian also helped when Jiao Ma came to the hospital for a follow-up visit. In addition, Jiao Pa and Li Xiaoqian's mentor were more familiar, so Jiao Ma had a good impression of this medical schoolgirl. She would chat with her when they met. She knew that Li Xiaoqian picked up a cat to raise. Jiao Ma even saw Dodo a few times. 2 weeks ago, Li Xiaoqian followed her mentor to study abroad. She asked Bai Yang to help raise it. Then Bai Yang's bitter life began. In the first 2 days, Dodo was still very obedient and didn't run around. However, it completely changed after getting familiar with it. It threw the cup, scratched the sheet, and messed around everywhere. The good thing was that the cat didn't make much noise. It might be because it was castrated. It didn't run out. Even if it opened the door, it didn't run out. It was probably scared of staying outside. After Dodo was familiar with the environment, it was curious about everything in the room. It also wanted to smell the coffee that Bayang made. Although it didn't lick it, its whiskers touched the inside. There were also 2 short cat hairs floating on the surface of the coffee. Bayang really couldn't drink it. Not only that, but it also stretched out its paw to poke the coffee cup. If it wasn't for Bayang's quick hand, the coffee cup would have been sacrificed again. Bayang would be scolded by Li Xiaoqin when he broke a cup lid. This cat broke 3 cups in just 2 weeks. Li Xiaoqin didn't say anything when they were chatting online. When both of them finally had time to do an international video call, this cat even snatched the video time. As for sharpening its claws, except for the scratching board, it scratched everything else. The cat's claws could be seen on the curtains, sheets, quilt covers, sofa, clothes, and the jeans that Bayang was wearing now. Sleeping at night, he was woken up by the pressure in the middle of the night. The pressure on the chest could easily make people have nightmares. When Bayang woke up, he could see the lump on his chest. Sometimes the cat would directly get into the quilt. Not only did it get into the quilt, but it also made a lot of trouble from the head of the bed to the end of the bed, left to right. It would take a long time before it could calm down and sleep. What made Bayang depressed the most was F***ck, it was still lying on my lap when I watched a movie at night. How can I touch it? Even if you can, why don't you try touching it? With the cat's nature, it would definitely come over and scratch. It was said that when cats were lonely, they would take the initiative to come over and be intimate with you. It sounded beautiful. But the problem was that when it was lonely, Bayang was busy and disoriented. Looking at the cat that caused all kinds of trouble in front of him, Bayang wanted to slap it. But he couldn't slap it. He promised Li Xiaoqin that he would take good care of the cat. Li Xiaoqin said that Associate Professor Jiao's cat was well-behaved and considerate. It knew to visit Ms. Gu when she was sick and helped to pick up the children every day. Chapter 74. When Bayang was staring at Dodo, he suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. Who is it? Bayang's tone wasn't very good. There was still anger in his words when he roared at the cat just now. When he opened the door and saw the person standing at the door, Bayang was a little embarrassed. Teacher Gu, it's you. Please come in. Bayang quickly wiped the chair. The chair was crawled on by the cat. Usually he didn't wipe it when no one came. Zheng Tan came out from the bag carried by the Jiaoma. He looked around and saw the cat squatting on the table. Teacher Gu, is this cat yours? Bayang handed over a cup of tea and asked. Yeah, my family's black charcoal. I lost it because of some things before. I just asked someone to help me find it a few days ago. Because her family's cat came back, the Jiaoma had a smile on her face recently. Oh, this is black charcoal. Bayang looked at the black cat that jumped on a chair. Is this the black cat that Li Xiaoqin has been praising? Zheng Tan noticed Bayang's gaze and turned his head to look at him. When Bayang and Zheng Tan's gaze met, his heart skipped a beat. He always felt that the cat in front of him was a bit strange. Perhaps he was used to Dodo's antics. When he suddenly saw such a calm and even cold cat, he felt inexplicably weird. It was as if the person sitting in front of him wasn't a cat but a stranger. If Bayang really had to choose, he would still rather choose Dodo. If he wanted to roar when he was angry, he would just roar at it and teach it a little lesson. However, when facing this black cat, Bayang felt that his aura was a bit incompatible. He probably couldn't even roar at it. Zheng Tan ignored Bayang and turned his head to look at the cat squatting on the table again. The cat seemed to dislike strangers and unfamiliar cats, especially male ones. The gaze it looked at Zheng Tan with vigilance and strong vigilance. It was probably bullied outside. Therefore, Zheng Tan just sat on the chair and didn't go up to greet him. After wandering outside for a while, Zheng Tan was more sensitive to the psychological emotions of many people and cats. He could detect the emotional changes of others. This keen observation ability also saved Zheng Tan some trouble outside, just like Li Yuanba could distinguish who needed to be avoided and who needed to be treated with a tough attitude. Jiaoma brought some canned cat food this time. She bought it when she went to Xiaoguo's store. Before Li Xiaoqin went abroad, Jiaoma told her not to worry and said that she would often come over to help take care of the cats. Therefore she kept her promise. She happened to be free this afternoon, so she brought some things over to take care of Dodo and also helped to pass on some words. Bayang was about to graduate, and his job hadn't been confirmed yet. Although he had several choices, Bayang hadn't given him a definite answer. Jiaopa also wanted to poach Bayang after knowing about it. Tianyuan biology still lacked excellent management talents, so Jiaoma also came over to mention it. Of course, it was still up to the individual whether to go or not. A forcibly picked melon isn't sweet. Jiao Ma handed an invitation letter and an explanation document that Yuan Zi sorted out to Bai Yang. After a brief discussion, she left with Zheng Tan again. After they left, Bai Yang looked at the document in his hand again and carefully put it into the drawer. He looked at Dodo, who was squatting on the edge of the table. You have to be serious when there are outsiders. Meow dash, why? Do you have a problem with it? Bai Yang took Dodo down from the edge of the table and continued to sort out the thesis. Even if Dodo climbed onto his lap again, he didn't throw it down again. When he returned to the Eastern District compound, Zheng Tan saw Celestine standing downstairs. Speaking of which, Zheng Tan hadn't seen Celestine for a long time. Since Celestine moved to the company, they rarely met. Only occasionally when Celestine called Jiao Pa would he greet Zheng Tan. Little Wei, why are you here? Why didn't you call me when you came? You just stood here and waited, said Jiao Ma. Celestine smiled. I asked the guard. He said that you took black charcoal out. I saw that it was almost time for school to end, and you guys were coming back soon, so I didn't call you. As he said that, he looked at the black charcoal waiting in front of the door. Black charcoal, long time no see. Zheng Tan pulled his ears and hummed twice as a greeting. Still the same old, don't like to talk to people. Sai, I was going to take you out to play, said Celestine. Jiao Ma, who was about to swipe the card to open the door, and Zheng Tan, who was about to enter, heard Celestine's words and turned their heads to look at Celestine. Cough, let's go in first. Celestine scratched his head. He could see that Jiao Ma was a little disapproving. She was probably nervous about the cat incident. Zheng Tan was very interested. After all, he had nothing to do in school all day. After wandering outside for more than a month, he was getting bolder. Little Wei, you know that black charcoal was caught. It's not easy for him to come back, and now we are all worried about him. For example, I personally brought him to the pet center for a checkup today. I didn't bother Xiaogua, said Jiao Ma. Of course I know that. But I also told Teacher Jiao about this, said Celestine. What did he say? Jiao Ma suddenly had a bad feeling. Teacher Jiao said that it's up to black charcoal to decide on his own. Actually, Celestine didn't think that Jiao Pa would say that when he asked him. After all, who would let a cat make its own decisions? Even if this cat was different from other cats, it was still just a cat. Jiao Ma thought for a while and said, where do you want to bring him to play? Don't worry about that. It's in the city. It's the territory of one of my buddies. We're going there so that they can recognize him. If black charcoal runs away or something happens in the future, they can help. I've asked them to look for cats before. The cat traffickers' secret transportation line was provided by them. Besides, black charcoal won't run away. I've only brought him out once before. Seeing that Jiao Ma was staring at him, Celestine coughed and didn't say anything else. It wasn't good to bring the cat out without the owner's permission. Even if nothing unexpected happened after that, it was still a bad thing to act first and report later. Black charcoal, what's your decision? Jiao Ma asked. She knew that her cat was different from the rest. It could understand human language, but what Celestine said made her worried. Her cat had finally come back and it hadn't even been quiet for a few days. If it had to go out with these people again, what if it became wild? Zheng Tan, who was squatting on the coffee table, looked at the Jiao Ma on his left, and then looked at Celestine on his right. He lowered his head and moved to the right again and again. Zheng Tan didn't need to look to know that the Jiao Ma must be feeling bad. However, he really didn't want to be locked up forever. After all, he was still a human and a young soul. Sometimes he would be as lazy as a cat. He could stay in the courtyard and bask in the sun for a while, but he didn't want to be locked up here forever. He had to admit that the trip outside had stimulated his restlessness. When he was still a human, Zheng Tan liked to drive around when he was bored. Even now he was a cat and it was the same. Jiao Ma was silent for a while, and then waved her hand. Okay. It chose to do what it wants. Will it come home tonight? Don't worry about that. I'll be following it. Even if it can't come home tonight, I'll bring it back the next day. I won't leave it outside all the time. Also, I won't take it out every day, Celestine promised. Jiao Ma nodded. Stay here for dinner. It's dinner time anyway. Celestine didn't stay this time. He said that he had something to do outside, and that he would come back tomorrow afternoon to pick up the cat. After Celestine left, Jiao Ma called Jiao Pa. The first thing she asked was about Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan didn't know what Jiao Pa said. Jiao Ma didn't seem to agree, but she didn't ask any more questions. At that moment, Associate Professor Jiao was sitting in his office. After hanging up the phone, he rubbed his eyebrows. He knew that Celestine must have something he needed his cat's help with. He was going to reject it, but he remembered the phone call he had with Fang Xiaokong 2 days ago. When Fang Xiaokong found out that he had a company with Yuan Zi and a few others, he also helped a little and promoted a business deal. With third young master Fang as the middleman, the other party gave Tianyuan Biotech a lot of face, and the two parties quickly reached a cooperation agreement. Yuan Zi was excited for a long time. The company's development was faster than Yuan Zi had expected, and it was much smoother. And the accelerator was a cat. After that, Yuan Zi even wanted to come over and worship the cat, but Jiaopa rejected him. It was better not to let everyone know about this. Before Fang Xiaokong left Chuhua, he gave Associate Professor Jiao a call. The two talked about Jing Tan. Before hanging up, Fang Xiaokong said, "Don't always restrain your cat. Black charcoal is destined to be uncontrollable, and it's not something an ordinary person can control. Your cat is very smart. Loosen your grip. Who knows, it might give you a big surprise." Associate Professor Jiao didn't care if it was a surprise or not. He only wanted his cat to be healthy. The next day, Jing Tan was lying on a tree branch in the courtyard taking a nap. In the morning he wandered around the courtyard, but he was bored, so he ran around the campus. In the afternoon he had nothing to do, so he could only lie there and recharge his energy. Celestine said that he would take him out tonight. After dinner, Celestine arrived. In this month, the sky was still bright after dinner. Jing Tan followed Celestine downstairs. Celestine didn't ride his motorcycle this time. Instead, he drove a small car that didn't look like much. However, even if it didn't look good, it was still a four-wheeled car. It was much better than being carried in a backpack while riding the motorcycle. "I borrowed this car from someone." "Don't shit on the seat." Celestine sat in the driver's seat and said to Jing Tan, who was squatting in the back seat. Chapter 75. Sitting in the back seat, Jing Tan looked at the scenery outside the car window to determine the route Celestine was taking. Jing Tan knew that he wasn't very smart, but his memory was good. He still remembered the route he took in Fang Xiaokong's car last time. Connecting that to the city map, Jing Tan could roughly guess where the destination was. Although it wasn't the center of the city, it was still in a bustling area. It was different from the bustling area around Chuhua University. This area was truly a commercial area. The area around Chuhua University was mostly occupied by students. But here, most of the people were office workers. Most of them were white-collar workers and successful people. Most of the rich people in Chuhua City were also concentrated in this area. The car drove on the main road and stopped for a while at a red light. Jing Tan looked at the road sign outside the car window. The name of the street on the sign was familiar. He looked at the surrounding towering buildings and was attracted by the big Shaoguang Hotel sign. "Damn, isn't this the hotel marked on the membership card that third Uncle Fang gave me?" Jing Tan moved closer to the car window to take a look. He didn't know much about design and couldn't describe the characteristics of this building. But looking at this hotel, he felt that the sharpness and coldness of the city that was piled up by steel and cement had softened a lot. It had a bit of the freshness of a rising star, but it didn't lose the domineering aura of a rising star. It was obvious that Fang Xiaokong must have spent a lot of effort on the design of this building. While Jing Tan was looking at the building outside the window, Celestine turned his head to look at Jing Tan and said, "The Shaoguang Hotel is just outside. I heard that you have a good relationship with the third Master Fang?" Third Master Fang? Fang Xiaokong sure had a lot of nicknames. But it wasn't a good relationship. They had a lot of performing together. Celestine didn't expect the cat to answer his question. He had heard a lot of rumors about Fang Xiaokong. He was a legendary person but also an unpredictable person. Celestine always felt that the third Master Fang was like a cat. It was hard to guess what he would think or do next. Maybe the brain of a genius was different from that of a normal person? Celestine shook his head. The green light was already on, so he continued to drive. When they arrived at their destination, the sky was already dark. The surrounding streets were lit, ready to welcome the people out at night. Celestine drove the car to a large bar. He parked the car in the parking lot. Then he brought Jing Tan out. It wouldn't be good to enter through the front door. According to the rules, pets were not allowed to enter. But if Celestine wanted to bring a pet, the people guarding the door wouldn't really stop him. However, Celestine knew that this wasn't good. He didn't want to enter through the front door. He called out to Jing Tan and prepared to enter through the side door. There was a door on the side for internal personnel. The people guarding there were actually stricter than the people at the front door. They were also much more skilled. After Jing Tan got out of the car, she looked at the bar in front of her. Although she hadn't entered, Jing Tan seemed to have felt the explosive and hot atmosphere inside. She thought that she would never be able to return to that kind of life and would never be able to set foot in such a place again. Every time he saw those bars, even if it was just a small one, he could recall the life of luxury. Looking back, it was like yesterday. Not everyone who came to the bar was like Jing Tan in the past. Bars weren't necessarily associated with depravity and decadence. With the rapid development of the economy, the consumption level of the city was getting higher and higher. Most people clearly felt that the burden on their shoulders was getting heavier and heavier. With the popularity of fashion and the change of social ethos, the local bars gradually became the new favorite of the young people. At the same time, they gradually became the new entertainment and relaxation places. After a busy day, there would always be unsatisfactory work, unsatisfactory career, emotional and other pressures that would increase people's burden. Those would always make people feel tired and numb. Every time this happened, many people would invite a few friends to go to the bar together. For a short period of self-indulgence, they would vent the pressure in their hearts and learn to release. They would temporarily put aside the work reports and the deception and make life more colorful. Jing Tan looked up at the large bar. It wasn't at the front, so he couldn't see the sign on the front. However, there was also a sign on the side of the roof. Night Building, Ye Club. Compared to its English name, Jing Tan still felt that the name Night Building sounded better. Many times, the English and Chinese names didn't necessarily have the same meaning. Different people had different understandings. Since the owner of this bar chose these two names, he must have his reasons. Night Building was located in Chuhua City, a bustling area with countless white-collar elites. There were also many salaried people around, so it was inevitable that business would be good every day. Convenient transportation also allowed all customers to arrive here smoothly. It wasn't limited to the population of the area. As for whether it could retain customers, it depended on Night Building's means. However, Jing Tan saw that the parking lot was almost full. Many people were surging here before the sky was completely dark. The popularity of this bar was indeed good. Groups of people walked over from the street one after another. Jing Tan looked at those people with some envy, but he didn't expect to suddenly see a familiar figure. Jing Tan's senses were now very sharp. He also believed in his own judgment. Even if the figure across the street was blocked by people walking past, Jing Tan could still capture the image. Looking at the figure, Jing Tan was sure that he definitely knew the person. As for who it was, Jing Tan wasn't sure. In order to figure it out, Jing Tan ignored Celestine's greeting and walked across the street. Seeing that the cat ignored him and walked out, Celestine cursed in a low voice and lifted his feet to follow. At this time, everyone was only looking at the brightly lit building and their destination. They didn't pay attention to whether there was a cat around, let alone a black cat. Under such visual conditions, it wasn't easy to notice. Besides, no one would think that there would be a cat walking around in this place at this time. Jing Tan looked at the cars coming and going. Taking advantage of the slight gap between the cars, he rushed to the other side of the street, opposite Night Building. Directly opposite the door of Night Building on the other side of the street, there was a person squatting under the lamppost. He seemed to be very young. The man held a cigarette in his hand, but he rarely took a puff. His eyes were fixed on the Night Building across the street. His eyes were filled with yearning and confusion, and his whole body was filled with a sense of disappointment. Everyone had seen a lot of people like this. In the commercial city, there were a lot of people who had failed to achieve their goals or were full of ambition. After climbing to a high position, they were mercilessly slapped down to the ground and suffered so much that they wished they were dead. There were a lot of people like this in the city every day. The people around them were already used to it. Even if a person was dead drunk and fell on the side of the road, no one would care. When the sanitation workers swept the floor in the morning, they would just calmly sweep past him with a big broom. This was the indifference of the bustling metropolis, the social norm under the cruel reality. The young man with the blue stubble put his hand that was not holding the cigarette into his hair and pushed his hair back. He knew what he looked like now. He had no image to speak of. His hair was like a chicken's nest and he had not bathed for a few days. His body smelled. He remembered the dirty stray dog with its tail between its legs when he went to buy breakfast in the morning. Its fur was yellow, but it was not the kind of yellow that was golden. It had the color of dead leaves, and the knotted long hair with some mud drooped down messily, covering its eyes. It looked at the people around it who were hurrying around and would hide to the side with its tail between its legs. When it ran, it was obvious that it was limping. When it stopped, it would look at the people walking around as if it was looking for something or looking forward to something. He remembered that when he pushed away the hair that almost covered the dog's eyes from its forehead, he saw a pair of eyes. With expectation and pleading, it was so piercing that he did not even have the courage to look at it for a second more. In the end, he only left a small bun with little meat and ran away in embarrassment. He was afraid that he would become like this stray dog. It was just that the stray dog still had a bun from him, but what about himself? Perhaps the way he looked now was the original taste of being a stray. Did he make the wrong choice? He did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, and he had hit his head until it was bleeding. Should he turn back? But he was really not reconciled. The young man was thinking with his head down when he suddenly felt the cigarette in his hand being pushed. He looked up and saw a pair of black cat claws. He looked up again and saw a pair of cat eyes with curiosity. Blinking, the young man was stunned for a few seconds. Apparently, he had not recovered from his contemplation. After he finally reacted, he was puzzled again. They had passed through several big cities and seen many black cats. Those cats were only similar in appearance but not in spirit. However, the cat in front of him was real. It was very similar to a certain idiot who knocked on the bottle. Was his eyes playing tricks on him? Was he hallucinating because he did not eat dinner and his brain was not supplying enough energy? Black charcoal. Why are you running around? If something really happens to you, how am I going to explain it to your cat parents? Wei Ling walked over angrily. He was so scared when he saw the cat crossing the road that he broke out in a cold sweat. Damn. Black charcoal, it's really you? The young man's eyes flashed with surprise, and the gloominess from his contemplation faded a little. Oh, you know him? Celestine looked at the sloppy young man squatting on the ground and looked at Jing Tan. Jing Tan ignored Celestine. He was just curious about how Ajin made himself look like this. Where were the other 4 people? Where did they go? Didn't they say that they had formed a band and the 5 of them acted together? I saw him once more than 20 days ago and he did us a big favor. Hey, is that Mr. Fong not here? Ajin looked around and made sure that he did not see Mr. Fong with the SLR camera. Celestine raised his eyebrows. More than 20 days ago. At that time the cat was still outside. It seemed to be with the 3rd Master Fong? Okay, don't stay here. Let's find a place to sit down and talk. Celestine called Jing Tan and waved to Ajin, indicating that he should follow. Where are we going? Ajin hurriedly threw the cigarette butt in his hand into the trash can 1 meter away and asked. Celestine pointed to the opposite night building. There. Ajin staggered and directly knelt down. He almost knelt down in front of Jing Tan and Celestine. Jing Tan. Should I put 3 more incense sticks? Young man, you really don't have to do this. Celestine said. Chapter 76. Although it was true that his legs were numb from squatting for too long, Ajin was indeed surprised. He was not surprised that Celestine said he wanted to enter the night building. There were many people who went to the night building, so there was nothing to be surprised about. What he was surprised about was that the other party seemed to want to bring a cat in. Could a cat enter a bar? It was the dignified night building. In the past few days, Ajin had come here almost every night. He squatted across the street and watched the people on the street go in. He watched the invited bands go in, and then squatted outside in a daze until someone came out. He heard which band or singer people were talking about when they came out. This made Ajin envious. He always thought that one day he could also become the topic of these people's discussion. However, now they could not even enter a small bar, let alone the famous night building. It was only a street away, but it was like a natural chasm. However, Ajin did not expect that a moment ago, it was a natural chasm, and the next moment he was told that he could go in with them. Well, no matter what the other party's purpose was, it was worth it to have a chance to see the night building. Ajin followed Celestine and Jing Tan across the street and then walked in from the side door. This surprised Ajin. After seeing Celestine, the person guarding the side door called out, "Brother Ling," and then looked at Ajin curiously. This was a new face. He looked quite young and down. He really could not understand why Celestine would bring such a person in. However, no matter what they thought in their hearts, they would definitely not ask verbally. They just needed to do their job well and did not ask about other things. As for Jing Tan, the person guarding the door only thought that he was a pet brought by Celestine and did not care at all. With the relationship between Celestine and his boss, this was not a problem at all. Brother Ling, when Jing Tan followed Celestine to the corner, a person came from the corridor. He looked similar to those white-collar elites and wore gold-rimmed glasses, which also made him look gentler. The man had a badge in front of his chest. Jing Tan didn't know what the pattern on the badge meant, but he could tell that the man was a manager. In fact, Jing Tan was a little curious as to why those people called Celestine Brother Ling, and not Brother Wei. What Jing Tan didn't know was that when Celestine was called Brother Wei, once, the person had a local accent, so it sounded like Brother Wei. Because of this he was laughed at by Yi Hao for a long time. Since then, Celestine had an idea to not let people call him Brother Wei in the future, but Brother Ling. Ranchi? You're the one watching the show this time, Celestine said. Well, Brother Hao had something to do at the last minute, so he left with Leopard. He said that if Brother Ling came over, he would let me entertain you. The man named Ranchi glanced at Ajin, who was standing behind Celestine. His eyes were suspicious, but he didn't say much. He led the two people and the cat upstairs. The third floor was a top-secret VIP area. Only people with special permission could enter. There were many private rooms here. Obviously, it wasn't the first time Celestine came here. There was a private room here for Celestine and others, so Ranchi didn't ask too much and directly led them there. Ajin seemed a little restrained. After wandering for so long, he still had a little bit of knowledge. No matter what the identity of the two people in front of him was, they were certainly not people that he could provoke. The strangest thing was that in addition to these two people, there was also a mysterious cat. No matter how he looked at it, it was strange. Sit down, don't be restrained. Celestine patted the leather sofa next to him and said to Ajin. He didn't care that Ajin's clothes were already a little dirty. Ranchi wouldn't say anything. He was just accompanying the guests now. However, Ranchi also felt strange. Why would Celestine bring such a person here? With Ranchi's eyesight, this young man was definitely not from the underworld, and he wouldn't have the same background as Celestine. Although Celestine had just explained that he brought him here at the last minute, with Ranchi's understanding of Celestine, Celestine must be trying to get information from him now. He just didn't know what this young man knew that could make Celestine so interested. Celestine and Ajin were talking, and Jing Tan didn't care about them. He walked around the private room, and his evaluation of this private room was not bad. After walking around, Jing Tan jumped on the solid wood tea table in front of the sofa. There were some snacks on the plate. Jing Tan had already eaten. He sniffed and didn't have any appetite. Bored, he continued to look at the layout of the private room and found that it could also be used as a KTV. Jing Tan was very regretful. If he was still the same as before, he would definitely sing. Unfortunately, he was just a cat now. Ranchi didn't speak, but he was paying attention to Ajin. At the same time, he didn't stop looking at the black cat. What did Celestine mean by bringing a black cat here? From Jing Tan circling around the room to jumping on the solid wood table, Ranchi had been paying attention until Celestine signaled him to serve some wine. Ajin, you are still young. Ranchi, get someone to prepare a lower alcohol content bar. When Celestine said this, his fingers moved twice. Ranchi looked at Celestine, nodded slightly and turned to leave. Jing Tan noticed the subtle movements of these two people. He knew that Celestine wouldn't be so kind as to bring people in. Jing Tan was quite doubtful about the authenticity of the so-called lower alcohol content. Although Ajin was still very young, he had been outside for so long after all, so he still had some vigilance. Celestine didn't ask too much and was ready to change his strategy. Brother Ling, are you still following the old rules? Ranchi turned around and asked when he walked to the door. Same old rules. Celestine didn't raise his head and said. After getting the information he wanted, Ranchi directly opened the door and went out. Jing Tan looked at the closed door and was a little unhappy. He hadn't made a choice yet and he had already left? Ajin still didn't say much. He sat there cautiously looking out of place. Celestine didn't continue to ask. He walked to a wall and pressed a button on the wall. The wall moved to the side, revealing a window. At the same time, there was also a passionate sound coming from below. When Ajin heard the music, his eyes lit up. He sat up from the sofa and went to the window to look out. Jing Tan also jumped to the window curiously. Through the window, Jing Tan could see the scene below. It should be some area on the first floor for the public to pass time. There were some wine tables on the side and people came and went. There was a round stage in the center on which a band was performing. This is the legendary East Palace of the Night Building? Ajin was a little excited. Ajin heard that the Night Building had 4 areas, which were divided into the East, West, South and North Palaces. The North Palace was the most ordinary and also the place with the lowest cost. The resident singer there was much worse than the other 3 areas. The West and South Palaces were of a higher grade and had different styles. As for the East Palace, it was the most superior existence in the whole 4 areas of the Night Building. Some well-known bands and singers would often come here to perform. This was the most desirable place in the whole Night Building. However, not everyone could enter the East Palace, and the cost was not something ordinary people could afford. Seeing Ajin's expression, Celestine smiled. Yes, how do you feel? Great. Ajin looked at the band performing in the center of the stage below. He was envious but definitely not jealous. The gap between their strength was there, and he could only look up to them as if he was looking at an idol. Celestine opened the window so that the people in the room could hear the performance below more clearly. The live version was always easier to stimulate the nerves and affect the mood to cause resonance, especially for people like Ajin. Zheng Tan looked at Ajin's eyes and knew that this guy's vigilance was probably lowered a lot. Shaking his head, Zheng Tan didn't know much about this place, and he couldn't appreciate the performance of those bands. He used to go to the bar for fun and to release himself. As for who was singing, which band was performing, and whether there was a famous DJ, he didn't have the mood to observe. Hearing Ajin's words, the area below was quite high-end. While he was thinking, Ranchi pushed a small cart in. Zheng Tan felt strange. Wasn't it just some wine? Why did he push a cart in? When Ranchi took out the wine from a box in the cart, Zheng Tan felt like he was stuck by a fish bone. Red Star Erguoto. Damn, Celestine actually wanted to drink Erguoto in a place like this. And it was the kind with a very ordinary packaging on the outside. Fortunately, Ranchi just handed the Erguoto to Celestine and gave a cocktail to Ajin. Then he took out 2 bottles of red wine and placed them on the solid wood coffee table. The remaining bottles of red wine were placed in the wine cabinet in the room. After drinking a glass of wine and Celestine's persuasion, Ajin began to talk freely. Zheng Tan finally knew why he only saw Ajin. It was because the other 4 people were in the hospital. 3 of them were lying in the hospital bed and 1 was taking care of them. Almost all the money they had was spent on the hospital. In this strange city they had no friends, no relatives and no backing. As outsiders, they would definitely be beaten up if they had a conflict with people in the bar. Some things couldn't be avoided if they wanted to. Taking a step back might not be a good thing. During the day, Ajin took care of them in the hospital for most of the day. At night, he went out for a walk and thought about it carefully to find a way to solve the current problem. After all, life still had to go on. As the captain, he had to shoulder the burden. At the same time, Celestine also got what he wanted to know about the third Master Fong. Celestine felt that he seemed to have found out something incredible. The dignified chairman of the Shaoguang group actually went to sing. And he was selling it with a cat. If this got out, the Fong family would probably have the idea of silencing him. As Wei Ling listened, he opened a bottle of red wine and filled Ajin's glass. He picked up a small bottle of Red Star Erguoto and drank it. While Celestine was trying to get information, Ranchi had nothing to do. He opened a bottle of wine and poured himself a glass. He sat next to him and drank with his head lowered. At the same time, he was thinking about how to solve the problem that his boss had mentioned recently. As he was drinking, he found that a wine glass was pushed in front of him. Looking up, Ranchi saw the black cat squatting on the solid wood coffee table. Zheng Tan couldn't stand it anymore. If he didn't take the initiative, he would probably be completely ignored. So he pushed an empty wine glass to Ranchi. The man and the cat stared at each other for half a minute before Ranchi looked away and looked at Celestine. Celestine just glanced over and didn't pay any more attention. It seemed that he was not going to care. Ranchi looked at the cat in front of him again. The cat's paw knocked on the wine glass as if urging him. Ranchi was happy. He pulled out the cork and added some wine to the glass pushed over. Chapter 77. When Zheng Tan put its head into the red wine glass, it found that the rim of the glass was still a little small. It could only pull its ears back or else it would feel uncomfortable with its ears stuck in the rim of the glass. It had to pull its ears when drinking wine. It was better when it was a human. Zheng Tan put its head into the glass and drank while thinking, the tip of its tail wagging. Ranchi was curious. A cat could drink? It was the first time he had seen it. Ranchi had heard from a friend that his cat could drink wine, but his cat would rather die than submit. It just wouldn't open its mouth. Later he put some wine on the cat and the cat would lick its fur. After a lick, it would stick out its tongue and shake its head for a long time. After a while, it would lick its fur again. In the end, the cat directly fell asleep. When the friend brought the cat to the vet, he was severely criticized by the vet, because many cats were allergic to alcohol. If they drank too much, it could lead to poisoning or even death. This kind of joke could not be made. But Ranchi looked at Celestine again. Celestine was inquiring about the details of the third Master Fong's performance. It was listening enthusiastically and laughing. It was not afraid of being hunted down by the fangs. Occasionally, it glanced over and saw that the cat was drinking. Celestine also wanted to stop it. Celestine was not worried, but Ranchi was. If something really happened, he would definitely be responsible. He did not think that the cat in front of him was just an ordinary cat. Otherwise, Celestine would not have brought it here. Even if Celestine did not restrain the cat, he was still watching it all the time, afraid that something would happen to the cat. It was a headache. Would the cat have diarrhea after drinking? Would it vomit after drinking? Should he ask someone to get a vet to prepare it first? Ranchi's thoughts had just turned when he heard the sound of the cat's paw knocking on the glass again. He looked up and saw the black cat on the solid wood coffee table staring at him again. The wine in the glass had been finished. However, Ranchi did not pour the wine so quickly this time. He was still hesitating. Jing Tan had just tasted a little of the wine and missed the days of the past. He praised the wine in his heart, but now the person in front of him was not going to pour the wine? How could this be? He raised his paw and knocked on the wine glass again. This time he knocked harder and more hurriedly. It was obvious that he was urging them to drink. Ranchi looked at the cat in front of him. He did not expect this cat to be so different. Was it an alcoholic? It shouldn't be on a whim. Jing Tan knocked on the glass and pushed it towards Ranchi. If he pushed it again, it would fall off the coffee table. Ranchi sighed in his heart. He moved the wine glass a little further in. Then he pulled out the cork and poured a little more wine into the glass. It was a little more than before. Putting down the bottle, Ranchi looked at the cat in front of him. With such a small body, this should be the limit. Jing Tan did not try to guess what Ranchi was thinking. After seeing that there was wine in the glass, he put his head in to drink again. After drinking, he continued to stare at Ranchi until Ranchi poured him another glass. After drinking the third glass, Jing Tan felt a little full. He wanted to pee, so he jumped off the coffee table and ran to the bathroom. There was a separate bathroom in the private room. Jing Tan came to the bathroom door, jumped up and turned the door handle. After opening the door, he did not forget to close the door. Ranchi, who had been paying attention to Jing Tan's movements, was stunned. Coincidentally, Celestine was also looking at him. Ranchi said, "Brother Ling, this cat, don't worry about it. It knows what to do," Celestine said calmly. Ranchi was speechless. How was this cat trained? It was really strange. After Jing Tan came out, Ranchi deliberately ran to the bathroom to check. He found that even the toilet had been flushed, and there were no traces of cat urine around. The faucet had been turned on and the toilet paper had been used. There were a few black cat fur stuck to the paper ball thrown into the basket. Thinking of the two wet front paws when the cat walked out, Ranchi felt that he was thinking too much. How could a cat wash its hands and then wipe its hands with toilet paper? Ranchi did not know that originally, Jing Tan was going to use a hand dryer, but it was not convenient, so he just simply wiped his hands with toilet paper. The private room was covered with a carpet, and the wet footprints were not obvious. When Ranchi came out of the bathroom, he frowned. He probably had not figured it out yet. Ajin also drank a little too much. Celestine asked him what he wanted to know. Looking at Ajin, who was sitting there in a daze, Celestine closed the window wall, and the room immediately calmed down. He turned on the equipment, took out the microphone and handed it to Ajin. Celestine said, "Try it?" Ajin was not very sober now, but singing had become a natural thing. When he saw the microphone, he unconsciously took it. When he heard the accompaniment, he began to sing. Whatever Celestine said, he would sing. If he really did not know how to sing, he would just say it and let him skip. In fact, Celestine also wanted to help Ajin. After all, he had heard some stupid deeds of the third master Fong from this person. For the sake of black charcoal, he could help him a little. Young people, giving them a little hope could make them come out of despair. Now he asked Ajin to sing just to see this person's singing skills. Although he did not know much about singing, Celestine often came here and listened to many songs. He could also distinguish some good and bad. Ajin's singing was not bad, but it was not enough. After some training, he would at most be able to make a living in the northern district. As for what he could achieve by then, it would depend on himself, or rather the ability of his small band. In the night building, being able to sing in which district depended entirely on one's own ability. In the bar, the resident singer had to learn how to drive the atmosphere. He also had to be smart enough to sing the right song for the right occasion. He also had to have a certain ability to socialize and adapt. Celestine already had a rough idea of these problems when he was talking to Ajin just now. Although Ajin was not good enough, he believed that he could cope with it after some practice. Besides, it was impossible to let them sing directly now. Even the people in the north district of the night building had been arranged. Celestine would not forcibly interfere. When the time came, he would first greet them and let Yihao's people help to arrange it. Just as Ajin sang enthusiastically and Celestine was thinking, Jing Tan took another microphone from Celestine's hand and began to howl. Jing Tan felt that he did not drink much, but with his current small body, this amount of alcohol was enough to make him drunk. It was still fine earlier, but now that the alcohol had kicked in, Jing Tan walked in an S shape. After Jing Tan heard Ajin sing, he suddenly had the idea of singing. After getting drunk, Zheng Tan staggered and seemed to see the shaking car with many cat cages. The scene changed and he seemed to see himself hiding in the dusty attic to avoid the cat catchers. In order not to look like a stray cat, he jumped into the fish pond to take a cold bath, fought with a Persian cat for a pet tag, and was chased and beaten while waiting for the bus. The scene changed again and Zheng Tan seemed to be lying on a bus again, listening to the driver frantically honking the horn, the sharp friction between the tires and the ground, and the driver's cursing with a local accent. When he turned on the lights, the vehicles on the road flowed like blood, and everything around him seemed to become fierce. Zheng Tan, on the other hand, was communicating with the world in sign language every day. Suddenly he also wanted to sing loudly and without restraint. Therefore, when Zheng Tan saw the other microphone near Celestine, he went over and took it in his arms. 10 o'clock in the evening, Chuhua University's Dongjia district. Jiao family. The Jiao Pa and the Jiao Ma were not sleeping. After all, this was the first time that their cat had been taken out for a long time. Even though they knew that Celestine was watching over the cat, they were still worried. They could have called to explain. While they were thinking, the phone in the bedroom rang. The Jiao Pa, who was close to the phone, quickly reached out and picked it up. However, the moment the call was connected, a series of iconic howls came from the other side of the phone. The Jiao couple, who were about to ask a series of questions, fell silent for a while. When the phone became quiet, the Jiao Pa asked, "What's going on over there?" "Black Charcoal is drunk. He's howling right now. I'm in the bathroom." "It's quieter here," Celestine said. "You're giving him alcohol?" the Jiao Ma said angrily. The Jiao Ma wanted to grab the phone and say something, but was comforted by the Jiao Pa. He asked about the specific situation over there. After a brief explanation, Celestine walked out of the bathroom and went to the sofa. He asked Ranqi to turn off the sound system, then put the phone next to Zheng Tan, who was still howling. Hearing the howling on the other side of the phone, the Jiao Pa was sure that it was his cat, and it was very energetic and full of energy. However, compared to before, his cat's howling was scarier and more unscrupulous this time. It was out of control. "Black Charcoal?" The Jiao Ma grabbed the phone and called a few times. Zheng Tan was howling. It was a bit strange. Without the accompaniment, it became quieter. Then it heard the voice from the phone and the howling became softer. "Black Charcoal isn't coming back?" It was little Pomelo. "Mom, where is Black Charcoal?" It was Jiao Yuan. The two kids were still awake. When they heard the phone ring, they immediately kicked the quilt away and tiptoed to their parents' room. They put their ears against the door to make sure it was about their cat, then knocked and came in. Their voices were also transmitted to Zheng Tan's ears through the phone. It wasn't loud, but Zheng Tan could still hear it. "Good boys, go to sleep. Black Charcoal is karaoke with someone," the Jiao Pa said to them. On the other side, Zheng Tan tilted his head and thought for a while with his muddled brain. Yes, he was no longer a vagrant. He could go home when he was tired. The small yard, the old building, and the crowded small attic. Thinking of this, his mood suddenly became better. Celestine and Ranqi watched the cat on the sofa stop howling, then suddenly howl again. It became more excited. The hysterical voice that crossed 2 octaves but was not in tune at all made Celestine and Ranqi want to bang their heads against the wall. They were now very envious of Ajin, who was already drunk and asleep. That way they wouldn't have to endure this kind of torture. Without the equipment on, without the accompaniment, and without the microphone working, this cat could still howl so loudly. For this reason, Celestine and Ranqi made a decision at the same time. They would never give this cat alcohol in the future. The evils brought on by oneself were the hardest to bear. Celestine wanted to go out for a while, but he was afraid that Zheng Tan would do something unexpected. Since he had promised the Jiao family, he had to watch. Ranqi, on the other hand, wanted to take the microphone out of Zheng Tan's arms several times, thinking that without the microphone the cat wouldn't howl. But before his hand could touch the microphone, his hand was scratched. Instead of scratching his hand, it was his sleeves that were damaged. The sleeves of the suit that he had bought less than 2 days ago were torn by the cat. He wanted to sneak out, but Celestine stopped him and said something about sharing wheel and woe. Share wheel and woe my ass. Chapter 78. The people behind Yi Hao quickly moved in front of him, but were stopped by Yi Hao. The people who followed Yi Hao to this floor were all trustworthy people, and the people who followed Yi Hao were all his confidants. For example, the person in front of Yi Hao at this moment was Leopard with a crew cut. Leopard only knew that this place had always been Celestine's private area, and the person in charge today was Ranqi. These two people were not people who would make this kind of noise. As for the young man that Celestine had brought over, he had never seen him before, so he could not comment. However, this kind of noise was really too despairing. Leopard did not expect Jing Tan. Although the gatekeeper had said that Celestine had brought a cat, he had never heard of a cat making this kind of noise, nor did he think that a cat could do such a shocking thing. Seeing Yi Hao raise his hand, Leopard also stepped aside, but his eyes were still focused on the inside, afraid that something strange would suddenly jump out. As the door gradually opened, the sound from the room echoed throughout the corridor on the third floor. The people guarding the two ends of the corridor felt their hair stand on end. They glanced over, then quickly looked away. It was about their boss, so it was better for them not to be curious. Yi Hao and Leopard quickly entered the door, then closed it. The corridor on the third floor suddenly became quiet again, as if the howling had never happened. The people on the third floor were all wondering what had happened in the room. After Yi Hao entered the room, he saw the source of the noise at first glance. A black cat was lying on the sofa, sitting like a person, leaning against the sofa, holding a microphone in its arms. Fortunately, Ranchi had turned off all the sound equipment, or else the sound from the moment the door opened would have been even more terrifying, and he would have had to increase the amplification and background music. There was another person lying on the sofa, probably drunk too much and asleep. This should be the young man that Celestine had brought in. As for Celestine, he was wearing a large headset, sitting on a chair next to the sofa with a secretive look on his face. Ranchi, on the other hand, was sitting in the corner, with one elbow on his leg, his head tilted, and one hand on his forehead. The other hand was hanging by his side, holding his glasses. There were many scratches and holes on his sleeves, and a few were already torn. Leopard knew about Ranchi's newly bought suit, and heard that it cost a few thousand yuan, but tonight the suit was scrapped. Ranchi pinched his eyebrows and felt the door open. He looked up, and after seeing Yi Hao and Leopard, Ranchi looked as if he had seen his father. He immediately jumped up from the chair and ran to Yi Hao, saying, "Brother Hao, I'll leave the rest to you, I'll go check out the place." Ranchi was about to sneak out, but Yi Hao grabbed him by the collar and dragged him back into the room. Yi Hao still didn't understand the situation, but seeing Celestine and Ranchi's helpless look, he knew that the situation was tricky. "Want to sneak out? Not so easy." Ranchi helplessly explained the situation, and Leopard asked curiously, "Did it really drink that much? I've never seen a cat drink before." "Now you've seen it." Ranchi pointed at Jing Tan on the sofa. Yi Hao didn't say anything and looked at Celestine. Celestine just shrugged, indicating that he couldn't do anything. Walking to the sofa, Yi Hao looked at the cat in front of him. When he heard his subordinate's report, he knew that Wei Ling must have brought this black cat over. Because of its capture, there were some changes in Chuhua City, both overt and covert. So many people were mobilized to find this black cat. In the past, no matter what Celestine said, Yi Hao thought that Celestine was exaggerating, but now that he saw the cat, Yi Hao suddenly felt that Celestine actually underestimated the cat's ability. It was probably the only cat that could drink and still be immersed in its own world and howl like this. Although Jing Tan was very drunk, ever since he became a vagrant, his vigilance had increased a lot. When the door opened, he felt a strange presence, so he was a little absent-minded when he howled. Now that a stranger walked in front of him, he had to pay attention. Stopping howling, Jing Tan looked at the person in front of him. A man and a cat stared at each other. Yi Hao was looking at the cat in front of him, and Jing Tan's mind wasn't very clear, and he was a little confused in his vigilance. The noise in the room finally quieted down, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. The howling was too scary, and it made people's nerves unconsciously tense. Now that it was quiet, they felt much more relaxed. After looking at the person in front of him for more than 10 seconds, Jing Tan's remaining consciousness confirmed that he didn't know the person in front of him. He threw the microphone in his hand at the person, turned around and walked to the side. Yi Hao raised his hand to catch the microphone that was thrown at him, and he was surprised. This cat threw the microphone with a lot of strength, and it didn't seem like an ordinary cat could have. If someone had reacted slower, they would have been hit by the microphone. After venting out the surging passion as well as all the depression and emotions that had been bottled up in her heart, Jing Tan calmed down and felt dizzy. She wanted to sleep. That last bit of consciousness made Jing Tan notice that Celestine was next to him, and he knew that Celestine had promised the Jiaoma to keep him safe. Therefore he knew that he could sleep now and he didn't need to worry about anything else. Celestine would take care of everything. Another thing that made Jing Tan unhappy was that when he was about to go to sleep, he found another person lying on the sofa. He didn't remember that Ajin was here at all. He sniffed, and the smell was not unfamiliar but also not familiar. He was sure that it wasn't someone from the Jiao family. Jing Tan walked over, lifted his foot and kicked Ajin, who was sleeping on the sofa, off the sofa. He walked around the sofa, and when he felt that the sofa was spacious enough, He lay down in the middle of the sofa and adjusted his position to make himself more comfortable. The room was silent. Ajin, who had been kicked off the sofa, was still asleep. Maybe it was because the floor was covered with carpet so it didn't hurt. Even if it hurt, Ajin was so drunk that it was unlikely that he would wake up. The 4 people in the room, including Celestine, were shocked by Zheng Tan's actions. Celestine knew that this cat was stronger than ordinary cats, but he didn't expect it to be so strong that it could directly kick Ajin off the sofa. Even his master's cat wouldn't be able to do that, right? As for Yi Hao, Ranqi, and Leopard, all kinds of guesses and ideas began to emerge in their minds. God, cat demon? Monster? Mutant? Or a secret weapon of a special department? This cat. Yi Hao pointed at the black cat lying in the middle of the sofa and looked at Celestine. Celestine waved his hand. It's just a little special. Just keep it to yourself. Don't tell anyone. What the F***ck, was this just a little special? Ranqi looked at Ajin, who had been kicked to the floor, and then looked at his sleeves, regretting. If he had known that this cat was special, he wouldn't have blindly grabbed the microphone and ruined his suit. Yi Hao dragged a chair over, lit a cigarette, and took 2 puffs. After a moment of silence, he said, "You mean we can ask this cat for help with that matter?" "That's an idea." Celestine nodded. From the moment he brought the cat to the night building and entered the private room, Celestine had seen the movements of the black cat and Ranqi. He brought the cat over because he really did hope that the cat could be of help, and also because he hoped that the cat could be more familiar with Ranqi and the others. These people were all people that Celestine trusted. Yi Hao was a buddy that he grew up with, and Leopard and Ranqi were Yi Hao's confidants. They had been with Yi Hao for a long time. If the 2 parties could be familiar with each other, even if the cat was in trouble in the future, Celestine, He Tao, and the others wouldn't be in Chuhua City for the time being, or if they couldn't free themselves to help, they could ask these people to help. After all, in the city the ones that caused trouble for cats were mostly people. If he could make Yi Hao owe him a favor, this cat could also have more protection. However, whether this cat will agree to cooperate or not, we'll have to wait until it wakes up. I've already called its family. We'll let it sleep here tonight and ask for its opinion tomorrow, Celestine said. If Celestine had said this before tonight, Ranqi and Leopard wouldn't have believed that the cat could help solve that matter. But now they kept silent. At the same time, they were also curious about the cooperation that Celestine mentioned. Also, Celestine raised his head, his face more serious. About this cat, I hope that everyone can keep it a secret. Of course I understand. Yi Hao tilted his head. Leopard and Ranqi behind him immediately said, "We know, Brother Ling. We definitely won't tell anyone." Okay. After Celestine agreed, he turned his attention to Ajin, who was lying on the floor and didn't know anything. He shook his head and said to Yi Hao, "This child and the cat are quite fated. They have a band and they are all underage children. When the time comes, let them come here first to familiarize themselves with it and learn." Without being too specific, Yi Hao knew the general meaning of Celestine's words. "Okay, Ranqi, you arrange it when the time comes." "Okay, Brother Hao," Ranqi replied. After finishing the matter, Celestine changed the topic and talked about the 3rd Master Fang's performance. "So, it may not be bad for you to have a relationship with this cat. Think about the recent actions of the Shaoguang group. You should know that," Celestine said. The recent actions of the Shaoguang group were indeed very big. After the return of the 3rd Master Fang, as many people expected, every time he returned, there would be big actions. Ranqi took Ajin out of the room and Leopard guarded outside the door. In the room, except for Celestine and Yi Hao, there was only the black cat lying on the sofa, sleeping soundly. The next day when Zheng Tan woke up, he shook his head. His mind was still a little numb, and the memory of last night was slowly coming back to him. Zheng Tan secretly scolded himself. Last night he was like a psychopath, an idiot. It really ruined his image. Fortunately, the Jiao family didn't see it, or they would definitely think that his cat was crazy. After drinking, the protein in the body was seriously lost. Yi Hao asked people to prepare a very rich breakfast. Celestine and Ajin sat at the table. Ajin was going to go to the hospital first, but Ranqi said that he had already sent someone to help transfer him to another hospital and take care of the rest of the things. He told Ajin to eat breakfast first and not to worry too much. Zheng Tan stood at the table and asked Celestine to put whatever he wanted to eat on the plate in front of him. Celestine felt that the cat was almost becoming a master now. He even had to be served for breakfast. Chapter 79. Yi Hao did not immediately come over to talk to Zheng Tan, and he did not appear in the night building the next day. He left first when he heard that he had something to do. Ajin and his friends were now transferred to a nearby hospital, which was much better than the small hospital they had been in before. It also allowed them to receive better treatment. It was not because they were seriously injured, but to ensure that there would be no other sequelae when they performed in the future. It would be more secure if they went to a better hospital. Celestine was driving. Only Jing Tan was in the back seat of the car, and Ajin was sitting in the passenger seat. Originally, Ajin was going to sit in the back seat, but he found that he did not know how to treat the black cat. He knew that he could get help because of the black cat. Celestine had already said that he would help them for the sake of the black cat. However, Ajin did not understand. Wasn't it just a cat? Even if it was special, it was just a cat, wasn't it? In addition to Celestine's attitude, the people in the night building were also the same. Ajin recalled what had happened in the morning. When they came out of the night building, they met Ranchi, who was talking to someone on the first floor. When Ranchi saw him and Celestine, he greeted them with a smile. It was normal, but when he saw the black cat, his expression was not so natural. Ajin had been out for so long that he had worked hard to read people's expressions. Therefore, even if Ranchi's expression only flashed for a moment, he still noticed it. As for Celestine, Ajin was a little afraid. Yesterday he was drunk, but he still remembered some things. Celestine got too much information from him. He even got the hospital addresses and ward numbers of the other 4 people. Although Celestine did not mean any harm, Ajin felt that he was still not vigilant enough. Yesterday he was too impulsive in the night building. Especially when he saw the performance in the East Palace, he immediately let down his guard. It seemed that he still needed to train. As for Mr. Fong, Celestine told him not to talk about Mr. Fong to others in the future, or he might get into trouble. Sure enough, they were not ordinary people. Even the cat was not an ordinary cat. After parking the car, Celestine took out his backpack, unzipped it, and shook it before looking at Jing Tan. Jing Tan felt helpless, but he could only jump into the bag. Ranchi had already told them their ward number. Celestine and Ajin went straight to the ward. It was not a single ward. There were 4 beds in each ward. However, there were only 4 of Ajin's friends in this ward. 3 of them were bedridden, and one of them could sleep on the remaining hospital bed when he was on duty. Seeing Ajin come in, the 4 of them had a lot of questions to ask, but because Celestine was present, they didn't ask too much. They were still puzzled. A stranger had come last night, but it was only this morning that they were going to transfer to another hospital. After a lot of trouble, they were transferred to this new hospital. They didn't have to worry about anything else. Someone had already taken care of it. There was no free lunch in the world. They who had experienced a wandering life knew better. Therefore, the other party's behavior made the 4 of them even more uncertain. They hoped that Ajin would come back soon so that they could figure out the reason. After listening to Ajin's simple explanation, the 4 of them looked at the black cat that had crawled out of Celestine's backpack in disbelief. Was this cat a big deal? No matter how big its background was, they could live here and have the opportunity to enter the night building to learn the singing skills. Even if it was only in the north of the night building, it was great news for them. Originally they had made all kinds of plans for the worst. They were even ready to pack up and go home. They didn't expect that things would turn around. Everyone wanted to return home in glory, instead of escaping when they were in a desperate situation. Jing Tan glanced at the people in the hospital. Of the 3 people lying on the hospital bed, one had a bandage on his head, one had a cast on his foot, and the last one probably had internal injuries. Now the 3 of them looked quite energetic, which proved that the injuries were really not very serious. It was really unlucky for them to go to the bar to sing and end up like this. However, this was also common. It was not rare to have conflicts with other singers in the bar. But Ajin and the others didn't have anyone to rely on or know here, so it was not strange for them to be bullied and ostracized. Jing Tan just came to see these people. After that, he jumped into his backpack and motioned to Celestine to leave the hospital. When Celestine left, he patted Ajin on the shoulder. "Young man, you still have a lot to learn. Remember, don't be so easily tricked in the future." Ajin was surprised. It seemed that Celestine actually knew that what he had done was not appropriate, but at the same time he also taught Ajin a lesson. After leaving the hospital, Celestine directly sent Jing Tan to the family area of Chuhua University. If he didn't send the cat back, the Jiao family would definitely be more dissatisfied. In that case, it would be difficult for him to borrow the cat to take Jing Tan back to play in the future. However, on the way to Chuhua University, Celestine was also paying attention to the black cat in the back seat. It tilted its head and seemed to be thinking about something. In fact, Jing Tan was thinking about some details after he got drunk yesterday. He secretly sighed that he was still too impulsive. Zheng Tan didn't expect that he would have so many emotions in his heart. Because of such an opportunity, all of them were released through howling. Fortunately, it was in the night building. The soundproofing was good and no one else knew about it. Otherwise it would be embarrassing. In addition, Zheng Tan also guessed that the thing that Celestine wanted him to help with was definitely related to Yihao. Zheng Tan could roughly guess what kind of background Yihao, Ranchi and Leopard had. To be able to support such a big night building and safely operate in such a prosperous area, they must have a certain amount of power. As for what Celestine wanted him to help with, Zheng Tan didn't know yet. Zheng Tan was thinking about it when Celestine, who was driving in front, spoke. "Black charcoal, look, there are pigeons outside," Celestine said. Zheng Tan stood up and looked out of the window. There was a square there and there were a few pigeons in the square. There weren't many pigeons, unlike the pigeons on TV. At this time no one would feed the pigeons, so there was nothing to see. But why did Celestine talk about pigeons? I heard that in the last century there were people abroad who used pigeons as spies. After training the pigeons, they would install a mini listening device on these special pigeons and let them fly to the destination under the guidance of a laser, such as a windowsill. After these special pigeons stopped, they would follow the training steps and peck the listening device to turn on a special switch. Then, the listening device that was originally installed on the pigeon would automatically detach from the pigeon's leg and start the eavesdropping mission, and the pigeon would have flown far away. After saying this, Celestine laughed at himself in his heart. He was actually talking about such a profound topic with a cat, and he was beating around the bush. How could the cat understand? Even if the cat was smart, it couldn't think in a roundabout way like a human. Just then the car reached the intersection and there was a red light. Celestine looked at the cat in the back seat through the rearview mirror. He originally thought that the cat would squat there with an indifferent look as usual, but he didn't expect to see the cat squinting and staring at him. The meaning in its eyes, Celestine's heart skipped a beat. Did it understand him? It was really King strange. Although his master had said that cats are spiritual creatures, it would be a little demonic if it was too spiritual, which would scare people. Black charcoal, Yihao has a small problem. It's not that it can't be solved, but it will take a long time. But Yihao wants to solve the problem as soon as possible, so he wants to install a listening device in someone's house. However, it's not easy for people to enter that place, so he hopes that you can help. How about it? Do you understand? Celestine looked at the back seat through the rearview mirror. Zheng Tan yawned and lay down on her stomach. Celestine said again, "How about this? If you understand what I mean, just pat the car seat." Zheng Tan swung its tail and patted the back of the car seat. Celestine's eyes twitched. This F***er really understood. Could it skip the training process and go directly to the battlefield? It's not a very dangerous thing. I just don't want to alert the enemy. If you go to carry out the mission, I'll be there to help. If anything happens, I promise I'll be able to get you out of there, okay? Zheng Tan swung its tail and patted the car seat again. How about it? Are you interested in taking this job? Celestine asked. This time, Zheng Tan didn't immediately swing its tail. It only swung it after about half a minute. This time it was Celestine's turn to be surprised. Did it really understand? Did it really know what it was going to do? Could it be that this cat actually didn't understand anything and was just swinging its tail to tease people? According to Celestine's original plan, training, cooperation, etc., it would take at least a week to let the cat know what it was going to do and how to do it. But the current situation was a little out of Celestine's expectations. Anyway, think about it first. I'll pick you up the day after tomorrow, Celestine said. His tone didn't sound like he was talking to a cat, but more like he was talking to a person. Moreover, the conversation was so smooth that Celestine was worried. Did this cat really understand, or was it just pretending? After arriving at Chuhua University, Celestine's car drove into the east courtyard. After Zheng Tan got out of the car, it jumped back into the car. What? Celestine asked curiously. Zheng Tan raised its paw and scratched its neck. Oh, I forgot, Celestine said as he took out Zheng Tan's access card from his pocket and hung it around Zheng Tan's neck. This time Zheng Tan jumped out of the car and left. But it didn't go upstairs. There was no one upstairs at this time. It would be boring up there. On the lawn of the courtyard, Huang and the sheriff were sunbathing. Next to them was the Saint Bernard dog Little Flower. Huang was still using its paw to step on Little Flower's body. Zheng Tan didn't have time to pay attention to them. He was thinking about something now. This time next year, Jiao Pa would probably go abroad for at least a year. By then, the Jiao family wouldn't have a backbone. What if Jiao Yuan and Little Pomelo got bullied? He couldn't always count on the people in the courtyard to help him, right? Jiao Pa's friends would definitely take care of him, but Jing Tan hoped that he could do something. Since he had decided to stay here, he had to show his worth. If someone really bullied him and the proper channels didn't help much, it would be more convenient to ask Yi Hao and the others for help. Sometimes, violence could solve problems more directly. Therefore, Jing Tan didn't want to give up on Yi Hao. Chapter 80. After Celestine left, he didn't come back the next day. Jing Tan was a little disappointed. He had been mentally preparing himself for the whole night, imagining all kinds of high-end Secret Service scenes, but when Celestine showed up, he didn't believe it. Jing Tan even suspected that Celestine's calls to Jiao Pa Jiao Ma had been rejected. The Jiao family was the happiest about Celestine not coming back for 2 days. After Jing Tan came back that day, Jiao Ma immediately took Jing Tan to Xiaoguo's place for a physical examination. The result was that he was healthy. To be exact, he was in very good condition. Auntie Jiao and Xiaoguo's brother didn't quite understand this. If this cat had really drunk too much wine, it shouldn't be fine, right? At the very least, he should be dispirited or throwing a tantrum. What they didn't know was that Jing Tan took advantage of this drunken madness to release the pent-up anger in his heart for a long time. Perhaps it was hard for them to imagine how a cat could have such a psychological barrier, but it was the truth. For humans, when their psychological barriers were not released over time, they would develop into mental illnesses, such as ADHD and anxiety caused by inattention, depression and anxiety caused by the pressure of studying, OCD and mania caused by setbacks, and so on. From a 10-year-old child to a 70-year-old man, every age group had different psychological barriers. Jing Tan's psychology was still that of a human. Even if he had no choice but to accept the reality of becoming a cat in order to survive, it wasn't that easy to get over the psychological barrier. Although drunken madness ruined his image, it was indeed a good way to release his anger. Jing Tan didn't know how long he would still be in his cat form, nor did he know when this psychological barrier would completely disappear, but at least now he had found a relatively good way to release his anger. It was a way to relax his mind without spending a dime. Well, when he felt depressed again, he would go to the night building and let out a drunken howl. Anyway, the Jiao family couldn't see it, nor could the people around him, so they wouldn't know that he had ruined his image. As for what Yi Hao's people thought and whether they would suffer, it was not within the scope of Jing Tan's consideration. This was the conclusion that Jing Tan came to after he came back yesterday and lay on the tree for the whole afternoon. On the other hand, Yi Hao, Ranqi and the others were busy dealing with the matters at hand. They didn't even know that a cat had set its eyes on their territory. This week, there was no need to go to Xiaoguo's place to shoot the advertisement, and there was no call from Celestine. There was no one at home. People went to work and people went to school. Jing Tan lay on the tree in the courtyard. He didn't know what kind of trees those bushes on the lawn were, but now he knew that they were all smiley flowers. The air was filled with a faint fragrance. Jing Tan lay on the tall sycamore tree, yawned, stretched, and looked down at Niu Zhuangzhuang, who had started digging on the lawn again. This guy had been thinking about the lawn ever since he saw the hole in the Sahara Desert. Many places on the campus were cement, and the only places that could be dug were the flower beds and lawns. Every time Niu Zhuangzhuang was let out, it would always find a place to dig on the lawn. Sometimes it would hide something in it, and sometimes it was purely for the sake of digging a hole. Could it be that this was also a way to vent its emotions? Jing Tan didn't understand. He wasn't a dog. Besides, he didn't even understand the psychology of many cats, but cats were hard to guess. Since he was bored, Jing Tan planned to go to the Shi family area. He hadn't seen little Zhua in a long time. Speaking of which, little Zhua's due date had long passed. She should have given birth already, right? However, he hadn't heard the Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma mention it since he came back. It seemed that he had to find the answer himself. Just like Ren Chang's case, Jing Tan only found out about Ren Chang's downfall when he went to the Jiao Pa's building after he came back and heard the students talking about it. It was said that Ren Chong had an improper relationship with a female student in the School of Economics, and he also had an affair with a certain belle in the School of Foreign Languages. Professor Ren had a wife, who was originally abroad. It was said that she came from a good family and had a temper. When she found out, she flew here and slapped Ren Chong a few times in front of many people, making Ren Chong, who always cared about his reputation, embarrassed. It was also said that Professor Ren was involved in the underworld. All kinds of negative rumors spread wildly in the school. The school originally wanted to let Ren Chong take a break for a while and wait for the storm to blow over. After all, Ren Chong was indeed capable. However, later on, for unknown reasons, Ren Chong was forcibly dismissed. Many students guessed that Ren Chong must have offended some big shot in the school. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been fired so easily. Zheng Tan recalled the face that always had a hypocritical gentleman's smile and thought about some of the rumors he heard. He felt that Celestine Zhaolu and the others must have done something. After all, Zhaolu must be more familiar with the gossip from other schools. As for the forcible dismissal, it should be the work of Zheng, Old Man Lan and the others. The Jiaopa didn't have the ability to do that. In fact, it was very common for people like Rin Chong to have an affair with a student. It was just that no one knew about it, or even if they knew, they didn't say it. It was even more common abroad. This kind of thing could be big or small. It depended on who was behind it. When Zheng Tan thought about it, he was quite touched. At least there were so many people helping him when he was in trouble. Even Zheng, who always had a long face, helped him. However, Zheng helped him mostly because of little Zhua. It was worth it to give him the 9-leaf grass. Zheng Tan walked towards the West family compound while thinking about little Zhua's current situation. Walking through the gate of the West family compound, Zheng Tan felt that he was being watched. It wasn't the sight of a human but the sight of another cat. Looking up at a tree, a tabby cat was lying on the tree. It looked like Huang but was slightly bigger than Huang. The cat was lying on the branch and looking at Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan could feel the hostility of the cat from so far away. Shaking its tail, Zheng Tan was too lazy to pay attention to it and continued to walk into the compound. Along the way, Zheng Tan met several cats. When he came here before, the cats were not grown up. Now they were bigger. There were also many cats in the West family compound. He just didn't know if the sheriff had fought with them before. When he arrived at the tall building where little Zhua lived, Zheng Tan waited at the door for a while. When someone went in, he squeezed through the security guard. Just like before, Zheng Tan chose to take the stairs. If he took the elevator, he would be surrounded by people looking at him as if he was a rare thing. Zheng Tan didn't like that kind of look, so in order to avoid that trouble, Zheng Tan still felt that taking the stairs was more worry-free. In one breath, he rushed to the 6th floor. Zheng Tan came to the door of room 606. He pricked up his ears and listened. He didn't hear anything, so he jumped up and pressed the doorbell. While waiting for the door, Zheng Tan was still wondering if the nanny was still there. He guessed that he would be despised again. After waiting for a few minutes, there was still no movement inside. Zheng Tan felt strange. He jumped up and pressed the doorbell a few more times, but still no one came to open the door. Could it be that she was still hospitalized after giving birth? Zheng Tan didn't know much about women's affairs, so he couldn't think of a reason. He squatted at the door and waited for another 10 minutes, but still no one came to open the door. He put his ear to the door and listened for a while, but he didn't hear any other sounds in the room. It really didn't seem like there was anyone inside. Forget it, I'll go back. Zheng Tan didn't want to wait any longer. It seemed that he couldn't wait for someone to open the door. He turned around and left. But just as he walked a few steps and passed by the elevator opened. Zheng Tan glanced at it. He didn't see little Zhua, but he saw Lord Zheng, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Black charcoal? The person in the elevator asked. Lord Zheng was holding a folder in his hand and looked a little tired. Zheng Tan really didn't expect to meet this iron-blooded person from the School of Physics here. He also didn't know how to get along with this Lord Zheng. She wouldn't give him snacks and probably wouldn't allow him to sleep on the chair. He heard that many people like her had obsessive-compulsive disorder or were obsessed with cleanliness. He had only heard about it but had never seen it with his own eyes. Zheng Tan only heard about it from the students when he walked around the campus. As for how much of it was true, he didn't know. After all, you couldn't guess the thoughts of the big shots. Are you here to see little Zhua? Lord Zheng asked. The tip of Zheng Tan's tail twitched. He didn't know how to answer. Lord Zheng didn't wait for Zheng Tan to answer. He looked at the watch on his wrist, turned around and walked into the elevator. He waved to Zheng Tan outside. Come in, let's go down together. Zheng Tan stood in place and thought for a while. Then he lifted his foot and walked in. When the elevator went down, Zheng Tan felt that the atmosphere inside was a little strange. It was too serious. The enclosed environment always made people inexplicably nervous. Or maybe it was because Lord Zheng's aura was too strong. In short, Zheng Tan felt very uncomfortable. In the future, he'd better take the stairs. The space was more spacious and he felt more comfortable. Originally, Zheng Tan thought that Lord Zheng would just walk him out of the building. However, after leaving the entrance control, Lord Zheng didn't mean to return to the building. I heard from little Zhua that you can understand. Let's take a walk. With that, Lord Zheng lifted his foot and walked in the direction of the west side compound. Zheng Tan was stunned. He didn't understand what Lord Zheng meant. However, he still lifted his foot and followed. The guard at the side gate of the West Side family compound had just made a phone call and talked with someone for a long time. He didn't even take a nap. He was a little tired. He stretched his arms and yawned. When his mouth was wide open, he saw Lord Zeng walking over. Before he finished his yawn, he forcibly stopped. The guard hurriedly sat down and looked serious. He wanted to make himself look very energetic and professional. The guards here all had a scale in their hearts. They knew which people were easy to talk to and which people they couldn't afford to offend. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to do this job. And Lord Zeng was someone they couldn't afford to offend. Everyone knew the identity of Lord Zeng. They also knew that Lord Zeng had his own way of speaking and doing things. Don't even think about flattering him. However, today the guard felt strange. Recently, Lord Zeng only came here to take a nap or to rest after being busy. Today it didn't seem like he had taken a nap. Moreover, the famous Lord Zeng was accompanied by a cat. Did Lord Zeng like cats? He had never heard of it. However, this possibility couldn't be ruled out. Chapter 81. Jing Tan followed Lord Zeng out. The West Side family compound was close to the West School gate, and there were more people coming and going. Fortunately, Lord Zeng didn't mean to leave the school. She turned a corner and walked along a small path towards the campus. Although they were indeed walking towards the campus, there were many people who knew Lord Zeng at the gate of the West Side compound. Jing Tan didn't know how many people stared at him. Some people were whispering behind him about whether the cat belonged to Lord Zeng, and why Lord Zeng was in the mood to walk her cat. If she wanted to avoid these people, it was actually very simple. She just had to walk along the relatively deserted gravel road from the other gate of the West Side compound. There was no need to walk towards the school gate. Jing Tan didn't understand what Lord Zeng meant. Telling others that this cat actually had a backer? And the backer was the famous Lord Zeng of Tsinghua University? Jing Tan followed Lord Zeng into the campus while thinking about this big shot's thoughts. At the same time, Jing Tan was also curious. He didn't see little Zhuo when he went there just now. Did little Zhuo move? This house did belong to Lord Zeng, but since Lord Zeng let little Zhuo live there was absolutely no reason for her to take it back now. Besides, little Zhuo was a student that Lord Zeng valued very much. It had to be said that Lord Zeng had a strong aura. Jing Tan felt nervous walking next to her. It was really a pity that the physics department often met Lord Zeng's students. Lord Zeng didn't walk all the way. She sat down on a long wooden bench next to a quiet path, patted the seat next to the bench and looked at Jing Tan, indicating that he could sit there. Jing Tan jumped onto the wooden bench and sat next to Lord Zeng, indicating that he was under a lot of pressure. It was obvious that the teachers who had to work with Lord Zeng every day had to bear more psychological pressure than the other teachers. Lord Zeng didn't speak after sitting down. She just looked at the woods in front of her. Jing Tan studied the forest for a while. There was nothing special about it. There were many small forests like this in Tsinghua University. Looking at Lord Zeng's expression, was he thinking about something? Jing Tan suddenly felt that people like Old Man Lan were not so bad. Although his temper was a little weird, at least he would speak his mind and let others know what he was thinking so that they could come up with a way to deal with him. However, Jing Tan was also glad that he was just a cat now. He could just pretend that he didn't know anything. No one would ask him to find a topic to break the rigid atmosphere. At this time, several graduate students from the School of Physics were preparing to withdraw money from the bank at the school gate. They walked over through this shortcut and suddenly saw Lord Zeng sitting on a bench by the roadside. Didn't Lord Zeng go back to rest? Who the F***ck is sitting here right now? The few graduate students were extremely depressed. This was not the time to wander around. With her powerful memory, Lord Zeng had an impression of most of the students in the School of Physics. Moreover, they happened to be part of Lord Zeng's research group, so they were even more familiar with her. They walked around the corner and found Lord Zeng. At this time, it was impossible to pretend that they didn't see her and go back. They could only brace themselves and walk forward. Originally, they wanted to pretend that they didn't see her and just walk past her, but Lord Zeng looked up and glanced at them. Teacher Yi. Hello, Teacher Yi. The smiles on their faces were stiff and their hearts were cold. They were ready to be scolded. What are you doing? Asked Lord Zeng. Didn't we just get the state subsidies? We're going to withdraw money and open an online banking account, said the person who spoke. At the end, he even added an excuse for himself. The bank at the school gate was about to close at 5 o'clock. There were a lot of people. Now that we're done with the things at hand, we're a little free. Lord Zeng nodded. Go ahead. Why is Lord Zeng so easy to talk to today? The few of them exchanged glances and hurriedly left. They were afraid that Lord Zeng would change his mind and scold them again. Jing Tan looked at this scene and was amused. These unlucky kids. They even ran into Big Boss on a trip out. They would probably continue to be nervous for a long time. Seriously, I'm like a scourge, said Lord Zeng softly. Jing Tan turned his head to look at Lord Zeng next to him. It seemed that Lord Zeng was a little melancholy. Lord Zeng turned his attention back to the cat next to him. This time he didn't continue to be silent. Instead he said, I heard that 9-leaf grass was given to little Zhuo by you? You're really a good cat. As he said that, Lord Zeng even reached out a finger to touch Jing Tan's cat head. Jing Tan didn't like others touching his head like that, but since it was Lord Zeng, he would endure it. After all, Lord Zeng had helped him vent his anger. The child is indeed very healthy. It's a boy. Little Zhuo gave the child a nickname, Kitten, Little Kitten Zhuo, said Lord Zeng. For things like nicknames there were flowers, birds, fish, insects, metal, stone, earth, wood, as well as dragons, tigers, dogs, leopards and so on. It was said that nicknames were a kind of rhetorical activity and phenomenon that was quite distinctive and worthy of attention. Its rhetorical justification was mainly reflected in the logic of unreasonable but wonderful. At the same time, nicknames also reflected the love parents had for their children. However, Jing Tan himself didn't have a nickname. Perhaps he used to have one, but his parents didn't mention it at that time, so Jing Tan wouldn't know. Sometimes, Jing Tan envied those who had nicknames. Although nicknames didn't sound nice on the surface, they made people feel more alive. It was like a memory negative, revealing the intimacy and liveliness that came from deep within. Little Kitten Zhuo? You really wanted to see it. Little Kitten Zhuo, who was just born, wouldn't be like those naughty children who pulled their tails, right? Jing Tan remembered that before Little Kitten Zhuo was born, he had touched him with his head across Little Zhuo's belly. Speaking of Little Kitten Zhuo, Lord Zeng's face softened a lot, as if he was talking about his own grandson. When the time comes, I'll carry him over to show you. I'll also let him know the origin of his name and let him see the black brother that his mother often talks about. Lord Zeng talked a lot about Little Kitten Zhuo, such as how nervous everyone was when he was born. After all, many people believed that this child would not be healthy. Those who had a good relationship with Little Zhuo must have felt bad in their hearts. It wasn't until the child came out and went through a series of examinations that everyone was relieved. Lord Zeng said that Little Kitten Zhuo wore the 9-leaf grass pendant, and according to Little Zhuo's intention he would always wear it, and there would be no other gold, silver, or jade to replace it. However, Lord Zeng basically talked about Little Kitten Zhuo, but he didn't mention Little Zhuo. Where was Little Zhuo? Was he not coming back? Why did Lord Zeng personally carry Little Kitten Zhuo over, and not Little Zhuo himself? Where were Little Kitten Zhuo and Little Zhuo now? Jing Tan tilted his head and listened. Now the aura around Lord Zeng was not as strong as before. In addition, Jing Tan was also quite interested in this topic. The man and the cat got along well, even if it was just the man talking and the cat listening. When Lord Zeng talked about Little Kitten Zhuo, he also observed the cat in front of him. Although the cat did not make any sound in response, it was enough to let people know that it was listening, and that it understood. It was no wonder that Old Man Lan was furious with Ren Chong over this cat. Lord Zeng was not as prejudiced against black cats as Little Zhuo's previous nanny. Even if the cat in front of him was a little strange, Lord Zeng did not make too much of a fuss. Having reached his current status and reputation, he had seen a lot of strange things, and this was not one of them. He wondered what Lord Zeng would think if he knew that the cat in front of him had a human soul. Pay attention to people in the future. Don't get caught again, said Lord Zeng. Jing Tan's ears twitched. That shouldn't be the case. He had learned from his mistakes. He wasn't that stupid. After sitting in silence for a while, Lord Zeng sighed. There are two kinds of people, those who can think things through and those who can't. Coming out with you for a walk really made me think through some things. Forget it. Everyone has their own ambitions. There are always things that they have to do. I can't interfere. Jing Tan did not think that he had done anything that could make Lord Zeng think things through. He also did not know what Lord Zeng had thought through. Seeing Lord Zeng get up, he knew that Lord Zeng was about to leave, so he also got up from the bench. You don't have to go there in the short term. They're not there, said Lord Zeng as he was leaving. Lord Zeng did not know if the cat could understand the meaning of his words. He just wanted to try and say what he wanted to say. The house in the Western District was often empty. She only went there occasionally to take a rest or take a nap. The time was uncertain. She did not go there every day. Even if the cat went there, no one would open the door. The man and the cat walked back along the path and separated at the intersection in front. Lord Zeng went to the family compound in the west, while Zheng Tan went back to the family compound in the east. When he returned to the family compound in the east, Zheng Tan saw the Saint Bernard dog Little Flower, walking slowly on the grass with a child on its back. The child was from the compound. He went to kindergarten and lived in the same building as Little Flower's family. The little kid usually liked to ride Little Flower around the yard. The other little kids were envious of him. Even though Little Flower's temperament was gentle, not everyone could ride on its back. Looking at the little kid who was laughing happily on Little Flower's back, Zheng Tan could not help but think of Zhuo the kitten that Lord Zeng had just mentioned. Well, if Zhuo the kitten wanted to ride a big dog in the future, he would let Little Flower suffer. Anyway, Little Flower was big. It would be happy to run around the yard with a child. Just as he was thinking, Zheng Tan heard the beeping of a car horn. He turned around and looked in the direction of the sound. It was Celestine's car. Celestine stretched out its arm from the car window and waved at Zheng Tan. It asked Zheng Tan to get in the car. Was it preparing to start a high-end mission? Zheng Tan ran over and jumped into the car through the open window. He looked at Celestine in the driver's seat. Go to the night building. I called your cat father and told him that you can leave directly. Zheng Tan originally thought that he was going to take on the task of installing a bug. However, on the way to the night building, he heard Celestine's nagging. Was there something else? So what Wei Ling said about the listening device, the day before yesterday, was just to deceive the cat? Those words were just a test? That was a little too cautious. But thinking about it, it was also true. In the 1960s, Kleber boasted that it was the world's first-class bug. Today it could be bought in many foreign toy stores. Yi Hao and the others should have been familiar with eavesdropping wars. If they really wanted to eavesdrop with Yi Hao's ability, they would not need the help of a cat. Chapter 82. This time, Zheng Tan did not walk into the night building openly. Instead, he was brought in by Celestine. When they reached the third floor and entered one of the rooms, Celestine let Zheng Tan come out. This time it was not the room where he borrowed Drunken Howler, but another one. The space was slightly bigger and the decorations were a bit strange. There were many props. In the room, other than Yi Hao, Ranqi and Leopard, there was also a young man in his mid-20s. He looked ordinary, unlike Ranqi, who had an elite temperament and was not as strong as Leopard. The first impression he gave was really nothing special. However, to be able to stay here, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Yi Hao saw Celestine come in with the cat and gestured for them to wait. Then he walked into a small room with Leopard. It was a temporary office. In the hall of the room, Ranqi was sitting there, listening to the young man explain something. Zheng Tan looked and saw that the young man was fiddling with some coils, transistors and other things. Zheng Tan did not understand these things, so he could not understand what they were talking about. Zheng Tan also did not understand the content of the conversation between the two people. The young man said something like, Lenmis during the Vietnam War, Lampard in the 1980s, and other phrases that Zheng Tan had never heard of. Driven by curiosity, Zheng Tan jumped out of the backpack, walked over and stretched his neck. The two people who were talking noticed Zheng Tan's approach and glanced at him. Ranqi unconsciously stepped back, and the unfamiliar young man looked at Zheng Tan, then looked at Celestine, who was sitting not far away and eating peanuts, and continued talking. Zheng Tan saw a diagram on the table in front of the two of them. It was a hand-drawn circuit diagram with letters and numbers on it, such as R1, R2, Q1, Q2, and F, PF, and so on. Zheng Tan was dizzy from looking at it, so she gave up looking at it. After squatting aside and listening for a few minutes, Zheng Tan finally understood that this young man was teaching Ranqi how to make a simple eavesdropping device. It seemed that this young man was a master of eavesdropping devices. After teaching him how to make a simple eavesdropping device, the young man also talked about some things related to eavesdropping devices, as well as some anti-eavesdropping jobs he had taken on. The more Zheng Tan listened, the more interested he became. This kind of gossip was relatively easy to understand. He didn't expect that so many officials in Chuhua City had asked this person to remove their listening devices and secret recording devices. Officials would also use such spy-like equipment to collect dirt on each other, spy on each other, and climb up the ranks by grabbing onto their opponent's weaknesses. In particular, those who held the power of approval were the targets of many people's prying eyes. There could be all kinds of eavesdropping devices in air conditioners, power sockets, cars, and so on. This world was F***king crazy. So many people say that these things are bugs. In English, eavesdropping devices and bugs are the same word. They are both bugs. Many times they would directly ask me, are there any bugs here? The young man joked as he talked about the things he had encountered. However, he didn't reveal the names and identities of the customers at all. It seemed that he was more professional. In this way, Zheng Tan also understood that he couldn't help with the eavesdropping device. With an expert around, it wouldn't be his turn to take the risk. These people probably wouldn't be at ease. The difference in ability was there, so Zheng Tan had nothing to be unhappy about. Sometimes, Zheng Tan also admired people like this. They could specialize in one profession without worrying about food and drink, and silently make a fortune. He guessed that this kind of person was suitable for high-end Secret Service work. Geniuses and lunatics change the world. This saying was indeed true. After the Water X incident, Secret Service agents everywhere developed laser eavesdropping devices in order to not follow in the footsteps of others. Later they developed sensor eavesdropping devices. Those spy technicians were really F***king geniuses. Let me tell you the principle of laser eavesdropping. Installing this kind of eavesdropping device doesn't require you to sneak into a room. This also avoids the risk of being caught red-handed. Between the two types of light produced by the laser generator, the invisible infrared laser is chosen and used for invisibility. Later, the young man and Ranchi began to talk about some professional topics. Zheng Tan couldn't understand, so he returned to Celestine's side. He scooped out a few peanuts from the plate and pushed them in front of Celestine. He asked Celestine to help him peel the peanuts. "You still eat peanuts?" Celestine didn't know if other cats ate peanuts or if they would have diarrhea if they ate them, but since the cat in front of him wanted to eat peanuts, he peeled a few for him. Originally, Celestine peeled peanuts, eating one peanut and giving the other to Zheng Tan. In the end, all the peanuts were taken away by Zheng Tan. Celestine curled his lips. This was King Master. He had to be served by others just to eat peanuts. After about half an hour, Yi Hao and Leopard finished talking and came out of the small office room. The young man who was talking to Long Qi raised his head. Seeing that everyone had come out, he stopped talking and put down the pen in his hand. He then patted some crumbs stuck on his sleeves and stood up. "Have you reached an agreement? Then let's get to work. I'll help you disinfect, at the same time." "Thanks for your hard work, Barger," Yi Hao said. "You're welcome. I can still help with this." After saying that, Barger left with Leopard. Zheng Tan stopped chewing peanuts and looked at the young man who walked out of the room. This name was really special. No wonder he was in the field of espionage. He just didn't know if this was a real name or a code name. Yi Hao sat down on the sofa and looked at Celestine. "How was it? You didn't get scolded over there?" "Every time I go over there, the children at home are wary of me like I'm a thief. Even if I helped them before, now the two children treat me like I'm an enemy. It's not easy for me to help you." Celestine sighed. Yi Hao snorted and didn't bother with Celestine's words. "Did you tell it?" Yi Hao asked, nodding his chin towards Zheng Tan. "I mentioned a little but didn't say anything specific. After all, the materials are all with you. I can't say much." Celestine spread out his hands. Yi Hao looked at the cat that was squatting on the low table and chewing peanuts. He still didn't quite believe it. However, even if it didn't succeed, it was just a cat. It wouldn't arouse any suspicion. Zheng Tan finished chewing peanuts and listened to Celestine explain what he needed to do. It was actually very simple. In summary, he needed to get a list of names for someone. Zheng Tan didn't know what the list was for Yi Hao and the others. He didn't need to know. It wasn't a good thing to know too much, even if it was just a cat. And the person that Zheng Tan needed to find was lurking in the other party's sphere of influence as an undercover agent. That person had some listening devices installed around him, and there were people monitoring him all day long. Yi Hao couldn't send people to get in touch with him. It was easy to be exposed at this critical time. Zheng Tan looked at the materials that Yi Hao had taken out. He was a man who was stronger than a leopard and had scars on his face. He looked a little ferocious. He was probably the kind of person that children should stay away from. Using the words that the aunties in the compound often used to describe him, he doesn't look like a good person. But this strong man who could twist people's arms without blinking, liked cats since he was young. Zheng Tan almost choked when he heard Yi Hao's explanation. He really couldn't imagine that kind of scene. Even when he was undercover, this cat lover would go over to feed stray cats whenever he saw them. Once, this person met a cat trafficker and beat the cat trafficker to the hospital on the spot. The trafficker was hospitalized for a long time and almost died. From this point of view, Zheng Tan's impression of this person was much better. After experiencing the incident of being caught, Zheng Tan hated cat traffickers. Hearing this person's deeds, he could only clap his hands and cheer. Sure enough, one couldn't judge a book by its cover. At the same time, Zheng Tan finally understood why Celestine wanted him to help. It was easier to get close to the undercover agent without arousing the other party's vigilance. After all, the undercover agent usually came in contact with dozens of cats, if not hundreds. And Jing Tan wasn't an expensive cat breed now. It was black, which many people despised. In addition, Jing Tan had experienced the life of a stray and knew the eyes that stray cats should have. So, Jing Tan was confident and was very willing to help in this matter. Just treat it as an adventure game. Celestine also said that it would lurk nearby to prevent accidents from happening, so that Jing Tan could rest assured that there would be no danger to his life. Since he had decided to help, the necessary preparations still had to be done. Jing Tan and Celestine practiced for a while. To do this kind of contact work, they still had to have some acting skills. Jing Tan also had some experience from filming the advertisement, so his performance also made Yi Hao and Celestine very satisfied. As for Ran Qi, who was sitting far away, he looked at Jing Tan as if he was looking at a monster. Jing Tan found that Ran Qi was wearing a pendant today, which was probably used to ward off evil spirits. Tsk, it looked like an elite, but its ability to accept things was not as good as Xiao Zhua and the others. Ran Qi, who was originally sitting 10 meters away, saw the black cat's eyes and suddenly felt a chill on his back. That look was contempt, right? It was definitely contempt. After sitting for a while, Ran Qi really couldn't sit still anymore, so he said goodbye to Yi Hao and left the room. Ran Qi, this guy, hey. Celestine didn't finish his words. Everyone knew what he meant, but he could also understand. After all, this kind of extraordinary thing was not something that everyone could accept, especially those who often came into contact with some dark things. It was inevitable that they would think more. Right, since we decided to let Black Charcoal get the list, we have to be prepared, Celestine said. Jing Tan didn't understand what the so-called preparation meant, but when Celestine opened a box, Jing Tan's face froze. If it wasn't for the cover of the black fur on his face, he would definitely find that Jing Tan's face was like *T. The box that Celestine took out contained makeup, equipment, such as dust and some sticky liquid that he didn't know. Come on, makeup. A stray cat should look like a stray cat, Celestine said, reaching out to grab a handful of dust and sprinkling it on Jing Tan. Chapter 83. After waking up in the morning, the flat-top guy opened the door of his room and went to the balcony to breathe in the fresh air. He raised his hand and looked at the rising sun. A hint of worry flashed in his eyes. He had a memory card in his hand. After he saved the information on the card, he had been waiting for an opportunity to give the card to the contact person. However, there had been a lot of activity recently. The higher-ups had begun to suspect him. The flat-top guy was also among the people who were suspected. The people who were suspected were closely monitored. The flat-top guy knew that there were listening devices in his house and that there were people watching his surroundings. Therefore he was quite anxious. However, he did not show it. As the flat-top guy was thinking, a warm and soft body pressed against him from behind. What's wrong? The person behind him asked. The woman's face was beautiful. She looked like the gentle type. I'm thinking that my injury has healed. When will I have work to do? The flat-top guy smiled. Take care of yourself. Don't leave any side effects, the woman said. Her words were filled with concern and worry. Yes. It's just that I've been a little bored recently, the flat-top guy said. He had been stabbed in the abdomen. In fact, he could have dodged the stab, but he didn't. He only avoided the stab to his vital parts in order to increase the trust of his superiors. However, there had been some leaks recently, and he was still classified as a suspect. Since the crackdown in Chuhua City, many people had begun to change the way they operated. At least that was the case on the surface. However, there were rules in the underworld. There were wars in the business world. No matter what the new situation was, there would always be competition. The probing and squeezing of each other had never stopped. The words of the two were filled with tenderness and sweetness. However, when they were not looking at each other, their gazes were not. The flat-top guy looked at the wall in the yard. Their house was a 2-story building with a small yard of more than 10 square meters. Many houses in the suburbs had such a design. The flat-top guy's house was rented. The pond in the yard was dug by himself. There were some small fish in it. As for why there were small fish in the yard, those who were familiar with the flat-top guy knew that it was prepared for the cats. The small fish in the yard were actually for the cats to catch them. Because they were afraid that cats would drown, the pool was not too deep. The sides of the pool were either made of smooth tiles or earth walls, so that cats that had fallen into the water could climb out of the pool. There would always be stray cats coming here to fish. They would see one every 2 or 3 days, so the people here were used to it. The flat-top guy stood on the balcony on the 2nd floor and could see everything clearly. A black cat jumped up from the courtyard wall and looked at them warily. After hesitating for a while, as if it felt that they would not do anything else, it walked towards the pond. "Another stray cat," the woman behind Flattop said. His eyes were filled with disdain. She was actually very repulsed by stray cats. They could carry parasites, skin diseases, and other diseases. If the higher-ups had not arranged for her to get close to the flat-top guy and monitor his movements and the people he came into contact with, she would definitely not be here. Stray cats were already driving her crazy. Jing Tan stood on the wall and looked up at the balcony on the second floor. He looked at his target, Flathead, again. After confirming that it was the person he was looking for, he jumped off the wall and went to the pool. Jing Tan was very satisfied with his performance just now. He wanted to give himself an Academy Award. Compared to domestic cats, stray cats were more vigilant, even fierce. They did not trust people very much, so they deliberately showed vigilance and hesitation. And as a cat, the first thing they cared about was food. Even if Jing Tan did not like it, he had to pretend. Celestine had also told him that there was a fish pond in the courtyard, especially for cats. He could go catch as much as he wanted. But Jing Tan did not have much interest in catching fish. First of all, he was not interested in raw fish. Ever since he became a cat, he had not eaten raw fish. Second of all, he did not have much experience in catching fish. As a cat that was adopted on the first day he woke up, Jing Tan did not worry about food except for the time when he was a stray. Even when he was a stray, he would steal food. He did not catch fish himself. How to catch fish was entirely based on his feelings. Jing Tan looked very embarrassed now. If the Jiao family saw Jing Tan now, they would be very distressed. Their black charcoal looked very pitiful now. Jing Tan could not do anything about it. Celestine said that he wanted to put on makeup. If he did not put on makeup, it would not be easy. Although Jing Tan had black fur and was not as dirty as white or light-colored cats, there was not much luster to her fur. Perhaps it was because of the layer of dust on her fur. Some parts of her fur were clumped together in clumps as if they were lumps. It had to be said that Wei Lung's makeup skills were amazing. The places that the cat could lick didn't have these lumps. Only the places that the cat couldn't comb would have lumps. This way they were more careful and had an extra layer of naturalness to prevent suspicion. After finishing the fur, Celestine commented, "You are so strong. If you don't put on makeup, how can you look like a stray?" Couldn't stray cats be stronger? Jing Tan remembered that when he was a stray, he had seen a few cats without cat tags wandering outside. They were all quite strong. If they were not strong, would they be able to snatch food in territory and survive safely? Especially in the wild. Not every stray cat was thin and weak. Jing Tan felt like he was a homeless person wearing tattered and patched clothes. He came to the side of the pond and looked at himself in the water's reflection. He had mixed feelings. Retracting his attention, Jing Tan looked at the small fish swimming in the pond and wondered how to catch them. The fish in the pond were not colorful ornamental fish. They were indeed very ordinary fish. There were some stones around and in the pond for cats to catch fish, so they could stand on the stones to catch fish. Jing Tan knew that the two people standing on the second floor were paying attention to him, so he had to show the same preferences as other cats. This was normal. He circled the pond twice, then stood by the pond, raised an arm, and looked at a fish that was slowly swimming over. He stretched out his claws. He did not catch it. That small fish swam away in the blink of an eye and mixed with the other small fish. He could not tell which one it was. Jing Tan shook the water off his claws, then changed to another place and waited for another opportunity. Maybe the fish here were often stimulated, so they were more delicate and not easy to catch. After not catching fish twice, Jing Tan was also frustrated. If he did not catch a fish, Jing Tan would be embarrassed to call himself a cat. When a small carp the length of a finger slowly swam to the side, Jing Tan saw the opportunity and stretched out his claws. He bent his palm and accurately picked up the fish from the water, then threw it directly to the grass by the pond. The small fish that was thrown to the grass flapped its tail and jumped. Jing Tan shook the water off his claws and walked over. When he walked to the fish, Jing Tan hesitated. The fish was out. What should he do? He could not eat it, right? I can't do it. Facing a raw fish, a fish that had not been scaled, had not been gutted, and was still covered in grass and mud. Maybe someone had even peed in the pond. How could Jing Tan eat it? As picky as Jing Tan was, he could not eat it at all. At this moment, Celestine, who was hiding in a nearby residential building, was using binoculars to observe the situation. He rubbed his forehead. He remembered that the Jiao family had said that the cat did not eat raw fish. Black charcoal, after you catch the fish, what should you do? Although he was a little helpless, Celestine felt that the cat should be able to handle this kind of thing, so he continued to observe. Zheng Tan looked at the fish jumping on the grass and thought for a while. It seemed that if Huang and the sheriff were not very hungry, they would first play with the prey they caught. They would play with the prey until it was about to die and did not struggle, then eat it. Or they would just leave the prey that was about to die. This was a good idea, Zheng Tan thought. After making the decision, Zheng Tan thought back to when he saw Huang and the others playing in the courtyard. Then he copied how Huang played with the grasshopper. He bent his claws and hooked the fish that was jumping on the grass. When the small fish was thrown into the air, Zheng Tan raised his body and stretched out 2 claws to hold the small fish. The next step should have been to bite, but Zheng Tan could not bear to bite it. He decided to rub it twice instead. However, the fish was too sticky and slippery, and Zheng Tan did not use his claws to nail the fish. When he rubbed, he did not use enough strength and directly rubbed the fish out. The small crucian carp made a beautiful parabola in the air and fell to the side of the pond. It flapped its tail twice and fell into the pond before Zheng Tan could reach it. It swam away. Flathead, Celestine, Zheng Tan really did not intend to let the fish go. He originally planned to play with it and then throw it where it was, but in the end he accidentally rubbed the fish away. The woman standing next to Flathead saw this scene and covered her mouth to laugh. This cat is so stupid. Maybe this cat is not hungry and just wants to catch fish to play, Flathead said. He had seen cats that would fish out fish to play with it before eating it, and some cats would immediately hide to the side to eat the fish after fishing it out. Looking at the black cat next to the pond, it did not look like it was hungry. It probably just wanted to play, right? The woman did not comment on Flathead's explanation. Anyway, she did not like stray cats. They were dirty, not only ugly but also fierce. The cat in front of her had an additional trait: stupid. She wrinkled her nose in disgust. The woman was a little impatient to look at the cat there. Just as she was about to turn back to the room, she saw the black stray cat walk around the pond twice, give up on catching fish and walk towards the house. Zheng Tan looked at the closed door, wagged its tail, walked to the side, jumped on the windowsill and flipped into the house from the side window. Windows were naturally like doors for cats. This was the result of not closing the window. Flathead and the others had similar situations before, but at that time they did not close the door so the cat could enter. The design of this house was not good. It was not ventilated and the first floor always felt damp. Therefore, the windows were often open for ventilation. I still have cut cooked beef in the kitchen downstairs. Don't let the cat take it away. The woman shouted and quickly ran downstairs. Chapter 84. After Zheng Tan entered the house through the window, he roughly scanned his surroundings. The decorations were very normal and there were no luxurious items. The sofa and other items were relatively old. Just as Celestine had said, these were all left behind by the original landlord. Therefore, even if Zheng Tan caused a ruckus, he wouldn't feel guilty. Due to the poor design, the first floor felt a little dark and damp. Zheng Tan hurried to understand the general layout of the first floor before the person upstairs came down. Then, even if he had to escape, he wouldn't be too flustered. Celestine had said that there were listening devices here, and there should also be cameras installed. Therefore, Zheng Tan had to act as natural as possible, more like a stray cat. He knew that there were cameras and listening devices here, but he still pretended that he didn't know. It was indeed a little weird. It was hard for the flat top to pretend that he didn't know anything when he was trying to understand the situation. He just didn't know what the flat top's mentality was when he was having sex with his current girlfriend. When the heavens were about to give a great responsibility to a great man, the first thing was to have a strong will. As expected, the people who did this kind of undercover work had a strong will. Sniffing the air, Zheng Tan followed the direction of the smell. Wasn't a cat going to sneak into someone's house to steal food? Otherwise, would it be rummaging through boxes and cabinets to look for the wallet? As he walked towards the kitchen, Zheng Tan also paid attention to the electrical appliances and furniture from the living room to the kitchen. His ears twitched. The woman upstairs was about to come down. Zheng Tan quickened his pace. When the woman rushed to the kitchen, she saw the dirty, ugly and stupid stray cat sniffing the plate of cut beef. Immediately, the woman's heart was on fire. Go away, stinky cat. The woman shouted and picked up a spatula. Zheng Tan pretended to be shocked and accidentally stepped over the plate of beef. Then it accidentally kicked over the seasoning jar. The jar of pepper fell to the ground and the pepper inside spilled out. Then, the jar of salt, the jar of MSG and a few pretty ceramic bowls were kicked down and broke one by one. The woman was even angrier. She hoped that the cat would be chased out. She couldn't leave it for even a moment. While dodging the spatula that the woman threw at him, Jing Tan looked for a place to hide. Celestine had told Jing Tan that he could do it in moderation, but this moderation would have to be determined by Jing Tan himself. Feeling that it was about time, Jing Tan dodged the spatula and jumped out from under the woman's arm. He jumped from the stove to the cupboard. The cupboard in this kitchen was relatively large, with a length of nearly 2 meters. The height of the cupboard was also relatively high, with the top about half a meter from the ceiling. It was said that this family used to run a small restaurant business. Later on they stopped working and moved all the pots and pans back. There were quite a lot of things. Behind the cupboard there was a shelf filled with all kinds of steamers, cooking pots and so on. Because no one had used them for a long time, they were all covered with a layer of dust. After Jing Tan jumped onto the cupboard, the woman had no choice but to hit it twice with the spatula, hoping to chase the cat down. However, the cat just hid there and ignored her. The woman was so angry that she threw away the spatula in her hand and turned to look at Flathead, who was standing at the kitchen door. "Why are you still standing here? Hurry up and chase this cat out." After thinking about it, she felt that Flathead might not be satisfied with her actions just now. She looked at the pot of beef and pointed at it. "When the time comes, let it eat the beef." After saying that, the woman walked out of the kitchen. Because of the cat chase, the kitchen was covered in dust. The woman was going to the bathroom to take a shower. She hoped that she wouldn't have to face that ugly and dirty cat when she came out. Seeing the woman walk out, Jing Tan felt that she wouldn't come back to the kitchen for a while. He was relieved, but he couldn't let his guard down. Since Celestine said that there might be surveillance everywhere, Jing Tan couldn't act too abruptly. Looking at the kitchen again, Jing Tan thought about the ideal place to make a move. Before coming here, Celestine told Jing Tan that if there were surveillance cameras installed here, they should be installed in a higher place, looking down or at the same level. This was a habit of many people. This way they could better observe the overall situation. Of course, it didn't rule out the possibility of installing it near the ground. However, in a place like the kitchen, the possibility of the latter was very small. Besides, no matter how secretive and difficult the situation was, the other party wouldn't be the crow from the KGB. It wouldn't be that complicated. Thinking about it, Jing Tan made a decision in his heart. Flathead looked at the black cat hiding on the cupboard and turned to leave. After a while, he returned to the kitchen with a can of cat food in his hand. Opening the can of cat food, Flathead took out a plastic plate from the cupboard and poured the can of cat food into it. Me, come and eat the can," Flathead said as he walked closer. "Jing Tan, you're the me. Your whole family is big, me. Jing Tan hated it the most when people shouted this word at him. This kind of behavior was King stupid. Originally, Jing Tan had a good impression of Flathead, but as soon as he said this word, his impression of him plummeted. However, even if he didn't feel good, he still had to do what he needed to do. When Flathead approached the cupboard, Jing Tan jumped down and hid directly under the cupboard. Behind the cupboard was a shelf. Whether it was the shelf or the cupboard, the space at the bottom was relatively dark. At the same time, it was enough for Jing Tan to walk around. Jing Tan crouched down and walked around the bottom. He didn't find any suspicious surveillance objects. Other than a few insect corpses, there was some dust. Since his body was dirty, Jing Tan wasn't afraid of getting dirtier. "How is it?" The woman with wet hair and a bathrobe walked to the kitchen door and asked while drying her hair with a towel. "CK, isn't this too fast?" Jing Tan cursed in his heart. Probably afraid that Flathead would take the opportunity to leak the secret, the woman came out quickly. It was obvious that Flathead was being watched quite closely. No wonder Celestine said that it was not good to let people come in contact with him. However, Jing Tan wasn't worried now. He stayed under the cupboard and waited for Flathead. "Do you want to use a broom or something to drive it away?" the woman asked. "The more you do this, the less it will come out," Flathead said helplessly. He held a plate of canned cat food in his hand. He bent down, lay on the ground and put the plate in his hand under the cupboard. The woman standing at the door had a flash of contempt in her eyes. She didn't go in but stood at the kitchen door and watched. The kitchen was still filled with the smell of pepper. The sunlight from the window could see floating dust particles. This made the woman frown even more and she took a step back. As long as Flathead didn't do anything suspicious, it was fine. There was no need for her to go in and suffer. 3 minutes passed. There was still no progress. Jing Tan also wanted to quickly finish the handover with Flathead, but Celestine had already reminded Jing Tan a few times to be patient and calm down. Jing Tan thought about Celestine's conclusion. As a stray cat, it has to show its sorry side, but it also has to show its hesitation and vigilance towards humans. It shouldn't trust people so easily. The details determine success or failure. And because of that woman, Flathead definitely won't let you stay there forever. This is because those people once killed a stray cat that hid in the house without coming out. No matter what, Jing Tan felt that he should act like he wanted to resist. No, it should be retreating in order to advance. The woman standing at the door was already impatient. When will it come out? Don't blame me for being blunt, Flathead. I really want to take a feather duster and hit it twice. Look at the kitchen that I worked so hard to tidy up and now it's like this. The woman complained. Jing Tan, who was squatting under the cupboard and shelf, heard the woman's words. He thought to himself, come on, hit me. If the woman heard Jing Tan's thoughts, she would be furious. Seeing that the cat had changed its position, Flathead stretched out his arm and moved the plate over. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the cat's movements. Jing Tan looked at the pair of feet standing at the kitchen door, then looked at Flathead. Flathead looked at the cat that had changed its position and was squatting there. From his angle, the cat's eyes were bright because of the reflection of light in the dark environment, which made Flathead feel strange. But Flathead didn't know how to describe it. He always felt that it was different from the cats he had seen before. It was very different. When he looked into the cat's eyes, he always felt uncomfortable. Flathead felt that it was because of the light and the angle. Just when Flathead felt that this method of tempting food probably wouldn't work and that he should leave for a while, he saw the cat walk towards him and close to his hand. This made Flathead very happy. He decided to quickly catch the cat after it was full and release it. Otherwise, he didn't know if it would be poisoned by the rat poison if it kept staying here. Even if it scratched him twice, it wouldn't be a big deal. He had been stabbed with a knife, so scratching with a cat's claws was a piece of cake. But Flathead's mood didn't last long. The next moment, Flathead felt the hair on his back standing up. He saw that when the cat got close to his hand, it raised one of its paws and put it by its mouth. Then, the cat stretched its paw towards him and a small plastic film fell on his hand. Flathead was very familiar with this kind of plastic film. He used to use this kind of thing to communicate. Jing Tan wasn't very satisfied with this method of communication because the thing was placed in his mouth. There was a small bayonet on his fangs, so Jing Tan didn't open his mouth when he came here. After taking out the thing in his mouth, Jing Tan felt that his mouth was a lot more comfortable. Jing Tan was comfortable, but Flathead's mood was like a vertical roller coaster that swooped down dozens of floors. Moreover, this change in mood happened without any preparation. Contact. A cat? Damn, the contact was actually a cat. How did they find such a weirdo? Many people train pigeons, mice and dogs, but very few people train cats. Flathead had never seen any before. Chapter 85. Flathead flipped his hand and the plastic film on his thumb fell off. Before the film fell to the ground, Flathead used his middle finger and ring finger to catch it. The friction between his fingers removed the cat's saliva on the surface of the film, and the touch became clearer. Flathead was sure that it was the kind of film he was thinking about. He then looked at the cat that was crouching next to the plate and sniffing the can without eating it. If Flathead still didn't understand, then he shouldn't be working undercover anymore. Although he felt like he was struck by lightning, he didn't show it on his face. After getting the plastic film, Flathead understood what his priority was. And this cat should have been trained, right? Nothing would happen for now. He retracted his arm. The plastic sheet that he had been holding between his fingers was nowhere to be seen. He stood up and said to the woman standing at the door, "I'll go find some gloves and a flashlight. I'll grab it later so that it doesn't hide in there forever." The woman nodded. After Flathead left, she gathered her bathrobe, squatted down slightly and looked under the cupboard. Jing Tan wasn't hiding too far away. The plate was only an arm's length away from the cupboard, so the woman could see what was going on inside. It wasn't very clear, but at least she could roughly see what was going on inside. When the woman lowered her body to take a look, she happened to see the cat open its mouth, revealing its fangs. When the cat closed its mouth and their eyes met, the woman saw the two bright eyes that reflected the light. She stood up abruptly and took 2 steps back. Because her movement was so sudden, she almost fell. She remembered the cat that she had asked someone to get rid of when Flathead wasn't around. It was also a stray cat like this. That was why stray cats were the most annoying. They were ugly, stupid, and had fierce eyes. If Jing Tan knew that his behavior had caused this woman to hate him so much, he would definitely cry out. This was because he just wanted to yawn. Before, there was something stuck in his mouth, so he didn't dare to open it. Now that he took out the plastic film, he could yawn as much as he wanted. The woman did not want to continue watching the cat. She went to the junk room and saw Flathead rummaging through something. Seeing that Flathead was indeed holding a pair of gloves, the woman was relieved. When Flathead found a flashlight, the woman was standing quite far away from the kitchen. Although Flathead was quite skilled, she was afraid that if Flathead let go of the cat and let it escape, she would be scratched by the cat. Flathead placed the flashlight to the side and reached a gloved hand into the cupboard. With a flick of his finger, the plastic piece from earlier appeared on his fingertip. What was different from before was that there was a small square piece about 1 centimeter long wrapped in the plastic film. Jing Tan thought that this should be what Celestine and Yi Hao wanted. However, Jing Tan's mysophobia was acting up again. However, in order to resolve this matter as soon as possible, Jing Tan still endured his displeasure. He raised his claws to take the diaphragm and put it in his mouth. The bayonet was stuck between his fangs. This way he could prevent himself from accidentally swallowing it. Seeing the cat's actions in front of him, although Flathead had prepared himself mentally, he still could not calm down. He already knew the information on the diaphragm and acted according to the instructions on the diaphragm. However, he did not expect that the cat would really do as the diaphragm said and put away the diaphragm that wrapped the memory card properly. Was this really just a cat? Flathead really wanted to use some kind of instrument to check if it was a new type of high-end simulation robot. No, to check if it was a simulation of a Doraemon. After everything was settled, Flathead grabbed one of Jing Tan's arms and tried to bring him out. After thinking for a while, Flathead extended his other hand. This way the cat should not feel too uncomfortable. Jing Tan walked out with Flathead's strength. When he was lifted out from the bottom of the cupboard, Jing Tan remembered Celestine's words. Thus, he struggled for a while and raised his claws to scratch the part of Flathead's arm that was not covered by the gloves. He immediately scratched a few bloody marks. Jing Tan was also very helpless about this. Celestine had said that there were wild cats that did not scratch people. In order to reduce the chances of being suspected, he still had to put on this act. Flathead did not care anyway. He did not care about this small injury. However, even if Flathead did not care, the woman standing outside the kitchen did not think so. Once she saw the bloody marks on Flathead's hand, she took a few steps back. Suddenly she thought of something. The woman quickly ran to the door and opened it. She signaled Flathead to throw the cat out quickly. Otherwise, there would be more and more bloody marks on his hand. It looked very scary. After leaving the house, Flathead let go of his hand. Jing Tan ran out and jumped onto the courtyard wall. He immediately disappeared from Flathead and the woman's sight. Flathead looked at the empty wall. Although he did not show it on his face, he felt a lot more relaxed. At least he had handed over the thing. Thinking back to the situation when he saw the black cat, Flathead felt that the cat was strange. He also admired the people over there. He really did not know where they found such a cat. Oh, quickly treat the wound. That cat might have some disease on it. The woman looked at the wound on Flathead's hand and said. Flathead smiled indifferently and turned to go into the house. Jing Tan, who had jumped over the courtyard wall, ran all the way to a more secluded meeting place that Celestine had mentioned. After waiting for a while, Celestine came over. Jing Tan jumped into Celestine's backpack and was then taken out of the place by Celestine. They came to the side of the road and stopped a taxi. After 5 minutes, they got off at a large supermarket. Celestine's car was in the supermarket's parking lot. After getting back into the car, Jing Tan came out of the backpack. Sometimes, Jing Tan felt that Celestine was too cautious and thought that problems were too complicated. He felt that his actions were superfluous. Wei Ling drove the car onto the main road and looked at the rearview mirror. He saw that the cat couldn't wait to get out of the bag with an impatient look on its face. He joked, "Many things are like that. You can just go straight to the point, but foreplay adds to the fun and makes things more natural. When the conditions are right, success will come naturally. In order to get a better result, some things are unavoidable. Forget it, even if I told you, you wouldn't understand." Jing Tan. I understand, but this analogy is King wretched. It does not match the situation at all. How is it? Is it going well inside? Although he had already gotten what he wanted, Celestine was in a good mood and seemed to be a chatterbox. He did not want to get any answers from a cat, so he started to ask and answer his own questions. Although Flathead likes cats, he has never raised one himself. So, he doesn't know much about cats' temperaments and habits. Oh, I heard that he used to raise cats, but after the cat got into an accident, no one heard of him raising cats anymore. They only know that he often buys cans of cat food for stray cats. Actually, everyone can understand. After all, it is difficult for Flathead to settle down in this industry. Raising cats and dogs is a burden. It's okay now, but a few years ago, Celestine was helping Flathead improve his impression of him. After that, he picked up his phone and called Yi Hao. Jing Tan looked at the person in front of him, who was talking on his phone while driving. He shook his head and hoped that Celestine would not drive directly into the flower bed. Looking around, Zheng Tan pulled out a bottle of mineral water from Celestine's bag. He put his paws on the bottle cap and twisted it hard to open the bottle. Then he held the bottle of mineral water and poured it into his mouth. It was not that he wanted to drink water, he just wanted to rinse his mouth. After rinsing his mouth, Zheng Tan felt that his body was much more wet. Water droplets with dust dripped onto the back seat. Suddenly he felt a little itchy. Did he get fleas again? Thinking about fleas gave Zheng Tan a headache. He simply held the bottle of mineral water and used the water inside to rinse his body. Anyway, the temperature was not low, so it was fine to get wet. On the other side, when he received Celestine's call, Yi Hao was discussing the next step of the plan with Ran Qi and Leopard. They were preparing to send someone to contact Flathead again. He needed to carry out the next step of the plan. To be on the safe side, it was better to get the information as soon as possible in case something went wrong. To be honest, Yi Hao did not have much confidence in letting the cat contact Flathead. Even if it failed, it would be fine as long as the plastic film in the cat's mouth was not exposed. Taking a step back, even if the plastic film was found, the other party would not know what kind of information was conveyed on the film. However, he did not expect Celestine to tell him that it was a success. After hanging up the phone, Yi Hao looked at Ran Qi and Leopard in front of him and said, "We have the information. When the time comes, we can speed up the implementation of the plan." "You have it?" Ran Qi suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. He could not help but feel creeped out that a cat could handle this kind of thing so smoothly. On the other side, Celestine finished the call and heard the sound behind him. He raised his head and looked at the rearview mirror. He saw that the cat in the back seat was holding a bottle of mineral water and rinsing his body. He almost drove the car directly into the flower bed on the side of the road. "You actually started taking a shower in the car?" No matter what, after this, Celestine's car had to be cleaned from the inside out. This time, Celestine did not take Zheng Tan to the night building, but to a quiet villa. Yi Hao, Ran Qi and Leopard were all in the house. When they saw Celestine come in, the three of them looked behind Celestine at the same time. They did not see the cat and then turned their eyes to Celestine's big backpack. After Celestine unloaded the backpack, Zheng Tan jumped out of the backpack. He did not look at the three people with different expressions and began to look for the bathroom. He felt uncomfortable when he thought about the fleas on his body again. It must have been when he was in the grass near Flathead's house. His luck was really F***ing bad. Celestine saw Zheng Tan's behavior and knew what he was going to do. After giving the things to Yi Hao, he went to the bathroom and turned on the water. After the cat finished bathing, he used a hairdryer to dry his fur. After washing and drying his fur, Zheng Tan finally felt refreshed. Celestine did not stay for long. He rejected Yi Hao's invitation to stay and changed his car to send Zheng Tan back to Tsinghua University. He did not come back for another night. The Jiao family would probably scold him again. It was better to send him back as soon as possible. At night at the Jiao family, Zheng Tan took a shower again. He sprayed some of the anti-flea medicine he got from Old Man Lan and then crawled into little Pomelo's bed. Chapter 86. The campus in July was lush and green. Although there were often people who would repair the flower beds and green belts, the growth of the plants was too fast. Every few days they would change their appearance. For the people of Tsinghua City, July and August were always annoying. The weather was too hot, so people rarely went out during the day. Zheng Tan lay on the balcony on the 5th floor. There was a pot of orchid beside it, which was a gift from Old Man Lan. Zheng Tan liked to lie on the flower pot and sleep there. At this time the balcony was shady, so it might be hot for people, but for cats the temperature was still okay. After all, their body temperature was higher than that of humans. Therefore, Zheng Tan preferred the balcony to the indoor air conditioning. In the blink of an eye, he had been here for more than a year. Zheng Tan didn't notice it before, but when he found out that Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were on summer vacation, Zheng Tan realized that it was summer vacation again. At this time last year, Zheng Tan had not been here for long. He was repulsed by everything. He felt insecure, lost, helpless, and had other complicated feelings. Now that he thought about it, his feelings back then were a little blurry. However, he could still remember everything that had happened since he came here. As he was thinking, he felt a little itchy under his chin. Zheng Tan rubbed his chin on the protruding edge of the flower pot, yawned, and squinted his eyes to look at the people walking around with umbrellas. Jiao Yuan was still crazy outside on such a hot day. Jiao Yuan and Xiong Xiong had been going out to play recently. Today they went to the swimming pool and tomorrow they went to play basketball. Their schedule was full. Except for meals, they weren't at home much during the day. Anyway, the children in the courtyard were all together, and there were always some parents around. They were all familiar with each other, so the parents of the other families weren't worried. Jiao Yuan, who had left elementary school, was always inexplicably excited. Even in the hot summer, he always had a silly smile on his face. He was already tanned after graduating from elementary school. Thinking about little Pomelo, who was staying in her room to do her homework, Jing Tan couldn't help but sigh. Little girls were quieter. After sleeping for a while, Jing Tan was woken up by a sound. Meow, meow. 2 cat meows came from downstairs. It wasn't a Huang, it wasn't the sheriff, and it definitely wasn't Fatty. Just by hearing this voice, Jing Tan knew it was Peanut Candy without even looking. Candy Peanut had been following Li Yuanba around the streets ever since it was little, so it was familiar with the surrounding terrain. It often walked from the pet center to Tsinghua University. Unlike dogs, when cats went out for a walk, the distance they could walk was much further than people could imagine. Of course, cats that had no sense of direction were not worth mentioning. For example, Huang's furthest place was still within Tsinghua University, and it was always with Jing Tan and the others. If Huang was alone, it wouldn't even leave the courtyard. Jing Tan used to think that Huang was afraid of people outside and other pet dogs that it didn't know. However, after taking this guy out a few times, Jing Tan realized that this guy didn't really remember the way. Perhaps after it lost its power, it stopped peeing everywhere. Without road signs, it couldn't remember the way. As for why Candy Peanut was walking alone now, it was mainly because Li Yuanba was sick. It had an intestinal infection or something. It was quite serious and it made Yanzi and Xiaoguo's hearts ache. Li Yuanba usually gave people the impression that it was very strong and healthy. It didn't even have a small illness. However, once it fell sick, it would make a lot of noise. In short, it had been staying at the pet center to recuperate. Candy Peanut would still go out whenever it had time. However, when Jing Tan went to shoot an advertisement last time, he heard from Xiaoguo that Candy Peanut would bring a mouse to Li Yuanba every time it went out, and it was a very big mouse. It seemed to be looking for praise, or maybe it was showing people that it had grown up and was no longer the kitten that always needed company. No matter what Candy Peanut was thinking, this kind of behavior continued. Sometimes, Candy Peanut would come over and call a few cats in the courtyard to go out with it. When there were more cats, it would probably be more imposing and not be bullied. Candy Peanut seemed to be only 7 or 8 months old, but it was bigger than other cats that were 7 or 8 months old. It was almost the same size as Jing Tan and the others. Plus, its fur was slightly longer and thicker, so it was like a big cat. As for the personality mole on the side of Candy Peanut's mouth, as it grew bigger, the mole also became bigger, and it looked very funny. Jing Tan went out with Candy Peanut a few times, and during these few times, Jing Tan noticed a phenomenon. First, Candy Peanut was very skilled at catching mice. It seemed that Li Yuanba's teaching had played a key role. Second, this guy never caught mice in the same place. Today it was on the street next door. Tomorrow it would be at a warehouse in Tsinghua University. The day after, it would change to another place. In short, the mice came from different places every day. This made Jing Tan a little puzzled. Different places. Could it be that the mice smelled different? Or maybe this was Candy Peanut's way of showing to Li Yuanba that it was very familiar with the surrounding terrain. Jing Tan didn't understand, but he appreciated Candy Peanut's behavior. When Candy Peanut barked downstairs, the sheriff, who was sleeping in some corner of the grass, rushed out. It looked quite happy because every time Candy Peanut called for its partner, it was very likely that it was going to fight with a cat in a certain place. Maybe the cat there was blocking its way, so it fought once and cleared the way. Jing Tan got up, stretched and ran downstairs. Huang had been locked up at home recently, and Depang wouldn't be far away from its old lady. Therefore, only Jing Tan and the sheriff accompanied Candy Peanut to walk the streets. In one of the side doors of Tsinghua University, there was a small street about 100 meters away. There were some private houses there, and they were all built with several floors for renting to students. It was a little messy. Most of the people who rented there were guys. Girls didn't dare to come here because it was too remote. There was a building behind it that was said to be an abandoned project that hadn't been cleaned up yet. There were often fights there and there were a few bloody incidents. Therefore, gradually many people didn't go there. The remaining people chose to rent there because of the low rent. Otherwise it would be very desolate. That was where Jing Tan had followed Peanut Candy to today. Unfortunately, there were a few families holding a celebratory banquet and so on. They didn't go to a big hotel. The people here were used to celebrating in their own homes. Anyway, their houses were all 4 or 5 floors high and there was a lot of space. They just needed to tidy it up a little. If it was just one house, it wouldn't be so bad. Now there were a few houses. There were cars parked everywhere and many people came and went. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. Jing Tan saw a cat squatting by the wall of a house. It was quite big and its fur was quite similar to the sheriff's. Other than this cat, Jing Tan also saw a cat with long fur lying lazily under a car. After looking around, Candy Peanut didn't go any further. It probably didn't expect to encounter such a situation. After wagging its tail, it turned around and left. The sheriff was about to rush over and fight, but he was pulled back by Jing Tan. There were too many people here. It was fine for cats to fight, but it wouldn't be so easy if people got involved. Moreover, this was other people's territory. It was better for cats to fight at night. That way there wouldn't be people involved. However, Candy Peanut didn't come out every night. It all depended on the swallow's mood that day. Looking at Candy Peanut's decision today, it probably wouldn't come out at night. If it could come out at night, it wouldn't come here during the day. When Jing Tan returned to the courtyard, he heard a voice coming from inside the house before he even entered the door. Lord Zeng? Why did Lord Zeng come over at this time? Jing Tan was confused. After entering the house, Jing Tan saw Lord Zeng holding a baby and talking to Jiao Ma. Seeing Jing Tan come in, Jiao Ma quickly said, "There's no need to wait until dinner time. Black Charcoal is back now." Jing Tan pulled his ear. What was that? It sounded like he was a foodie. Lord Zeng sat on the sofa in the living room, looked at Jing Tan and said, "Black Charcoal, come here. This is Kitten." Kitten? Kitten Joie? No wonder the iron face of Lord Zeng, that had never changed for thousands of years, was so soft now. Jing Tan walked over, jumped on the sofa, and looked at the baby in Lord Zeng's arms. According to the time, Kitten Joie should be around 3 months old. It couldn't talk or even crawl yet. Its hair wasn't very thick and its eyes weren't very big, but they were very dark and full of spirit. It was said that children's eyes were like that. The black and white were distinct and clearer, not as cloudy as the eyes of adults. There was a pendant hanging around Kitten Joie's neck. It was the pendant made by Little Joie with the 9-leaf grass. It should be hanging around Kitten Joie's neck now and in the future. Lord Zeng adjusted his holding position so that Kitten Joie could face Jing Tan. The man and the cat looked at each other like that. Then Kitten Joie started laughing. As it laughed, it waved its arms like a chick flapping its wings. What the hell was it laughing about? Jing Tan looked at the baby in front of him. The little guy kept babbling. He didn't know what he was saying, but his eyes and expression were very serious. "He's saying hello," Lord Zeng said. "Really?" Jing Tan looked at the person who was still babbling. The little guy was laughing so hard that his saliva was dripping out. "How stupid." "Black Charcoal, say hello to your little brother," Jiao Ma said from the side. "Say hello?" Oh. Jing Tan was a little confused. It was such a small child. Would it hurt if he poked it? However, seeing the little guy trying to wave his arms, Jing Tan still went over. He rubbed his palm on the sofa, wiping off some of the dust on his palm. Then he shook it and looked at his palm. After making sure that the sharp claws were hidden, he stretched out his palm. He touched Kitten Joie's chubby face. Seeing Jing Tan's action, Lord Zeng had a slight smile on his face. Kitten Joie started laughing again after being touched by Jing Tan. Jing Tan was a little helpless. Why did this little brat like to laugh so much? Lord Zeng didn't stay here for too long and soon left. Chapter 87. After dinner, Jiao Ma went out to dance with some of the female teachers in the courtyard. Jiao Yuan and Xiong Xiong went to play basketball. They would probably come back with Jiao Ma at night. Little Pomelo was also brought along by Jiao Yuan. Jiao Ma told her to interact with the children in the courtyard. Yulisha and Xia Xian, who were in the same class as her, also went to play. The gymnasium was quite lively tonight. There were only Jiao Pa and Jing Tan in the Jiao family. Jiao Pa didn't seem to be in a good mood today. As for Jing Tan, he was too lazy to go out. He was still thinking about what happened to Zhuo Xiaomao this afternoon. Jing Tan was lying on the sofa, bored. He glanced at the situation in the bedroom. Jiao Pa had his computer on, but he wasn't organizing papers. Instead, he was reading Mr. Zhou's compilation. Jing Tan ran over and jumped on the desk. He looked. Jiao Pa was reading Hot Wind. Sensing Jing Tan's arrival, Jiao Pa raised his head and looked at the cat stretching his neck. He smiled and said, "What? Are you interested?" Jing Tan retracted his neck. He couldn't understand most of the articles. It was tiring to read them. Jiao Pa suddenly thought of something. He put the compilation on the desk and looked at Jing Tan. He said, "Black Charcoal, it's just the two of us now. Let's talk." Jing Tan was embarrassed. If he could talk, he wouldn't have waited until now. However, Jiao Pa obviously meant that Jing Tan would listen. He would do the talking. Sometimes, after keeping secrets in one's heart for a long time, one would really want to find someone to talk to. However, it wouldn't be good if too many people knew about these secrets. A cat that couldn't talk was the ideal listener. Do you know about Project A? Jiaopa asked. Jing Tan, who was about to jump off the desk and leave, stopped in his tracks. His ears pricked up. He retreated and squatted on the desk again, looking like he was listening attentively. Jiaopa rubbed his forehead and said, "In the future, if Lord Zheng brings Zhuo Kitten here again, you should accompany her more. After all, we don't know if little Zhuo can come back safely." Jing Tan still didn't quite understand what the Jiaopa was saying, but he didn't say anything. He continued to squat there obediently and listened to the rest of the Jiaopa's words. Although many people think that little Zhuo went abroad to follow up on the project, and that's what the school said, it's actually not the case. Perhaps some people who were as experienced as Lord Zheng would know a little about it, but they certainly wouldn't say anything. Little Zhuo went to participate in Project A, which was a very secretive project. The participants not only had to go through an identity check, but also had to be tested on their ability and sign a confidentiality agreement. I don't know much about that. I heard it from my old mentor, Old Master Yuan, when he was drunk. At that time, he happened to know a physics professor who was participating in the project. Old Master Yuan was quite emotional and couldn't stop talking. After he sobered up, he even made us swear not to tell anyone about it. However, you're not human, so I only told you this. Jing Tan, not human? That was a stab to the chest. However, Jing Tan really wasn't human. This was an indisputable fact. In the past, Old Master Yuan even joked that the people who participated in projects like this were special forces in the field of scientific research. The mission they carried out was very risky. The reason why Lord Zheng was always in a bad mood was because she wasn't sure if little Zhuo could come back safely after completing the project. Jing Tan also felt a little heavy. To be honest, he really hoped that little Zhuo could come back safely, and he didn't want her to participate in this troublesome project. When we found out about this kind of project back then, we were actually a little against it. However, after thinking about it, the existence of this kind of project must have its own meaning. Those projects can't be made public, at least not in recent years. Many things will definitely cause public dissatisfaction once they are made public. However, from a higher point of view, it is necessary for it to exist. There are so many countries in the world, and many of them have their own secret research projects. On the surface they say they are against XX research, but in fact they are secretly carrying out projects. Biochemistry, nuclear war, these are only some of the things that the public knows. Other than that, in the field of life science there are cloning, cross-race embryo research and so on. Those are actually allowed in the project. Otherwise, many technologies in this world wouldn't have developed so quickly. The aliens that people often talk about may actually have come from there. When Jing Tan heard Jiaopa's words, he felt a chill down his spine. The things that he always thought were science fiction actually existed? Do you know what a geophysical weapon is? Some people have even said that weather control is more important than an atomic bomb. For example, in the 1970s, the KGB invented artificial storm technology. It suddenly changed the climate of a certain area to adapt to the needs of the battlefield. Maybe one day this technology can be improved to directly create hurricanes. Or maybe this technology has already existed before we know it. The importance of the project is actually directly related to its danger level under certain circumstances. On a larger scale, national defense technology, national security, and technological development all rely on these projects. There are so many research institutes and universities in China, and a large number of professors and associate professors. However, those who really go deep into it know that a lot of the data of scientific research results are fake. As you can imagine, it is difficult to rely on these to solve the real needs of this country. These projects are actually not too far away from everyone's sight. It's just that no one knows about them. For example, aerospace is definitely not the so-called FACE project that many people think it is. There are many secrets involved and not many people can say for sure. Jiaopa picked up the glass of water and drank. When he saw Jing Tan's rigid and confused look, he smiled and nodded Jing Tan's head. It's too far away to talk about this. Let's put it from another perspective. There may be other reasons why little Zhuo decided to participate in this project, but one of the reasons is definitely for little kitten Zhuo. As a benefit of participating in the project with their lives, the participants will receive some compensation. Reputation is impossible. After all, it is a confidential project. However, they can receive many conveniences that others can't enjoy, such as files. For example, little kitten Zhuo. According to reality, what will his personal file say in the future? Father unknown, mother unmarried? This will definitely be criticized. In our country, although reform and opening up, and people's thoughts are much more open, after all, the influence of thousands of years of etiquette and rules will still have some color when looking at people. But because of little Joie, little kitten Joie's file will be different in the future. Perhaps in the father column, someone who sacrificed himself for scientific research will be arranged, or perhaps someone else. In short, those files will be real, can stand up to investigation, and are also recognized by the law. Jing Tan lowered his head. These things were really heavy. It was hard for Jiao Pa to keep it in his heart for so long. Sure enough, the lives of ordinary people were actually very happy. They didn't have to know about those things in the dark, and they didn't have to face the truth that might destroy their worldview. Being an ordinary person, being an ordinary cat, the world was still King beautiful. Actually, Jiao Pa thought of something again. Jing Tan really wanted to cover his ears. He guessed that Jiao Pa was going to talk about something that would destroy the beautiful world in his heart again, but curiosity got the better of him and he didn't move his feet. Actually, I think that our institute should also have a quota, but no one is in a similar situation as Little Joie. Those who went abroad were also to be evaluated, or really to participate in domestic and international cooperation projects. So I'm thinking that something that happened in the past must have caused the institute to lose its quota, so it's not qualified to send people to participate. Something that happened in the past? Jing Tan's focus was not on the so-called secret project quota. He wasn't interested in that. He just wanted to know what happened in the institute in the past. Speaking of something that happened in the past, Jiao Pa became a little serious. When Jing Tan was a little impatient, he finally spoke again. I heard that in the past, someone in the institute did a research. In the end, out of the 3 professors who participated in this research, 1 died and 2 were injured. This was caused by the results of their research. The code names of their experimental products were all CFH. Later, those who knew the inside story called it the CFH incident. I heard this from Old Man Yuan. After that, the institute and the higher-ups suppressed the news and got rid of the results. Even many teachers in the institute don't know about this incident. They only know that there was a research accident, but they don't know what exactly happened. Jing Tan really wanted to know what this so-called CFH meant. Unfortunately, at this time Jiao Ma came back with Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo. After the Jiao Pa said all the things that had been suppressed in his heart, he looked a lot more relaxed. Even if the cat in front of him couldn't speak and probably couldn't understand, it didn't matter. He was just looking for a tree hole to talk about it. At this moment, Mr. Treehole was unusually depressed, lying on the desk. He raised his paw and flipped Mr. Zhou's book that was on the desk to the ground. To vent his anger, he flipped open the second book. Before Jing Tan flipped the teacup, Jiao Yuan ran over to him to show off how many goals he had won against Xiong and the others. Jing Tan was not in the mood to listen to him show off. He ran to the sofa in the living room and closed his eyes, pretending to be asleep. For the next few days, Jing Tan was not in a good mood. Before dinner, Celestine, who he hadn't seen for a long time, drove over. Tomorrow was the weekend and Celestine had nothing to do, so he came over to the villa complex to ask Jing Tan to go to the night building with him. Since he had nothing to do, Jing Tan went with him. In addition to relaxing, Jing Tan also wanted to see how Ajin and the others were doing. Since Ajin and the others were discharged from the hospital, they had been serving dishes in the north district of the night building. The 5 of them were quite happy. It was said that they had rented a house nearby and had a dog. The dog was picked up by Ajin from the road. It was a little lame, but Ajin and the others were very good to the dog. In the night building, Yi Hao and the others were not there. There was only an unfamiliar manager-like person in charge of the place. Yi Hao and the others seemed to be very busy recently. Jing Tan had not seen them several times when he came here. Yi Hao didn't want Celestine to intervene and Celestine didn't ask much. When he was bored he would come over for a drink. Jing Tan would eat peanuts and other food next to him. After eating and drinking, Celestine sent Jing Tan back. Chapter 88. There were still people coming and going for a walk in the courtyard. It should be around 8 o'clock. It was still early so they could go out for a walk for an hour or 2. In the summer, people tended to go out later, not to mention that it was still summer vacation. The sheriff was probably locked up at home tonight, so the only person who could go out with peanut candy was Jing Tan. Since there was nothing else to do, Jing Tan followed peanut candy out. There were still students going in and out of the side door, but they didn't pay attention to the 2 cats. There were many cats around the school, so it was common to see them. This was a small street, and it was a private residential area. The control was relatively lax, and most of the people were doing business with students. The peddlers who had set up stalls outside were doing well. The light bulbs hanging from the stalls lit up the street. As they walked past, their ears were filled with the conversations between the peddlers and the students, as well as the sizzling sound of frying. Zheng Tan sniffed the rich aroma of food and turned to look at peanut candy. Other than occasionally raising his head to sniff the air, he didn't seem to be affected by the smell. As they continued to move forward and walked out of the area where the stalls were set up, they suddenly felt a lot more deserted. Moreover, because this was a private area filled with commoners, no one would pay for a street lamp. They could only see the road with the light from the private buildings. Therefore, after 10 o'clock, many people here gradually fell asleep, and there were a lot fewer people walking around here. It was only 8 o'clock and the surroundings were still very bright. At least it was still quite bright for Zheng Tan and Peanut Candy. Occasionally they would encounter pet dogs squatting outside. If they had a leash, Zheng Tan and Peanut Candy wouldn't run away. They would maintain their original walking speed and be very calm. If an unleashed dog chased them, the two of them would jump on the wall and let the dog bark. After all, it wouldn't be long before someone came to call the dog. No matter what the situation was, they wouldn't run around. Zheng Tan had to admit that Peanut Candy's IQ was indeed higher than many cats. He just didn't know if this was taught by Li Yuanba or if she was born with it. When they arrived at the place where Peanut Candy had brought Zheng Tan and the sheriff 2 days ago, before they could declare war, Zheng Tan heard a woo sound. Looking towards the source of the sound, Zheng Tan saw a cat standing on top of a short stone pillar. It was the cat that looked quite similar to the sheriff. Now it was arching its back and looking in his direction, purring in warning. Soon, the long-haired cat that Zheng Tan had seen ran over, its fur standing on end. In addition to these two cats, Zheng Tan also heard the movements of other cats around, but it was clear that the other cats were not as hostile as the two in front of him. Peanut Candy must have fought with these two cats before. Otherwise, these two cats wouldn't be so vigilant when they saw Peanut Candy. It looked like they were about to rush up, but they had some scruples. However, none of them flinched. There were two cats here and they looked like the more outstanding cats in the area. Otherwise, the other cats would have dared to approach. Peanut Candy's size was similar to Zheng Tan's, but she was only 7 or 8 months old. Compared to the cats that had been free for a few years, she was still a little immature. Therefore, no matter how good Peanut Candy's fighting skills were, even if she didn't get hurt when she fought with these two cats, she definitely didn't win. While Zheng Tan was thinking, Peanut Candy had already rushed over to the stone pillar. With a leap, she quickly waved her paw at the cat standing on top of it. Peanut Candy didn't want to catch the cat, but only wanted to force it down from the stone pillar. After a few moves, the two sides were in a stalemate. They arched their backs, purred in a low voice and wagged their tails twice. Then they fought again, scratching, biting, kicking and chasing. This was how cats fought. The battlefield might be wider. In fact, Zheng Tan was quite embarrassed to fight with them. He always felt like he was bullying a child. However, in order to support Peanut Candy, Zheng Tan was just going through the motions. It was fine as long as it could act as a deterrent. There was no need to beat up the cat. It wasn't easy for these cats to live peacefully for a few years. Therefore, Zheng Tan just restrained the long-haired cat so that it wouldn't interfere with the battle. After that, he didn't do anything else. This scene was a little familiar. Zheng Tan remembered the noble Persian cat that he had robbed in Nanjing when he was first captured. Ignoring the long-haired cat that had been pressed to the ground and screaming, Zheng Tan watched Peanut Candy fight with the big black cat. It looked like Peanut Candy wouldn't lose. Last time she didn't win 1 against 2. This time she was probably venting all her frustrations. There were a few cats hiding in the corner watching the fight, but they didn't come over. A few wanted to come over, but after a few steps they squatted down, probably wanting to observe the situation. Occasionally someone would pass by. Due to the light, they didn't notice Zheng Tan, who was standing to the side. They only heard the cat that Zheng Tan was pressing down on constantly meowing and cursing, then immediately walked away. After all, when the cat wasn't crying so coquettishly, it sounded a little creepy, especially at night. Thinking of the poor security around here, the passers-by were all in a hurry. Zheng Tan looked at the cat that was struggling to no avail on the ground. He thought to himself, why do you have to do this? I won't do anything to you. Although holding you down here is better than scratching you a few times. When Zheng Tan realized that Peanut Candy was getting further and further away from the big black cat, she finally let go of the cat she was pinning down and followed them. As soon as the long-haired cat was released, it quickly left and didn't follow. It probably went back to its own home to seek comfort. The surroundings were relatively quiet. Zheng Tan could distinguish the sounds of the two cats fighting from the surrounding sounds. He could also tell from the occasional sharp screams that Peanut Candy was in a good situation. The one that screamed was the other cat, so he wasn't too worried and didn't walk in a hurry. Anyway, he wasn't going to get involved in the fight between the two cats. This time he had achieved his goal of coming over. The long-haired cat had gone home, so he let Peanut Candy fight to her heart's content. He was a male cat after all. He had to fight a few times. Speaking of which, Peanut Candy was fighting an away game. As he walked, Zheng Tan was still in the mood to look at the surrounding environment and buildings. He hadn't been here before, but he heard that it was a little messy. The few times he had been here, he didn't go too deep, so the places he walked through now were relatively unfamiliar to Zheng Tan. Gradually, there were only a few private houses left. As he walked forward, there was only a wall on the side. Behind the wall should be the aborted construction project that people were talking about. He had only heard about it before, but now it seemed that this project was quite big and took up a lot of space. There wasn't much human life, there were weeds everywhere, and the ground was bumpy. It felt a little sad. However, according to Zheng Tan's guess, this area shouldn't be abandoned forever. After all, it was near the university and the geographical location was good. It wasn't the suburbs and it was still far from the third ring road. While she was deep in thought, Zheng Tan was startled by a very pitiful meow. The sound was very sudden and before it finished, it stopped abruptly. This shouldn't be the cry of cats fighting, right? Zheng Tan had a bad feeling. Although the scream wasn't from Peanut Candy, but from the other cat, if this cat was in mortal danger, Peanut Candy was probably in danger too. He hoped that things weren't that bad. Zheng Tan quickly rushed in the direction of the scream. Although he was running very fast, his footsteps were very light. Zheng Tan also paid attention to the movements around him as he ran. When he came over just now, he didn't think that there would be anything to be vigilant about, but now it seemed that he had let his guard down. There was no threat from cats or dogs, but the threat of humans was always there. Although most people were civilized, ever since he was caught, Zheng Tan knew that there were still many people in this world who could kill a dog or a cat without blinking an eye. Zheng Tan didn't jump over the wall. He didn't know what it was like on the other side of the wall, and he didn't know if there was a place for him to hide or cover. After running for some distance, he could see the gate of the wall. The two metal gates were locked by thick chains and a lot of the paint on the door was peeling off. The rust on the chains told people that no one had been in charge of this place for a long time. Zheng Tan perked up his ears and paid attention to the surroundings. He didn't hear any moving objects around. Bending down, Zheng Tan looked inside the wall through the gap under the iron gate. There were no other lighting devices around. Only the crescent moon in the sky allowed people to vaguely see the situation inside. For Zheng Tan, the vision was still relatively clear. 100 meters away, there was an unfinished building. The area between the wall and the building was relatively desolate and full of weeds. There were a few piles of construction waste piled up there, but other than that, it gave people a gloomy and empty feeling. The building was like a monster, waiting for intruders to enter with its mouth wide open. A gust of wind blew in his face. Zheng Tan smelled the scent of blood in the wind. It was the cats. When he was caught, Zheng Tan smelled the scent of cat blood. It was different from human blood. Zheng Tan was a little anxious. He vigilantly walked in the direction of the smell of blood. After walking for a while, he bypassed a pile of construction waste. Near the building, Zheng Tan saw the cat lying on the ground. 10 minutes ago it was still fighting with Candy Peanut. But now it was lying quietly on the ground. Its head was bleeding and it was a little hard to see its original face. It had died a miserable death. Obviously it had been hit more than once. And the tool that made it like this was the 70-centimeter construction hook that was thrown not far away. There was a human scent on the hook, which was as Zheng Tan expected. Zheng Tan's heart went cold. There was no time to be sad. He was eager to know where Candy Peanut was and what was the situation. However, Zheng Tan did not see any trace of Peanut Candy after cautiously circling the place. At least this was a piece of good news. Was it in the building or had it run out? The place where the cat was lying was very close to the building. He couldn't rule out the possibility that Candy Peanut had escaped into the building. If it had already escaped, with Candy Peanut's intelligence, it should have barked a few times to let him know, right? It seemed that it was very likely that the kid had entered the building and was probably hiding in a corner. Chapter 89. The building was not finished and there were no windows or doors, so it was easy to get in. Zheng Tan walked in carefully, avoiding some of the debris on the ground and making sure that his movements did not make any noise. At the same time, Zheng Tan was also distinguishing the smell in the air, and his ears were also paying attention to the movements around him. A cat's sense of smell was about 20 times sharper than a human's, and they could also hear at least 2.5 octaves higher than a human's. They were used to seeing everything in the dark and their bodies were smaller. These were all advantages that Jing Tan had now. No matter what had happened in here, what kind of secret deal had been made, or who the grudges between people were, Jing Tan was not interested at all. What he wanted most now was to find the peanut candy and retreat safely. Bang! There was a sound of something crashing upstairs. Jing Tan was startled by the sound. It was indeed frightening for such a sound to suddenly appear in such a silent environment. On the first floor, except for the windows at the front door, the back door and some of the side windows were nailed with wooden boards. Although there were gaps, it was not enough for a cat to get out. Jing Tan decided to go upstairs and take a look. The project was not finished and there were no handrails on the stairs. He also had to pay attention to the rusty nails on the stairs. Jing Tan quietly went to the stairs on the second floor, listening to the movements around him. The wind blew in, making some plastic sheets rustle, and then everything returned to normal. However, this was nothing. Jing Tan found that there was a person lying in the place where the noise had been made, and there was no sound. Taking a deep breath, Jing Tan tried to calm himself down. At this time he could not panic. Emboldened, Jing Tan walked over, looked around the person, and found a drop of blood in the corner against the wall. Someone must have been hiding here for a while. The blood had not dried yet, so it had not been long. However, Jing Tan sniffed the blood in the wall to confirm. The smell of the injured person was a bit familiar. Thinking back, Jing Tan first excluded the people on campus, and then a few people that he rarely saw. It was not Xiaogua, not Celestine, not Ajin, not Yi Hao. Yi Hao. That's right, it's that guy. F***ck, what the hell is going on? How did Yi Hao end up like this? Had he been tricked? First it was the peanut candy and now it was Yi Hao. Jing Tan felt that his luck today must be as bad as **T. Since he had smelled Yi Hao's scent, Jing Tan didn't know where to look for the peanut candies. After all, each floor of this building was quite large, so he followed the scent. Yi Hao was injured, but the extent of his injury was unknown. Jing Tan could find traces of blood from a distance. It wasn't much, but the blood stains and the lingering smell around were enough for Jing Tan to accurately locate Yi Hao. However, when Jing Tan was looking for Yi Hao, he also smelled the scent of other strangers. His ears twitched as he paid attention to the tiny footsteps that were hard for human ears to hear, as well as the unfamiliar smell of sweat. The good thing about summer was that one scent couldn't be hidden very well. That stranger was now walking towards Yi Hao. Jing Tan hid behind a wall and watched the approaching stranger. That person's footsteps were very light but not slow. He must have found Yi Hao's hiding spot from some clues. At the same time he was also very vigilant, paying attention to the surrounding movements. That person was holding a construction hook in his hand, the same one that Jing Tan had found beside the dead cat. The surrounding windows were covered with plastic sheets. Only one corner was broken because of the passage of time or some other reason. The corner was broken, so it wasn't completely dark inside. Jing Tan watched as that person walked towards a small room. Yi Hao should be inside. Give him a hand. He hoped that Yi Hao would remember that this was the second time he had helped him. When that person approached Yi Hao with the construction hook, and Yi Hao was also in a state of anxiety, they didn't expect that there was a third party watching them. Woo! Suddenly, a strange cry made the two people's hair stand up almost at the same time. There was no wind now. Whether it was the plastic sheets covering the windows or the plastic sheets on the ground, they didn't make any sound. In the dead silent and tense atmosphere, when the two people thought that there was only one enemy and no other living creatures, it had to be said that this sudden cry made their scalps go numb. However, after this meow, the two of them had completely different feelings. The stranger with the construction hook was annoyed after being nervous. He regretted that he didn't get rid of all the cats in the surrounding area and only got rid of one. Yi Hao, who was holding the wound on his abdomen and was gradually losing strength, was prepared for the worst. After the shock, he felt a burst of joy and a little doubt. This cry was quite familiar. He had been tortured in the night building that day, so it left a deep impression on him. And Celestine also said that only that cat could make such an effect. It was that cat, right? After the cry, Jing Tan moved to another place. He bent his paws and picked up a nail on the ground. Then he threw it when that person continued to approach Yi Hao. His aim was good and it hit that person's back. After throwing the nail, Jing Tan retreated to the corner. He only dared to shout because he noticed that there was no one else around except Yi Hao and this person. Moreover, he was now far away from this stranger. Even if this person was skilled in martial arts, he couldn't possibly attack from a distance of more than 10 meters, could he? Just as he retreated, Jing Tan heard banging sounds and the sound of metal falling. So fast? Jing Tan poked his head out and saw that the stranger had fallen. Yi Hao was also leaning against the wall, holding a dagger in his hand. The dagger was still dripping with blood. He had probably attacked when the other person was distracted and paying attention to his back. Jing Tan pulled his ear. In fact, he was still fantasizing about making a move when Yi Hao and that person were locked in a fight. Now he realized that he was ridiculously wrong. People like these all tried their best to kill with one blow. Every second they lasted would put their lives in danger for another second. Yi Hao held the dagger in one hand and covered his abdomen with the other. He leaned against the wall and slowly sat down, panting. His actions just now had probably worsened his injury. "Awoo!" Jing Tan cried out again. "Where did that little bastard Candy Peanut go?" Meow, meow. Along with the cry there was the sound of wooden boards clanging. It was right next to where Yi Hao had been hiding. Jing Tan hurried over. When he walked into the small room he realized that something was being built inside. The floor was slightly sunken and there were wooden boards on top. There were gaps between the boards and one of Candy Peanut's legs was stuck in it. However, because of the previous situation, it didn't dare to struggle and make any noise until now. It was quite smart. Before Jing Tan could lift the wooden board, Candy Peanut had struggled out by itself. However, it seemed that this guy's leg was still injured. It was unknown if it was temporarily sprained or fractured. It walked with a limp and seemed to be struggling. Meow. Candy Peanut walked over to Jing Tan. It sounded like it had been wronged. Jing Tan raised his paw and patted Candy Peanut's head, telling it to stay where it was and not move. Then he went to Yi Hao's side to see how long this guy could last. Yi Hao was more capable than Jing Tan had imagined. He moved to the side, probably to guard against any unexpected situations. He took out his phone and said to Jing Tan, "Help me keep an eye on the outside. I'm going to make a call." When he noticed that the two people had entered the building, Yi Hao had turned off his phone. In this kind of environment, a little vibration or a little abnormal light could expose him to the other party. Jing Tan looked at Candy Peanut, who was obediently licking some small wounds on its leg. Then he walked to the staircase and jumped onto the windowsill. While he was watching the staircase he was also looking to see if anyone was coming from outside the building. Yi Hao called Ranqi and the others. They would probably send someone over soon. After the call, Yi Hao did not intend to wait here. Besides his own people, the other party should have contacted someone else. So, once the other party's people arrived first, Yi Hao would be dead meat if he stayed here. After a while Yi Hao was about to stand up. Then he thought of something and said to Jing Tan, "Is that cat injured? Let me carry it down." When he was on the phone, Yi Hao saw the cat lying not too far away from him with the help of the brightness of the phone screen. No matter what, the cat had helped him. Otherwise, he would not have noticed that the two people were following him. The two cats came over to fight and exposed the two people's whereabouts. It also allowed Yi Hao to prepare himself. However, it was a pity that the other cat was injured. Candy Peanut seemed to understand that the person in front of it meant no harm. It looked at Jing Tan and then allowed Yi Hao to pick it up. Yi Hao tore some cloth from the clothes of the person lying on the ground. It was summer clothes, so it was just that. After simply bandaging the wound, Yi Hao was now holding the cat in one hand and a dagger in the other. He followed Jing Tan downstairs. Jing Tan listened to the movements around him and slowly walked out of the building. The wind from the empty field area made Jing Tan relax a lot. However, he could not let his guard down and let his guard down. Jing Tan walked out of the building. Under Yi Hao's guidance he found out that there was an exit on the other side. A section of the wall on the other side had collapsed. That was why Yi Hao had come here. When they were close to the exit, Jing Tan smelled the faint scent of a stranger in the air. He stopped in his tracks and raised his paw to stop Yi Hao from moving forward. The next moment, Yi Hao fell to the side and rolled to the side next to a pile of construction rubbish. He turned over to avoid it. At the same time that Yi Hao reacted, a bullet brushed past Yi Hao's shoulder. If it were not for Jing Tan's warning and his fast reaction, he probably would have gotten more than just a scratch. There was someone waiting here. And it was a gun with a silencer. Jing Tan wanted to curse Buddha in his heart. He was so unlucky today. Who on earth did Yi Hao offend? Why was he so cruel? It was fine if it was just a knife, but a gun? Jing Tan quickly dragged the peanut candy that had fallen to the ground to the side and hid behind a pile of bricks. The bricks were not high, so they could only be used as a last resort. When he was thinking of other ways, Jing Tan suddenly felt a chill on his back. It was unfamiliar and different from the chill he felt when he saw Yi Hao kill people. The man with the gun seemed to be confused all of a sudden. Some of the bullets were fired at the wall while some were fired at other places. Some of the bullets were fired at Jing Tan's side, while some were fired at other places. Some of the bullets were fired at Jing Tan's side, while some were fired at other places as well. At the same time, Jing Tan also heard a very strange murmur. It was like a suppressed roar coming from the throat. Other than that, there was the scream of the man with the gun. Jing Tan carefully poked his head out to take a look. He happened to see the man with the gun fall down and a figure rushed over. The sound of flesh being torn apart was chilling. The man lying on the ground twitched, and the gun in his hand had fallen off. There were several deep bloodstains on the hand holding the gun, and they were all on the wrist. As for the figure, was it a dog or a cat? Or some other creature? No matter what it was, it waved its paw at the neck of the man on the ground again. The man on the ground twitched for a while and soon he stopped breathing. This scene shocked both Jing Tan and Yi Hao. The chills spread all over their bodies and their hair almost stood on end. Chapter 90. Jing Tan couldn't see the color of the animal standing on the corpse under the night sky, but he could still see the patterns on its fur. Because Jing Tan often saw Da Pang in the courtyard, he was familiar with the patterns of dragonly cats. Although he could only see the back of the one in front of him, the patterns were indeed similar to those of Da Pang's. In addition to the stripes, there were also some faint spots. A cat? From the way it waved its claws and walked, it did look more like a cat. It was just that this cat was much bigger than the average cat. At first glance it looked like a dog. Its fur was slightly longer and looked quite thick. However, its body proportions were closer to that of a cat. It stepped on the man's chest and looked at him quietly. Its big ears moved slightly, and the tip of its tail was swaying in an arc as if it was confirming something. Under the white moonlight, this scene was very strange, but its movements felt somewhat slow. Poochie, another paw. The blood from the paw splashed on the ground, forming a long trail of blood. The man lying on the ground had no reaction to the paw. Jing Tan and Yi Hao both shivered at the same time. That man was already dead, but this one added another paw. After waving its paw, it turned its head to look at Jing Tan. Jing Tan's heart almost jumped out of his throat. He now understood why so many people showed such a frightened expression when they saw his eyes at night. This feeling was really scary. Moreover, this one had just killed a person, not a mouse, not a grasshopper, but a real person. Even though Jing Tan had seen cats and dogs killed and people killed, the last thing that shocked him the most was a cat killing someone. Yes, this was a cat. Jing Tan had already confirmed it when it turned its head to look at him. However, before Jing Tan could relax, he saw Peanut Candy limping over, and it was quite fast, looking very happy. Jing Tan, who was about to go up and stop it, stopped in his tracks. Logically speaking, Peanut Candy knew how to recognize threats under the guidance of Li Yuanba. From the previous incident, it could be seen that this guy actually knew how to protect himself. Now that he was so eager to get closer, Jing Tan was a little confused, but his attention was still on Peanut Candy. He was a little nervous. Yi Hao covered his abdomen with one hand and leaned against the pile of construction waste. His other hand was hidden behind his back, holding a dagger. He was also frightened by the sudden appearance of this cat. He was ready to fight, but looking at the current situation, it seemed that something was wrong. No matter what, Yi Hao still decided to be careful. He had always felt that cats were temperamental animals. They could act coquettishly and stick to you one moment, but the next moment they could scratch and bite you, not to mention that the cat in front of him had killed someone. Jing Tan had been trying to drag Peanut Candy behind the pile of bricks, so he hadn't paid attention to how the cat had killed someone. However, Yi Hao had seen it. Whether it was the cat's jumping ability or reaction speed, it was quite amazing and it was also very smart. Yi Hao was only guessing at the beginning because at that time, he had just hidden behind the pile of construction waste. The cat must have taken advantage of the time when the gunman was aiming at him and scratched his wrist. Although it didn't make the gunman drop the gun immediately, his hand was not enough to maintain the accuracy of the gun. Before the gunman could change his hand to hold the gun, the cat's second claw had already attacked, grabbing the man's neck from behind. When the man raised his hand to touch the back of his neck, it jumped up and clawed at the man's eyes again. Then it clawed at the neck near the pulse. Finally, it clawed at the same spot on the neck again and again, until the man stopped breathing. The grass on the ground had traces of the cat's sudden burst of strength when it moved. It was hard to imagine that a cat could do this. However, what kind of breed was this? He thought that the cat that Celestine had introduced was strange enough, but he didn't expect that there would be something even stranger than that. While Jing Tan and Yi Hao were looking at Peanut Candy with different feelings, the cat with blood on its claws turned around and faced them. After seeing Peanut Candy, the murderous look in the cat's eyes faded a lot, and it raised its feet and walked towards Peanut Candy. After Peanut Candy went over, it tilted its head, squinted its eyes and rubbed against the cat's body. It also made a meow sound as if it was acting coquettishly. The cat also lowered its head and licked Peanut Candy's fur. Zheng Tan looked at the interaction between the two and suddenly remembered something. When Li Yuanba was pregnant, he had wondered what kind of cat would be able to take down the cat. Now it seemed that it was the cat in front of him. When Peanut Candy stood next to the cat, it was obvious that it was much smaller. However, Peanut Candy could still grow. Even if it couldn't grow this big, it would definitely be bigger than the average cat. If his guess was correct, then the reason why Peanut Candy was bigger than the average cat from birth could be explained. Not only was it bigger than the average cat, but it was also strong and smart, and its fur was longer and thicker than the average short-haired domestic cat. Moreover, looking at Peanut Candy's appearance, it was obvious that it wasn't the first time it had seen it. This meant that they had met a long time ago, and it was very likely that they had met more than once. No wonder Li Yuanba always took Peanut Candy out for a walk. It was actually to find an opportunity to meet Peanut Candy's father, right? He just didn't know where the cat lived or where it was hiding. The cat's eyes were a bit like the eyes of a stray cat, but compared to those stray cats, it was a bit different. Zheng Tan carefully observed the big cat. Because the fur on its body was slightly longer, she could tell that it didn't look like it was groomed often. If it washed often, its fur would be smoother. Even if the cat licked its own fur, it was still different from washing thoroughly. Besides, how many people would dare to raise a cat with such a personality? In fact, if it hadn't killed people just now, the cat would have given people a good impression. At least it didn't look as fierce as Li Yuanba, just a bit serious, especially after the coldness in its eyes disappeared. If its body size was reduced by half, people would only think of it as a special forest cat. This cat was very alert. When it was licking Peanut Candy's fur, its ears were always paying attention to the movements around it. When Yi Hao's phone vibrated, it glanced at Yi Hao, but didn't do anything else. Hello. Yi Hao answered the phone. The call was from Leopard. Leopard and the others would arrive soon. Now they just wanted to confirm Yi Hao's location and understand the situation. Zheng Tan noticed that when Yi Hao was on the phone, the cat glanced at Yi Hao a few times. It seemed to be a bit meaningful. But Zheng Tan was sure that this cat wasn't in the same situation as him. This was a real cat. The compatibility between the body and the soul was unquestionable. It might be a bit special, but it definitely didn't have a human soul like him. Zheng Tan was curious about what the cat was thinking. Not long after Yi Hao hung up the phone, Leopard and the others arrived. There were 3 cars parked outside and people came in through the collapsed wall. Leopard looked at the dead man on the ground and saw the strangeness of the wound. He looked at Yi Hao with some surprise. Yi Hao didn't explain. Deal with these first. There are 2 more inside. Okay. Leopard wasn't a person who liked to ask too many questions. He directed a few people to deal with the bodies inside the building. Seeing that people had come, the cat stayed by Peanut Candy's side. The father and son stayed at the side and didn't leave. Their eyes were full of vigilance against Leopard and the others. Zheng Tan jumped onto the pile of bricks and watched the people working under Yi Hao's command. A doctor-like person who came with them first treated Yi Hao's wound urgently and asked Yi Hao to go to the car. It wasn't convenient to deal with it here. Yi Hao nodded but didn't leave immediately. Instead he looked at Peanut Candy. When he turned around, he saw that Peanut Candy was being held by its father and was walking over. Zheng Tan remembered hearing that if a kitten was held in its mouth like this, it would be fine. But if it was held in its mouth like this when it grew up, it might be more uncomfortable and might violently resist. But seeing Peanut Candy still being obedient, Zheng Tan thought that they were indeed father and son. The cat held Peanut Candy in its mouth in front of Yi Hao. Then it looked at Yi Hao and then at the doctor. Yi Hao and the cat looked at each other for a few seconds. Then he said to the doctor, "Take a look at this kitten while you're at it." Doctor. F***CK, I'm a doctor, not a veterinarian. Since Yi Hao had spoken, the doctor could only bite the bullet and do it. Yi Hao didn't say anything. Seeing that Yi Hao was leaving, the cat followed him with Peanut Candy in its mouth. Yi Hao got into a modified MPV. Just as he got into the car, the cat followed him with Peanut Candy in its mouth. It even occupied a seat. Yi Hao was speechless. After thinking for a while, Yi Hao leaned out and said to Zheng Tan, "Black charcoal, let's go together." Zheng Tan pulled his ear. He knew that Yi Hao was actually quite afraid of the big cat. He felt that it would be safer if he was there. The Peanut Candy was the link between them. Yi Hao knew that Zheng Tan was with Peanut Candy. That was why he asked Zheng Tan to come along. At the same time he also called Celestine. Originally he didn't want Celestine to get involved. But since it involved a cat, he had no choice but to ask for Celestine's help. Zheng Tan was also a little curious. He could tell that the big cat was just vigilant. It didn't have the murderous aura it had before. He followed it to satisfy his curiosity. But later he would have to trouble Celestine to call the Jiao family. Celestine left quickly. The abandoned building was cleaned up quickly. It didn't look like a murder case had taken place. In the car, Peanut Candy was lying next to the big cat. The air conditioning in the car might have made it uncomfortable, so it shrank closer to the big cat. After the big cat licked Peanut Candy's fur, it kept staring at Yi Hao. It seemed to be sizing him up. Yi Hao, who was being treated by the doctor, felt a little creeped out by the stare. There was no murderous aura or obvious malice, but it made him feel even more strange. Chapter 91. This time Yi Hao didn't go to the night building. Instead he went to the quiet villa that Zheng Tan went to last time. Celestine was already waiting inside. He wasn't in a hurry. He already knew about Yi Hao's injury, so there was nothing to worry about. The only thing he wasn't sure about was how he would be scolded when he called the Jiao family later. Seeing Yi Hao and the others come in, Celestine first looked behind Yi Hao. In addition to the black cat, there was also a big cat. Just now on the phone, Yi Hao just casually said that there was a big cat. Celestine didn't take it to heart. He thought that in such a big city, except for the zoo, there wouldn't be a big cat like that. It didn't refer to tigers or cheetahs, but lynxes and caribou. Therefore, Celestine, who wasn't mentally prepared at all, looked like he had shit on his face when he saw the big cat. Every time he saw this kind of big cat, Celestine's heart would be very uncomfortable. He would always think of the unbearable past. Yi Hao knew a little about Celestine, so he deliberately said it vaguely on the phone. Now that he saw Celestine's expression, he smiled, which was rare. "What are you smiling about?" Celestine raised his foot to kick, but Yi Hao dodged. "What's the matter?" Celestine didn't kick again but sat back on the sofa and asked. When he asked, he looked at the black cat that was digging for food in the fruit bowl. Zheng Tan didn't pay attention to them. Anyway, he was just here to watch the show. He didn't want to get involved. He just wanted to see what the big cat was planning. Yi Hao's injury was treated, and it wasn't a big problem. When it was the Peanut Candy's turn, the doctor was very nervous. After all, he wasn't a veterinarian. But after finding out the reason, he calmed down. Perhaps when the candy peanut was stuck between the wooden planks, it was pierced by the thin wood chips on the edges of the wooden planks. Although it didn't bleed much, it felt pain with every step it took, so licking it was useless. The doctor had originally planned to use some forcibly fixed things, but when he found that the peanut candy was quite cooperative, he took the tools and began to remove the thorns. Once he pulled it out, Peanut Candy would meow. It seemed to be in great pain. There were a few times when it reflexively turned over and almost bit the doctor directly. He had only pulled out half of the thorn, and it was already like this. Would he be bitten or scratched by a cat when he pulled out the rest? Just as the doctor was hesitating, Zheng Tan saw Peanut Candy's father walk over, raise his foot and press Peanut Candy down. Then he looked at the doctor, indicating for the doctor to continue. Zheng Tan. Suddenly he felt that Peanut Candy was very miserable. Not only did she have a strict mother, but she also had such a father. Peanut Candy, who was pressed down by force, cried out in pain. It even struggled a few times but couldn't break free from its father's claws. Celestine and Yi Hao's expressions changed as they watched from the side. When they finally finished removing the thorns on Peanut Candy's leg and applied the ointment, the doctor's forehead was covered in a layer of sweat. It wasn't because he was hot, but because he was nervous. The big cat next to him was too strange, and it made him want to run away as soon as possible. Celestine called the Jiao family and told them that the cat wouldn't be coming back tonight. The Jiao Ma wanted to hear Zheng Tan's voice to confirm that the cat was safe, so Zheng Tan howled into the phone. The big cat, who was licking Peanut Candy's fur, was startled by Zheng Tan's howl and jumped up. It looked at Zheng Tan vigilantly for a while, then returned to its original position and squatted down. After dealing with the Jiao family, Celestine and Yi Hao didn't know where to start with Peanut Candy. They didn't know who it belonged to, and it would take time to find out. "Didn't you ask the Jiao family just now?" Yi Hao asked. "No, I was just thinking about how to avoid being scolded. I couldn't wait to hang up the phone after I finished talking," Celestine said helplessly. After thinking for a while, Celestine put the phone in front of Zheng Tan and pointed at Peanut Candy, who was rubbing against the big cat. "You take care of that cat." Zheng Tan understood what Celestine meant. Ever since Celestine knew that he could make phone calls, he often asked Zheng Tan to help him make phone calls when he was driving. But now Zheng Tan didn't immediately dial the number. Instead, he raised his head and looked around. Only Yi Hao and Celestine were in the living room. The doctor had just left, Leopard seemed to have been sent on a mission, and Ranchi was said to be injured and was in the hospital. There were a few people in the small rooms outside the living room, but they didn't come in without Yi Hao's permission. Since they were all familiar with each other, Jing Tan didn't have too many scruples. He took the phone, dialed the number and pushed it to Celestine. Yi Hao, who was sitting next to him, twitched his face. He suddenly wanted to find something to ward off evil spirits like Ranqi. This was 2F*King weird. Other than Yi Hao, the big cat had seen everything that happened between Celestine and Jing Tan. It tilted its head and seemed to be thinking about something. Jing Tan had dialed the number of Xiaoguo's studio. Usually Xiaoguo would be there and today was the same. When the call went through, Celestine got Peanut Candy's name from Xiaoguo. He only said that Peanut Candy was injured and that he had brought her over. He would send her back the next day. He didn't say anything else. Knowing that Jing Tan was also there, Xiaoguo felt a lot more relieved. He thanked Celestine again. After solving the problem with Peanut Candy, Celestine and Yi Hao looked at the big cat at the same time. The big cat looked at the two of them, yawned and laid down next to Peanut Candy, preparing to sleep. Celestine and Yi Hao were speechless. It fell asleep just like that? When Celestine called Xiaoguo, he didn't hear Xiaoguo say that there were other cats. He turned around and asked Jing Tan, who was eating a piece of pork jerky, "Do you know that cat?" Jing Tan thought about it, shook his head and continued to eat the pork jerky. Although he knew Peanut Candy and Li Yuanba, and guessed that this was Peanut Candy's father, he didn't know it. He hadn't even heard of it. If there was such a cat around, Jing Tan would definitely be warned by the Jiaopa. The aunties in the courtyard, who were always well informed, would definitely have mentioned it. This big cat probably came to visit its wife and child every once in a while. It usually hid in a place that was deserted and suitable for its survival. As for where this cat usually hid, Jing Tan recalled the map that he had seen. Chuhua City Botanical Garden and a park with mountains were not far from Chuhua University. Actually, there was a small road from the pet center to Chuhua University that passed by the abandoned project. However, there was a construction site in the middle of the road. Plus, the small street was very safe, so Jing Tan didn't go there. So, the only possibility was that this cat had secretly gone to the pet center to see its wife. When it was on its way back, it happened to see someone trying to kill Yi Hao, and Yi Hao was holding Peanut Candy in his arms. That was why it attacked. No matter what Jing Tan guessed, the big cat was already here, and it didn't seem to want to avoid people. Thinking of something, Jing Tan stopped eating the pork jerky. He looked at the father and son lying there, and then looked at Yi Hao, who was discussing things with Celestine. He narrowed his eyes. Could it be that this big cat wanted to stay? Thinking about the big cat's style and then thinking about Yi Hao's identity, which was already clean, but still couldn't escape from some shady business. Celestine, who was discussing things with Yi Hao, wanted to drink some water, but when he picked up the cup, he inadvertently looked at Jing Tan. He saw that the black cat was holding a piece of pork jerky that had already been opened. It maintained its eating posture, squinted its eyes, and seemed to be thinking about something. "Black charcoal, what are you thinking about?" Celestine asked. He knew that the cat couldn't speak, so he wanted to call its attention back. The cat's behavior just now was too strange. If they hadn't known each other for so long, Celestine would have been scared like Ranqi. Jing Tan stopped thinking about it, looked at Celestine and then looked at Yi Hao. He lowered his head and continued eating the pork jerky. What was he thinking about? In fact, he was thinking that if this big cat really wanted to stay because it had saved Yi Hao wouldn't refuse. Yi Hao was a very loyal person and he shouldn't be too bad to the cat. Thinking about that scene, he was happy to see it. Why do I feel that the black cat is waiting to see me make a fool of myself? Yi Hao frowned. You're thinking too much. Celestine could only comfort him like this. The next morning, Jing Tan squatted on the chair next to Yi Hao and ate the sanxian soup. The people here liked to make sanxian soup with pork liver, kidney and lean meat. Jing Tan had always liked it and Jiao Ma often made it. He didn't expect to eat it here. In front of the father and son there was a big bowl. No, in front of the big cat was a bowl. There was sanxian soup and rice in it. Yi Hao had never raised a cat before, so he didn't know what to feed it. Seeing that Jing Tan was eating, he directly fed them the same thing. The good thing was that the father and son were not picky. Originally, the father and son's bowls were placed on the ground. Seeing Jing Tan squatting on the chair, the big cat couldn't stand it. It jumped onto a chair and stared at Yi Hao. Yi Hao wanted to pretend that he didn't know anything, but the big cat started to howl. With Jing Tan in front, even if it howled very loudly, it sounded more like a cat, unlike Jing Tan's ghostly howl. Even so, it was really unbearable. Yi Hao gestured to the servant who made breakfast, "Bring the bowl up." The big cat was originally bigger than Jing Tan, so the bowl was also big. One chair couldn't fit it, so the servant brought another one. She also put the peanut bowl on the chair. Looking at this situation, Yi Hao thought to himself, "Get out of here after you finish eating." While eating, there was a sound at the door. Hearing the sound at the door, Celestine, who was drinking soup, choked. He looked at Yi Hao and whispered, "Your wife brought the children here." Yi Hao originally wanted to reply, "What's so surprising about that?" Suddenly he realized that there were 3 cats here. What did he say when his wife said that she wanted to raise a cat? Yi Hao didn't remember what he said specifically. He only remembered that it meant that he hated cats. Until now, his wife had never raised a cat. But the situation now. While thinking, Jing Tan saw a tall beauty walk in with a boy who was about the same age as Jiao Yuan. Tang Shui heard that Yi Hao was attacked last night, so she rushed over with the child early in the morning to check on Yi Hao's condition. Although she knew that Yi Hao wasn't seriously injured when she called him last night, she still felt more at ease. As soon as she walked in, Tang Shui saw the 3 cats sitting on the 3 chairs at the dining table. She was about to ask Yi Hao about his condition, but the words were stuck in her throat. She was in disbelief. Next to Tang Shui, the little boy who was originally expressionless saw the 3 cats at the dining table, and his eyes lit up. It was completely different from the wooden expression he had when he saw his father.